Abusia for mamunya ache emma kwaba eba UTV so anope critical issues ene yede ato amono yeda se wa join ya na so aba beke ho ne yebo enkomo ya enhu hia pa ene ye frame vim lady efia pokua but ene so eye na watcheda pepepe ya ye wofa yade nyina na na eje sikapa okrati asefo no to anananom ewo eye ensiedo akwantu kase ye nyina ye nim se dance bo a ye nyina ye beko enti eye despite media nyina mabusuafo nyina yakọ ene hyeden na ye nyina beko akohia ewo taifa na ye ne abusuafo nyina atnas ne ahwe yie no ho hyehya ne nyina ewo honom enti ene wote nkoma na ade aseda amotwedi amponyankopon no asanse mpaebo enadom amabusuafo a ne wo mo de eneda efom eyi abusuafo ne yesan ka obi o se critical issues ene ye de bro anopa aseda kese nkoma mpanifo akese a wo mo boy na ye ba behwe issues a eto asom ye ne Professor Sari aza ewo University of Florida America ene ne betwetwe nkomo ewo Zoom so ye ne lawyer Akufo-Addo oye penikese a oka imani Africa fo ho de enti na Supreme Court nsem no imani ede wo mo koka ho se wo mbese wo mo join suit no ewo court ni nyina fa abato a ye 2020 any voters register ya ho aba manso say manso na settle at least besi sabre die say the Supreme Court aka no electoral commission ewo kwan eti say the motorway da nanim so obetimi aye na watwro abato di ntwro homa foforo ya ede ebekọ abato enti saa issues no ye beka wasam say omampenda da mahama aba abontene aba abeka dada say abato bibi kochew ke nya de ono ni NDC wombeji atumum womansan ka say Supreme Court asem ode baaye no womani nye ho womabemobu wom ye very disappointed yenim de NDC be san say adwenkyira anankyirase a ewo court jinaya wosi ni mu no besi ne Supreme Court anfama wode akwache bosome a ye besim no July edi nso ye twere no ayi bosome ye wieye enti enkofo say Supreme Court anhyeda anya de ene ye wo yera Justice Abdullahi lawyer kese wo beba no wato no bo acheche ye mu Supreme Court judgment osan enete sanso ena Dr. Benjamin Ochre Ankara ewo Central University ewo Miuchu ono so abekan ho a ono so beboa ene ate ensem no ase ye ko election 2020 DNA dynamics wo koturo din akoto aban de na wo se ene ya so NPP amanyoko na kwakohia wa Alisa Hotel ye Acclamation de ama excellence na nadodanko Akufo-Addo omampani said de be ya onu bedi wo manim na oni Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia akọ 2020 abato no NDC aye dada am ye nyina nim so omampenda dada mahama ene di NDC anamu nemum ni oni ne beko sana be di echede ye nyenhu NDC adopted different strategy similar to NPP for the omo year no 2008 into the NPP for year ankofo na mahama running mate we enye news esan say 2008 NPP for so an you running mate in tem and on the first time Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia oba a picture nim ebe gina ye obeka na nado ho omo fa no August 14th August 18th and NPP for pa no ntoma ede no be kire Ghana for nyina say wei ede de ye yi no na enkofo bebra kase ti NPP for say ade ya omampenda da Rollins ko ye bie so edo declaration e ma Professor Fifi Atamos excellence sa abre no kopeja ne NPP for say hey aden and oma process na nya adwuma no ene NPP for ye bia na so NPP say we acclamation mo follow omo party constitution we ni sem bebre ene ye de bebre especially sabre ya COVID-19 cases atwam 15,000 na no NPP for call primaries baye ni ye nuru 15 ya ba be do 15 enkofo bi kra say be say primaries no ka ho ene eba asofo bebre kwadwa se mutumi ya primaries mutumi ya acclamation na mo ma sorry for nko yes you betimi control Holy Spirit kofo kra ka say sa argument na sorry bebre ye nde e bogos as nanado onka say mo bi anya sorry wa bie se mo nko asori mo ana mo say mo hwe mo ho ene mo Holy Spirit na mutumi control enti mo nko asori enti we de enka fa nanado ho ni nyina ye beka ho asem live ewo critical issues so ewo UTV ubetimi join here ewo UTV Ghana Facebook and afa UTV Ghana so ewo YouTube and as Despa Media ewo YouTube we do wadwenche ba benya bocha kenka ni nyina de amasanse munti na Ghana ye wa ade munti na 18 million kwatwo mudin ato aba nti my mpedifoni na kwa ba na o masesa no pay nya asem keto bebre bi te pa wo masori a wo matutom abasade ba obetimi ate ensem na se fa che emom se ye kache ekaka na bibi nti small technical issues ene ma ye ka eche no na so ye nya betena se de na ye beto aso a eno no mpedifo ye ma akwa aba
ye nia
doc se ho ye de abusafo no so ho ye ya da so ababeke ho council say ho ye
ja nyankopon ana so na am say me kai say na dog birthday
oh and a dog birthday oh
and a dog so to Range Rover
oh dog go to Range Rover
for the birthday
oh dog and you to Range Rover na ya fabra UTV ni outdoor no ma
ma me slow me en kind say
on register
registration number man
passing bia Ghana de ye kasa oh Ghana ye kasa oh Ghana de ye kasa oh dog de kuma so nti e ma chi nkwa ai onyankopon hwe so no ma nkwa tenten no o ma ho ban o ma nimde ni bisa ebe hu ana wa kodu prof so aka ho so ho ye dase enti enya position prof no ni ya o sika no eno dey true eno dey true sika no dey pa afasika na be ya sem e mo range ndi onye bi etwi onye bi etwi sika de ye o tika mu na ka no wo so sa tum se aka papa be de ka papa be de pa di e bom pa ma pa e mo se de ka no de ba na wa me register mo Ghana de o mo aye o mo jeje ye taxes no ye confront o mo obi otini ba bi e wo dwene no ho otini ba bi a obi aye na doye aso nyankopon aso ne da ye passe be che ne ka meti obi be che me bi a wo de mo nche me range kro ma me fia bi kro meje na obi abecho se chinchine a ena wona ka no na meti ya na DVL fo se omo be charge ni pakro no how unconscionable is that se ni pakro no mo age car no mo ko charge no na mo saka wa boys o mu twi cars yen register ye de ehunu mo Ghana no enema be council ma me shase free wo honom na kire mu Supreme Court decision no de bae no kofo bebre aka wasema koniaba ne ade but de mate wo mpanifo ka say Professor Sawe ho ne say Supreme Court gina ye no mo si ye no NDC kra ye mistake be bi o mo de asem no kofa ne say Supreme Court amfa kire mu a ogina so a odisi say gina ye no ama endi say kotro din no said the CI 126 no etie but the entina u gina so aka say yenya sa Supreme Court si July ade so ye betro din 30th enti say review bi wo no ma wa chechire NDC fo nsa say ade empa no mbe gina so ade akoka say yenya review wo mra ni enti person na ode ye court na wo chire yemu
ya say mo eduma pa na de ma mi na eja yen sha say nukreni yen na nsa ne Supreme Court decision e bae no said the ane dodo na ka no say a Kai 2012 election petition now. Supreme Court better say any 2 minutes and we deliver our judgment. Taisi court do na be a court ne be my busy and na say judges no e be a bibinti no omo emmo amo ho nwie e ba sa de omo ye ne say omo decision o ma take ni de e fapema a conclusion on my friends and my reaching and no dear omunya anim obi anim say we asem okan no menyin tum radio kan meja tum judges ni na obi anim ni ne fapem and say bi oni gina bre in the I mean with respect to circumstances and then asem e dia beto munim enti se basa omode eno beto dwansa ansa no manya abota kotena se atwero oma no asem nyina ne ho reasons omu wi a enya se e ba be kan daache nimum wo ape bibia no wo call register ha obama copy the 20 cities 50 cities nsa be kan wa de na ne kure omuni say e my sa decision written decision in maya e manie den so betimi atena say make any analysis because unim kwan kura nipa no fa so enti wo se asema waka no onyintu ne mianim ne kure ni amete yen me hwe NDC for nsem mo de court na me ni je hu yi pa bebri titru pa ye da bia abai foforo bia ba na sabi oni abeye ya sambe bo ejina na se obi ansa ma twere ni din da bia sabi nsemu ni koso enya de se boy moye kwan bia so ese esika saye na amsejema amanfo bi num afa kwan bi so se omu de da bia se omu no enya sika free ye ho abatum ndi kwa kro ba so me ya ne se ne yentro din foforo da bia yentro din foforo da bia yentro din foforo so o constitution na said the NDC for the coin no menka for the constitution ni nya NDC ni NPP for
okay
constitution ni kire am pass article 45A say electoral commission or ho kwan say obetro ye nyina edin o nkratem no twa no wi a eno achi no abri bi obe na me say ebi obe bi fufuro bi anje said de wo ho no dada no en wo sesem
Sana constitution kan
article 45A
Sana article 45A kan
okay this is constitution bro
me reverse it here
article 45A as more kan enti wo be compile register and subsequently to revise it only in accordance with law article 45A as more kan enti na ya na me dan say finally sanse muhunu ni sika say eni adaje say ni nyina eto obetwa esanse NDC for ba omosi introduce fufuro sebe omonya kakra to mbotom NPP for ba omosi introduce fufuro sebe eja omoni omobusuafo benya anya krono abonti da bia de omode ye obia ba se be hwa every 92 ye sha ase okotwe odin a ye ma ID card a odin kwa na ne ID card ne so efi honom ye se eno nye enti ase wo mbebri enti yemfa sebio enipa de tom printing ka ho ne de tom printing ka ho na enti ase wo because ema register no more credible every home yes you are fed there no kra anye yemfa e pictures and to ID card no so into din any picture ni enyi tom print din free is that tom print ekuta wo me dem say tom print we wo afia wo dia na say doctor dia into yemfa picture ento so na di picture to so di picture to so yes akọ ani ma say there be picture no kra black and white into yempe into afed yemfa colored picture and ento so na nyankopon adom no na ya yemfa eno kra ya wie kra 2010 2011 yes ya no kra so enye they say ye be biometric nti ne wonsa open wonsa ni nyina ye be take your fingerprint ni nyina ye wi ansa ne atwa ohunfoni bibia e de ato honom se be ya e chenanko wuntimi ko bibia kra ansa ankofa enkoye ID card foforo eno so was a better improvement na se ya de ebe ye se bio why na etima kire me se sa ne ye twa me nyina mu bie ne ho a enye nti ye se ya de foforo na eno nti no se bio e ko se sika ne ye sa adaje ema ye nyina ye bre obre hunu obi adimi enkyere sa nkyere mu
okay
obi adimi nka say de se biu apart from yensa fingerprint na picture no ye de bia ye nan kokromuti ana se mpo ye chi brabo obi ebeka ho nama ensunsune kakraka bia beto de ne ye woda danim we de ebe foforo
da bi se ne o maka sa asem no o maka about say we ne o de facial recognition beka ho nti e be sesa
na me ke say ye o mfoni dada ye o mfoni dada esa e colored mpo your biometric mpo
aso maka say you bloated our parties ni nyina including NDC debate omo your floor of the parliament ko mu nyina including minority leader jitu mu say your voters register we or how wo ho
na me adom sabio wo bi dada so how wo ho a constitution ma kwan say ultimate revision revision na ebi ni sen so office or how ho obi a wonim na so wo ma ye nyini di film ni di na be ye film sabio so obi a wu na so ni di na so wo ma ni di na be ye film so obi abodam na so office enti won timi nto aba ni di na ye film sebio obi okuta mienu miensa me ka se ekoto aba 2016 there yetimi yi bebre be more than 50,000 ye hu se ambassador nipa prayer or register or ebi asoga kope wasan ko register or ebi akumase the same pictures in fact yetimi match ni nyina film which means there is a system it be detected some amount of fraud in the or a voter register.
But has that system been effective?
Well, at least it was effective in the past. So if it is not effective now,
are you sure say it's not effective?
Say ultimately 45,000 plus every month. Say you only can deploy a better system to remove further.
Okay. And the council only Supreme Court na nyadwene.
There be na but ma me answer. Enti say me can the make question say so we say nyema dia ye nyina bepem ne ya. I see for fraud without any solid justification. Na Emma and some uncle nkofo omko court yi sebio na nsem no abawom say some court na Supreme Court ko chechim na se sia meti obi sam ni Supreme Court ya adwena na sam na munya adwena minti minka adentra because me nim enyina so mu gina so anti mu ma decision ma ye no se ma hu nyina so na ebia I probably will be more convinced that we had a very good ground. We have a very good ground to reject ABI and NDC for decision.
Okay.
Now, see, and some NDC for the court.
The chance I can't. Remember, some about hobby. Now, I call Article 45 now. What can
oh, very good.
Which is yeah, 45A. No, baby, I will say because that argument is easy. Supreme Court anyantum.
Very good. Yeah,
Nana, but say I come back to a summer up of Sasari Moya argument. They say Supreme Court and fa and Chiremo and Madi and Tia or Digina is see any bar said you de bar ye no nature say wa Ghana asem we ni manso twen no said about bia come beto ne yemo because the NTNDC for court say Oma Kumakra as a Omu is unsettled. They say they believe a canon.
But many nyadwene to that extent. It's say the medical kind, so the Supreme Court here say me ho. In fact, it's a fast track approach. A big client see that.
Okay.
A being see that within less than 3 months, the whole case had gone from trial to delivery of judgment. Me who be sad in less than 3 months. Sebeka ya oma eboman ka tom e ka say sa case we omo be di akire yi. No ma yam na intem se be betimi ejina to ato aba. It affects the pending election. It is the Supreme Court at me has sacrifices so much of their time. I think they rather need commendation than condemnation.
Okay.
Because said the making I said me case you call a Supreme Court etia a finance minister offer $2 billion euro bond okoyemi. Enfie miensa ni akire afekwa na judgment aba. Enfie miensa ni akire. The point is that se oko Supreme Court enya better sa.
Okay.
Enya better enya se you nyawo. It may take you a lot of time. Try be enfio and enfio mo so. It's not say be enya so mo te okwa o madeda. Edwuma e no ho. Enka enya ne kra nyankopon adom e bia numbers no e do so kakra. Me gidi se enke wanwe a e bet take so many years and san what me wi. It is a way o ma said o muti year 2012 election no. Aje tum say we ehun hia pa. Enti de bibia beto nchane ahwe am ye ni edi sa asem yechi. Ni etime wi ni ntempa se be betima to aba. I think so my idea. Nemom de ha adwene obi e kai bia ye nya betima aja tum say nanka se de omuti tu omu che se omu sacrifice no maye am ye wi ntem nanka ye expect se nke any decision ni nya baba because the obelusu any the obewin omu nyina obi our right of a review. Se bi onya the obelusu nko a because obetima masa wa win nenso kwan kra fa so e win e no kra chale wa kra tum se we ankoyi wa win de so enya sana na open enti omu hwem na ye nhwe se metima insakra e bi uma
okay
so enti safa no ni nyina enti tambia obi beka se bia ndc fo bia no I think se nipa no na bia wo hwe asem no enka ne san se de wa win ne kra na betima ba so wa asem ka wo
okay yeah be heard the issue because a unanimous decision no 7-0 na 7-0 pa na obetimi enya a friends review say court no ani judge for akese atele nso wo ma be san ba sisan wo ma dwen de be san ya asem ba doc ma me twa
say ma to aso ansa 7 ansa na doc bebem no and review no enya sa 7 na na kwakotena so review no sa 7 no o ma de ni ebi beka ho be ma so de mienu beka ho o ma de se enum beka ho ana say impo and 9 but at so long as it would ensure say there was an odd number there's no strict rule say 7 na there so no mo so ma dwen nemo so de mienu ana 9 ana enum eka ho a etimi sesa se ye beka ya chachuchi kata
ya ni review no
sa bibi sa na koye president Akufo ade ya che na president Akufo appointed nipa be mienu miensa so monko na Supreme Court isa se na omuni nipa dodo o honom sa amre no ampa omukọ ka ho no ene ma ne sesa we de nyame adom nipa na bebre ho Supreme Court judges na bi ho se ko ba se obi ko reviewer so long as you have a good basis for a review e bia wutie nya nkopon bo a obetimi tilt the balance and it tilt to whichever way it goes, it could affect the running of the next election. And the idea, say, you because we're disappointed, say, decision mantama, and maybe there's a ground for that because really, a bad in because say a shas here from 30th, a running election, your friend saying registration. Now say in 2 weeks' time, decision eba na the person file for review, na review no a sustainia. Na sebi o dia ye nyina
major issue
ka na sebi ye koya na se ne buy sikasa ye ne adaje se ye and already medical can say ye no kra no already sikasa ye dada with or without the Supreme Court decision it's say we do not need to continuously every new government to have a new register.
May to your border and also Article 45A.
It's not sustainable.
Your baby Article 45A, no, so not even beyond a cana a woman issues, whether or not constitutional, Sabra or Motre, or Mojine, who say, Chinchini, I a register back. Na ye review no me enya for fraud da ye beba no but doc me pese me je wadwenche o Supreme Court we won particular a bit me affect 2020 ana
yo me da se lawyer Eddie kan amanchire mupi aspect me fafi time ma nchiremu ne beba se nchiremu ba na se on dey asem no court no enya on ho ntiase a omeka so omeka review eno na ma ebia sika ne niema ye de akohye edintwuronim no na ebia na eso ankoba mfaso na emom sanka ntirase ne bantama ebema obi anya ne ho ntiase na ehu se we yento aso anase we yentwentwen so wansa na fia onim sa niema ekoso nyina trust issues
GDA obi ni mani
obi ni GDA mani yonko atwitwa amene bia sura ya na na kura ni nyame ani me ne waka o radio so pen say oman mu ye ni structures so wahwa omo ayesi yesua omo no esi yesua America yesua UK how many of those countries na yebeto aba what is ye dey register ye bisa ye ho sa asem how many times now to say register ye ko ntokwa ma obi kura nya obi ku obi anya ni yonko ni eno ntina ye mu bi oha I have advocated say even a kwan e fa so ye electoral commission no members no see ye hwem ye sachere kakra na say wabisa on hu bi o say obi wo opposition na o say electoral commission enye or government mu dia electoral commission dia oye osoro abofo akoso na say who opposition na electoral commission na wo mpe na sem no etumi organize election ma wini a na che say wo betumi akase ono so bibi papa bi wonimu omanpanyin Akufo ebe president no na nye sebe na ban ene yi electoral commission enso wini so ho ena opanyin Akufo-Addo so be di president nyo no na appoint electoral commission ono so tumi be wini na dem pa na o register nim ebi mu nim me no mienu ye nim ehoni asem na obi a mpese obeka den ne wom say you say we are president na o America na wo time aso o be fi ho a ya structure ka wo betena mu kura nya wo na determine ya to hodeda omo be hwe o ka so omo be hwe ceremony bibia ya ha de ye ne ka se me pese we ba me pese we beba ntisi ya say obi anyini yonko ni na ekoba ne sen na ye koturo din na se me wo ba no 15 years a meka se me party be win nti me mana koturo ndi den na wo kira kwara no o kira nse ne etwa ntro o kira no kro no o kira ne yema pi na ewie ne se ye kampanyin boni a akwara no so ya akwara boni obenya be panyin boni akwara boni na be panyin boni enti e wo se ye hyase me ne wonamfo pi me ka che me se politics eye ne obeka se politics nya bia nya no kore ne mu niema afiafia ho na ma nipa bi mpese wondo ho mpese politics na susu ampa se minu aketu bi pese okoye politics me bi se ufri aban mu a ana wu lusu power den na obetumi aye obi oha na bibia na e politics nti se ye koturo din ye koto aba election wini o dodo na agina voter register ya ye ko hontokwe enti na obi ani abre ho no na se minu bi ye na djuma ewom se aban bi betua am wadjuma koso ana wadjuma bi be kofom nanso se wo ye adjuma na ye ne genulia o etada bi a wo mfa ho ne aban a owo so onim se ye den a wo ne ama be koso na obi o ho asebi wansuansa no nyuma bia oninim de bia nti okwa ode ne bibia ehyem se aban we pa me behwe me yetu aban we yagu den na medi obi so ka kire ho se me behwe pa ma aban we se afi we se yensan wini esan better position 4 years ene esan na ne ma be sei sa niema no na ehye nkofo nkunan se ene kwan bia ye fa so a ye de niema enses niema enye behyem na esese ye de hyem nanka sabi udi line mu eturo udi mra no so a yesi kan bi na me so me kan
yeah
ye nyina ya adwene ye kro de anka ye nya nipa o ye nyina yetumi nya adwene kro obi ani ne sabi ope na Jesus kro ha ba ye Christopher Jesus ba ye no nipa no no mo do so den oyi ba ko ka se we na me ko me di machi eja no ye nyina yetumi mpe obi asem sabi se omampanyin Mahama so ye mibusuani anka me pepa kama ni beje omampanyin Akufo-Addo o ye mibusuani a ka be me de enti yenhwe enipa no nipa na ye di omachi na ye pese ombedi ye nimukan no adwen ben no wo nsusuye ben no wo mehwe se obetumi aboa And there's one thing we all lose sight of. Umpe, aba yebetu. NPP ebenya 40% edadem. NDC benya 40% edadem. You don't need a soothsayer to tell you this. Kakra na aka no mo koche no, eno ne ho ntokwa yo. Because nipa dodo na o NDC. Then na be ka be man asesa na dwe. Obi o be ka se o mani anye, menya bibia isan se me boa aban no bae, menya bibia nenso me do okuo ni nti mekoso ato abama no. Nipa kakra bi na be se o madwe. Nti kakra na aka no ena o mo kopre ho. Na se empanyimfo na edi ekuo na nim no wo oman ho adwempa se yenkoturo din yemme nipa won se no mo fata enye din nyanwanwa se yetumi kwa akofa ahowo foreigners e mo mbeti amudi enye parties ya when e kofa under age for mom turo amudi ye party for when e kofa foreigners e sense o pese o win election ti na o win election na se nipa dodo na empel enta wachi a untumi muo man no
in this case no the Supreme Court na can settle sa
Supreme Court may say I expect to see a structure say voters register and such that untumi mba me ka se me mesesa no ana we sesa no yenya ne nia ebe mo bia kuma to ne yem sa ade we de ade papa tama ye ko school ni register first mi mpo na minim ye bia school na mi demirika giska e o ma wo fo no makotua fees sa na teacher ni no tro bookum nti obobodi na obobo omo matua fees ni nko ya ni abo mi din tem na obi atua na atwa ko register ni ma mi din ye o ase ho e be bo bi e be du so kura na o refu se ye mo din na se obi anim se register yi ya ye wo class na edin wo ma onni ho argument bia nti ye nhwe kwan ye fa so e be ni ye ni yie na se mra kura na ye be hye ato ho se hwe omo eboa kura ma register na bia be bloater na enye papa na asotwe be na ye de mom ye to aba ni wi a hwete sam na obi akoda wo se ye challenge obi o se ye ko tribunal o se ye ko hwe se unni 18 na akọ register ya ana ya chi nipa be aduonu na ye si television na ye di o magina si ye de o mo kotum then o ye ya akọtro ni di bra na unqualified so betro ni enipa e de be yesu yehunu na ena ma mi di NCC hu yi ya no NCC ya mom to me among akande say wo mu nkyerɛkyerɛm omo ma education public education
ma o makade o ti wa ya
akande de
akande de mo mu bi nanu ya 100 Ghana covid buy o say 100 Ghana for every district office they no bet me aye
nti media mo mu bi
because say ye structure ni ye say ye structure ni ye ni ye hu say ade aya ye wo gina ho na ye wo so gina ye nyina gina na ye we de nyina ya gia
me pese wo chem structure no dey na what do you mean by structure
the structure ni say ye kotro di ye tro ni such that obi antumi mfa bibia mafiafia ho ye tro ma ye nyina ya gia tum say ye fa kwan papa so na ye tro ye na say ya yam na kwa ta chiri
the omo process no mo de tro na wonya we o mama kwan o mbe tro di o mbe fa facial recognition say de ba obi mmewura mu ni ade
e kwan be na ye fa so aye ne such that in the next 8 years obi so remember ka say ne amaye enye papa
okay
asama mekan ya
e kwan be na ye fa so say ye nyina ye be gia tum say ne ye nko ade ne atwam nyina atwam ye ntumi nsan kofa because this is not the first time I assess voters register ya assess pen enti ne ye koye den adwentoto be ne ye express be ne ye di omo ba am ye nyina gia tum say we nko ade eye ye mfa ne saa na emum ye be kosoa ye say ye be improve upon it since say time bia ye be ye nyina na maka trust ni owo aban mu sesia ansa na obeba aban na onyi ni say voters register ye papa ni owo opposition so owo aban mu na oje di say we ye papa nti obi anyi ni nyonko ni na meka say ansa na obi a be enye ni nyonko ni na afi ni a omunim a menum ye ni yenim
okay me pese ye what should be the attitude of NDC to say yam for reason here Supreme Court gina so a ode ne gina esie no ebetu dwa no NDC nye den other parties say okay because nye NDC coalition of omo against voters register no me press conference omo say omo ni nye the Supreme Court na ka no ho nti that is clearly no ye were a very substantial number of Ghanaians the EC no wo so ani nye ho but I was here to aba say ojitum te do ka was here to aba
asemsi a nti na ye si ye nko hu mpanyin nti se wo ko hu panyin na enya asem bia panyin beka ena bia wo bejo so na wo beka se o panyin aka de megia mu sa me de se enra ana enra chi mete se o man panyin mahama ka kire ni party for se obia nkoturo ni di that aspect I respect it so much because one koturo odian one ka se on to me nto abani bi se nyame ya adom na o man panyin mahama be president na one nturo odian on to me mpo appoint as minister nti ese se obia koturo that position and because he is the leader of the party no that's why I like his position enya ne obi fufuro bia aka nti ye nyina ye nkoturo edi ye kwa se NDC o se hwan o se NPP o obia anya na dwen se obemma omo a omo se fata se omo turom di e na ombetro na yankofa nkwara ama yankofa ahoho ama meka ho ye wi a san ba kun ye ho na sebi abato okura anka de nti na o se ye ntokwa ade nti na o se ye ntokwa because ya to aba me ma contest election e wo school pen the fact is obia nto ama nche se otan
okay
wo ye nya ye ho ntiase e ya dwen kire wo pese ukokumanse o kwa abefa nsa wom obi se me nso me kokumanse me kwa mefa mankasim akofo oboase ne hiase ye nyina ebedu kumanse ne mo obi a wokwan obefa so enti nipa dodo na ebeka so o kofa mankasim e kwan na wadodo ye pese ni obefa nsa wom na ne ye support no enu betumi kura ma wadwen foforo se next time me kwa me nso me fa e kwan foforo so enti ye nyina ye nkan ya dwene mom na ye nyintum se nienti a me I said somewhere before Nienti amani je say e dey asem ne court me mpene ye be demonstration ni nyina chire say Supreme Court
and I try
the apex court
na etwa de
na SSA
because they dey etwa
SSA etwa che say onwa ento onhu ase no omo leader say ye nkoturo edin sanka ombetie
me say omo ni choice bia because Supreme Court or the entia o take his decision no or the beba July NDC soon to me ntwe ye tro di no June
metiase but oh say yen to mean so nka say afi we yen to aba esa e be create constitutional crisis enti mimum de anka e cheopa na bepa say omompene ma yen tro din no na ye tro din a omom nye vigilant say ade no yen hwe say ono ye NDC ninti yen pene ma no tro din omom hwe say ombe defend ma omo amonkofo atro omodi ne yen ne baako ye wie ne ase yen nyina yade atoma ne de akoto aba
okay council kwan bi wo no ma bia obi betimi aka se NDC pese bia anya NDC kra obi pese oye review court no ntwentwen so yisi ntwentwen di ntro na obecho no June no bosumi ye wie ye no so kosi se review kra no court no be ye
ubetimi akọ court nanso dodo na no at this moment there e be den se ubetimi akọ Supreme Court e san se wonka asem na ko Supreme Court no wonka nti wuntimi na se ye be kai a lawyer Bassett eso a file en semi prayer bi o Adenta High Court
yes
no so be ba so mse na watwen be mu no so be ba so na menya adaje nhwemu yie die na se den kesitie no se nke bia nke nyina anya ho adaje na nke ahwema nke bia nke no can operate to stay
Supreme Court no
there be
Supreme Court
there be stay Supreme Court but rather registration no electoral commission enti ebia but I for now say make me hu ye
enti na chese chinchine wo se ekotro din
enti se ekoba se enya contempt nko ade a eni ebetima akoso aye na dia na eden se wanhwe a by Monday no na obi so akofile bi gebe me de pa se obi file bi
Monday ho
na the Monday
on file den
then you be file bi so long as e be stop so ade is sense me medical
obi betimi start a fresh injunction against EC for state of execution
anywhere exactly by state of execution that be state say brofo no dey me say what brofo pa but enya abotransa
you the frafrata confusion
enti name we betimi file e be injunction bi na
against EC
no High Court na be but Supreme Court dey any ewie nti obi so cross bet pass akọ back to Supreme Court bibia no esi obi kwan so be call back to Supreme Court say ono so the fresh case aba
okay
what them tell say enya NDC for case no me so maba say dey me say ya say me ameti ha me ho kire me say me because me ntiase say the bia say registration for and no dey meti ase enye
eno kwa na mma ya aba ho na article 45
enti me dey me mpa ba me bo anso bi be ko no cross stop mo is an say eya o man nyina ye nyina sika e na ye nyina ya daage e na ye bese no
ntu de for sika nti obi nko court stop it
nti obi nko nye sika no nko nti adaage se ye so ka ho
se me se me nko
me amede me nya nwene ho se me ya meko esa se de bo so odin pa ne bo odin pa nye se ye sabio ye mfa ano sa enkodonwe nti wo be so kwa na okodi me nya sa sika no na ne kremu ni me mpa ebo ne se obi momam nko no nko stop ade no because ebe boy nyina I mean hu ne nti a obi nkse mu de nti ese sa registration for odi obi mami just one good reason sasa me fiti bi say nya na
eno na make
one good reason
eno na me say there may reasons in be easy there ma me mate eno na me ka che doc no say omo say voters register e bloated enye papa enye credible sabrofo no sansem we enye
brofo keke no bika
ba council omo de call parliament ko mo ye debate no afanu nyina gitu mu say ye voters register o how wo ho ti ade na won ti ase say enye foforo
ti odo na make so how be na enye curable in law
okay
or in practice
okay
or how be no we ase asebio this is a coronavirus corona ene bi
ni cure no ne say omo ye foforo
da bi da ena make us enye no creda sebio ye dey to about 2012 na ki oho na ki oho ne dey to yi omo an ba badwam ka so ye nyi bebre film isan say omo double registration omo yi film sebio dey be what is the guarantee say eno dey problems problem say wo we mu no what is the guarantee say emma foforo na also ba be yinim so we say ahoho a register sa ahoho no ade omotu kwan na
ana mu na inti no mo close border ni nyina no
inti
no mo di facial expression
inti di ono da so wo mu na
facial verification abeka ho
di ono da so te o man mu no ono so ono o di register sa ahoho no ono
inti no so no ma limited documents ade register no wo the passport wo the NIA card inti yo ho a wo NIA card ne che say wo ye non citizen inti me fa no so be register
and so he fa na was a non citizen
and I said it so we procure no wrongly dada
na hanum ho ne sabio Nigeria for ne Togo for musa na ni Ghana passport musa
but we can make that assumption too
it's not an assumption it is a reality
say bebre wo passport
na Ghana passport so there wo betima tena ofie kra no when your passport without even moving a leg the ohiani sika anya no ani so she ya
I said this way no
and ntina na
me anya no ani so she ya
structure asem no say ye ni say
very serious issue
one name say sabio
ye nhihye say obi antumi mfa kwan emmehyem wabra onka ho
but nhihye no so na mo so mo person bagia atum no doc nhihye no enne de o maka no facial verification o man say only NIA card any passport is that not enough structure
and I make us say hwew ye hwe kwan ye fa so a ye ya ye nsan nkoye foforo bio nti kwan be na ye fa so a be ye ne sa ne nyina yate ye ho ase se ade we ya ya ye die papa nti obi a sebe obefrim ne yakoyi ne dia fim en me mahu obi a ne busuani aka ba bi a ode ne dia akoto abada Ghana ha
it's a verification no
verification no ho antina me ka se
bia wo so still
boni ene we ye nipa na ete ho no so obebo am wa ya adwembo am wa ya ne ensa obeye enti asotwen ben ne ye fa eto ye ho so se wo ye ade aketua bi ne atwen aso kese a ebonhu it says as a deterrent enti oman ni nyina ya nyintum se obi a ye behu se wakoye electoral fraud no ye ma na asotwen ye ma na emu odin na obi bia opese oye adekro na bio no obebon obeka akire ne ho se ade ya mekoyi emwa me obi akobbo obi asum ato aba ama obi awini oto aba no ko wanhu ne da ofra ne kura onfa na ukobbo obi asum ne echi ukoto mu a ne nipa no obeya se obeba begina ebia ansa wo manim ho no ase wo ho tesen ne mom hit na wo nkwa wo fam wo ho no nkwa na obefam
okay
ade ne yenye ne se ye wo busua ye wo societies pi wo mam even nsore kra mimi societies on kan ho a odumi kra ma ho ye ko ye nimye ho ane oman as oman Ghana no yen kan kire ye ho se yen ko an ye koye ya de Ghana register sabe enye West Africa register enye Africa register ne ye koye enti se wo pene so se obi a onye oman ba eba betro ni din dia dan se wo ye oman boy fo and na kwan be ne ye fa so a ye betru aso such that obi fu from koye ade kro na
okay
onukre ni afia mamen kan so aso se Sabio say NDC and answer NPP for aja to no interest you.
Okay.
Esan so mu nyina sabio ye nyina ni kronokro na no mu nyina ebo. Emu bia ni ho a sabio wo ne kwan a obeja wo. Sabio krono a NDC for boy e mo de kɔ he. Menyi ni sa asesa. We mu ba ye bia jama. Sa asesa na asesa ne se ne kese mu no mu bɔ. Enti so mu mienu kra agitum se ye enkyere se ye. Menu mienu ene ye Ghana fo. Ye mienu ye se ye hwɛ. Se krono no so bɛte. Na sabio de amfata so bɛte. De anya so bɛte. Ye adwuma no. Eno man pani eba mu ka se eye se ye behwe eni kwan se ye nhwe han ye nyina ye me hu
citizens.
Thank you. On mine do ene ye se o de kasa enya party do
and that's what we
enya NDC ni NPP for do omu de ye mfom ho me meti ye ka me nkura nkasa party mi na nka egu but me ni hu to me bia ezan se akromfo na do so omu do na main kanto aso se sebio enye so simple so betima ka se bia we ye Togoni ana we Nigeria ni ana se we sebio ko boda so a ukoye boda etwa emu nyina esi a abeden mo se obetima ka se we di we Ghana ni na we di Togoni. In fact na ensem bi di mete ekra se message ma ekro ni bi okra uduru ha je se okọ the other country ansa na wetima ba wo kra Ghana o memu isan se ekwan kra na ho to the bia town border towns no ekwan na ho just what yes say Togo say Burkina what yes man san wasan aba ukrom enti sa border towns no sabio bede wo hu say we di ono e Ghana ni esan say border towns no nyina so dodo na akasakro no moka de o Ghana fa no de o Nigeria fa no ampa so yes sikakro mu di kra so e sikakro na no mu di
yeah
ko border towns na say sefa o mu di sefa ni cities na afra enti a hot side e bi ho eden te say nipa sankofo no se sankofo sa no na so no onya ba enkran ana kumase ana babia wo ko hwene maka so onya Ghana ni sen senti.
Okay, council me go back to article 45 no na me chire mu ma ye wo wonom 45 no say the electoral commission shall have the following functions: A, to compile the register of voters and revise it at such periods as may be determined by law.
Nti ho na asem no ho no ne asema ensem na ndis for the court no ho ne ba ko na me ka se ne ne hia me pa esan se da bia medical me mfa hu hia se me kan bebri sika se ne adaje se no hu hia se da bia this year voter register for so tie asema constitution ne kana wo say you betimi electoral commission na djuma ba ko titru pa edikan pa ene se obeboabo nyina no ni atwere din si atwere din wi a eno achi no edin twofoforo bia ni hobiem na emum de ho ne se obetima ye de ho dada no emu nsakrae abribia nsakrae kwa na obetima ye
okay
nsakrae obetima ye ne sen ebi obi tu kwan na oni han mabra na wotwere din no se ni pa ne ba e so man kwan wotwere din make say bia na obi wo yare wo da hospital wentima antwere din se ne hotor na so ba e so man kwan obi wo ha abra wotwere din no 14 years se nyame adom 18 years man kwan man ntwere din se bi obi wo ha make say kra sebio no abodam nyame adom se na adwene mo eda ho kan man kwan man ntwere din de no da afiase ono no wo anya kwan ankotwere din won constituency se nyame adom emfie num emfie nsia mo na to oto ye no eto atwa se yese wo mrafi wo ba fi a wo so man nto aba yeso man kwan no otwere din sa nkofo sa nyema we na wo ya ye fe no revision so ni bi ni sen ampa ada wo twere din na meti ase ntimi twere mi din enne menti ase bi menka ate ase fo ho bi
te o si yi
so yimi din film revision se bi o wo se obi o ha bia mistakenly accidentally ni din no ye twere no e bia ya printed ade nkwa ba mienu miensa nan ana obi o so abo apaye okotwere din enne wo twere ne hanum sei en wo ko na kura ase wo pese ho no nkoto aba en so wo ba ye nte se de ama no wo ntimi ni so no se ha ene we de mento ntwere na menya foforo en wo twere din na kura ase eno de ebo apaye isa se se amode ma na se chinchini a on san ko back to bunkurungu yonyo ansa na wotimi akos wo de transfer ne de aba baby wo ba se wo te eyi kumase aso ase aba de wa ye sa adwuma no wo hwe ya no se da bi ene mento ba ko na ntwere na mentwe me din foforo aso ase en wo ye ebeba no na ne din na mienu
exactly yeah
more software multi detective we nyina indeed mudika ye bi mutima sani we nyina delete ni nyina is part of review no enye se ya twerɛ di na wie but say oh there be say book we there say ho atete dodo nti ye ntontwene ne nkwa foforo eno nya review eno a compilation of a new register.
Okay nti de omo ye new register
no mo so pese omo ye
nti ujiri say etia article 45
sapap enna make say no na me ho na me manage ho say NDC court omo koye no ho na me interest wo
ase Supreme Court anya antum
ase Supreme Court anya antum but eno ne enim reasons nti o ma anya antum na me nkyerem so already NDC for the court na some omo no kan ni efa sa asem no ho almost and the first one the anya so manya ntum NDC for no etwen no sensan omo call Supreme Court ka so omo nyi ba ko free unfortunately no omo ko yi free
nti ujiri say upon adage ka wo de nka be person ka no mo
no because anyway because me say the medical care me pese sika na ye say ne adage no me de nka person ka tu otwa enu ti na me interest o but omo maka na e enya no ti na omo no ko because omo first a year friends relief the no omo Supreme Court no mo pay yes a declaration that upon a true and proper interpretation of Article 45A of the 1992 Constitution, defendant has the constitutional power to and can compile a register of voters only once and thereafter revise it periodically as may be determined by law. Accordingly, defendant can only revise the existing register of voters and lacks the power to prepare a fresh register of voters for the conduct of the 2020
where NDC4 case.
NDC4 case of the coin. Yeah, first in so the and it is bordered on Article 45. So
yeah, but they lack the power. But and also say a complete affront to
no. There be any make an one or say a declaration that upon true and proper interpretation of Article 45A of the 1992 Constitution, defendants has the constitutional power.
Okay, they have
constitutional power.
Okay.
To and can only compile a register of voters only once.
Okay.
To and thereafter, revise it periodically.
Okay.
As may be determined by law.
Okay.
Into the almost amount of the court.
The constitution can
almost says the constitution can. Constitution say, obey to prepare voter register no. Bakope.
Until the other NDC
and no, the obey my answer the be obey system. Obey system. Yes system. Me dey be anke system. Ka for yes bia nanka.
Yes system. Nti ade na for ade na NDC free.
And na make say omo ko do no Supreme Court e dey bo em say o man prepare. Omo ko do na Supreme Court say mo relief 1 any relief 2 because almost alternative relief 2 almost say okay so Supreme Court no relief 2 and then saying a declaration that upon the true and proper interpretation of the provisions of the Constitution, specifically Article 51 read conjointly with Article 42 of the 1992 Constitution, the power of the defendant to compile and review the voters register must be exercised subject to respect for and the protection of the right to vote.
Okay.
And to almost say Supreme Court, and to sue me in the omope. Sana mo call. And the Supreme Court, omo do na Supreme Court say there be, and omo mo njusu the minimum in the omope.
And omo committee omo no mo choose 45 no. Which o wadwin mo no nka omo ja 45 no a.
Nka ye mo man Ghana.
Okay.
Sabio asma me kanya NDC for asma make o. Man Ghana ho asma make. Because me di kan ka say NDC NPP di gukura nka mepe. It is some make a young man once and make as my okay, because I say a multi-party democracy, but do memo. It is an NDC NPP. Your best 17
political parties
on the register.
Papa.
Political parties in Papa.
Political parties are Papa or Ghana. Emro 5. Yan kan okre
dia na enyina so be na ade kasa
electoral commission
kasa o de me wi a ye beto aso because eno de enka ne nka obi akra ni papa obi akra nka papa bi anim
sa
fa de say de yesu kan na mumu hwan obi enu
papa that's why I keep on
saying on
the structure
when what it kra if one kra bi ni ho so sana kan dia
electoral commission no
definition committee electoral
obi aye political party
obi enu committee electoral laws obi enu o
political parties
parties be Ghana ha you only hear their name when it's election omo office wa Accra head office branches ni nyina wa Accra ha nkwa oni bi obabia into either na political party
bisa ho da ben na political parties mu ben the mu dia he na etimi a file sabio
audited
statement audited account emu hwan na etimi a check kwan krom fa so mu nyum sika emu hwan based on this alone these two criteria alone omu nyina nke say e twa ni nyina enti no de Mr. Doc me amfa ho kra
nti enya 5 ho kra
tina me ka 15 ni ho ahwan ne de
enti na me ka
just on paper
Doc 5 no class menka wo de kasa o ka 0 ene nka meto range no kra ma enti en to aso Doc me so ho de wa na me bu afu am pay
just a political parties in the ojo mo kra
because papa bi ani papa bi ani
which is a very strong word pass papa bi ani
me ma capital letters
by based on osi omunni
based on the legal criteria papa ba ko kra ani papa ba ko kra ani enti say the making
you come back to 45 we say NDC for you mistake say
oh me so my mistake okay me say me there say nka me pa nka Ghana pa de ope Ghana here nka no mum na nka so nka mugina so say second one alternative relief no sorry Supreme Court exitum kra easy kra because eno ensahwe enkawe
kan
no say de omugitum ni mienu ma menka ni mienu en say a declaration that upon true and proper interpretation of the provisions of the Constitution, specifically Articles 51, read conjointly with Article 42 of the Constitution, the power of the defendant to compile and review the voters' register must be exercised subject to respect for and the protection of the right to vote.
Okay.
Sabio, we obi abet magiatum. Say asemo mo kan nitia wa ne say what kind constitution ni pa ya Abribia Electoral Commission be na dwuma bia no so oye with the view say obi a so oto ba bia na yetimi ma ne kwan ma ne to aba
okay
ni tia wa de mo kan no na sa nipa na so oto aba no Electoral Commission e bo ne ho ban no timi to aba se ne fata
na no de se na no bo
ne make say we there we no we kokota me wo se me nka se na nchero so the we kokota there na me enti Supreme Court oh da bi wo there ya jitum wo there 7 ni nyina obi ase ajutum because hwan anyiwe ntum se me mo ho ban na koto aba na me hwe so beto aba na we so enies obi ajutum nada mi hia emra
okay
they toss me Supreme Court ajutum unanimously a declaration that upon true and proper interpretation of the Constitution, particularly the same Article 42, upon the registration of and issuance of a voter identification card to a person, that person has an accrued right to vote which cannot be divested in an arbitrary and capricious manner.
Okay. And also it's an issue.
We any issue we say. Asema wo kan nitia wa ne say nipa no the Electoral Commission man kwan e man register na say man ID card, voter ID card wi a de omu kan akosia ne say sa nipa no say otimi to aba, sa nipa no so wonya tumi sa tumi man kwan man to aba na sa tumi no wutimi nyim free ni nsem se nya open no bia. Supreme Court say ane ampa yentimi nyim free ni nsem se ne tipa ni bia.
Because I know nye issue I was say debatable.
Nye
issue I was say Supreme Court.
We say can me consultation fee. Asem ti awa no. We nya asema Supreme Court to wholeheartedly. Say and is for money nyansa ma ya de mo kan eye. Sa pepepe and yes say no. Because the basis for anything. There aya asema say the me kan.
Enka ni say nko mu yi film no.
No. Eja ko yi film.
Inti say see ya do you be say do crossroads e betimi affect e say the beto aba no because say the dog aka no yempo yetumi nka say bronya boso me dey to so abato no ye postpone e wo say ekoto aba no
aba de beto say aba unhia new register no ato aba unhia new register
de wo adwen kire
enya ma dwen kire eyemra unhia new register
according to 45 no
na nya according to 45 asem kra you register ho say register na yentwem
register na nya credible
no
but say CI 126 na wo adwuma say CI o enti technically no your old voters register say nya
dabi afia Mr. Okan say na oya mfumso
lawyer
doc dey to aso
ono osua mra
doc Mr. yenya obia wo kakra wo
lawyer but at least me ma dwuna me o say ye mra na ye wo mo a o mo kire mra na se
okay
no correct
nti say Supreme Court kase omonko ye new one and no will supersede because they give interpretation their ruling is also law and I'm a lawyer nti near what constitution could be challenged but as at now say eti omanmu enei omo ruling no backing the CI 126 any e de beto aba and no near the new register. Inti per their ruling, no, there ought to be a new register. According to
Doc, Mr.
No, that is what
by the
ruling. That is what it is.
Mr.
Only nyabe sir.
Me no nyabe nyabotre. Enya se me nyabe keke enjire mu na enkoyi. Doc, and yet nyabotre fia.
Okay.
Nyabotre. Ruling no e ma ho kwan so be compiling new register.
Okay.
Now, he continues to make reference to CI
126.
Nyabotre doc. CI 126 no. E ma ho kwan say also person any register. Obetima ye in accordance with CI 126.
Yeah.
And CI 126 NK say existing register no. Ye twam. It is a electoral commission. It decided to even say new register no even 2 years after now. Obetima yomade. And they can still rely on the existing register to conduct every election that they wish to.
No.
There be council patrol.
No.
Council patrol. Say law ben and a regulating electoral process.
Nyabotre. CI 126. It lays a procedure for registering a new for registration.
But say a law.
A law. Maybe I can say a law.
Inti ababe law no. Laws that done it say CI 91 na first no. Nanka govern the electoral process no. Say a year adwuma na anya adwuma.
Of course it's that's another thing. That still will be determined in accordance with the wording of CI 126. Unless say we wait back say in 126 no ability bibia exist as at ne. So which man can say if it exists in the CI 126
because
then I can agree with you. But at this moment no Supreme Court on say by their judgment the order that nyina atwam na person what you say bibia say ni ho sa
because that is the interpretation and lot of lawyers
you may disagree but
laws that ni nyina atwam no say the Supreme Court akano about the CI 126
no of course no there's no dispute.
Electoral Commission for unko churo din no with in accordance with the law and the law existing say CI adwuma 126 no.
I think you are still not getting my point. My point is not say whether bit my trade and not been trading. My point is
and also nye issue no disagree on but dog kasemo can say laws that the nyina enye adwuma bio until Electoral Commission adwuma obeye nyina o ye nyina in accordance with CI 126
no and make say no there's no dispute about nyina
okay
and yan sana make
okay
until make say nintremu no and the issue nintremu na make can say the judgment of the Supreme Court no enka say bibi order the nyina atwam. It only gives the Electoral Commissioner the roadmap to conduct a new register in accordance with 126 CI. And I make us say, it is our person, even next year, he can follow 126 to do. But I also say, Semefa and say, Bibinti, when Timia new register, yet mean to Abba. That is the point I'm making.
Doc, do you want to say because
I have to be sincere. Me lawyer, but I'm just trying to me the maduni and kasa, not in terms of law because we purely a law. What you say? Or say or person or throw
let's find here 126 and to make it easier.
Or person throw din fufro. Or ye new voters register. And whom ran or the court of parliament and amateur. Inti say person or ye register fufro. Na say whom ran ya approval man there. Then or ye new register. Not relying on the old one.
Sure.
Inti all CS ni nyina will no longer work.
Sure.
What you say? Inti whatever
make us say it will still be determined say be adwuma na adwuma no it could be CI 126 might be an amendment of the existing one.
Okay.
It is a one kind I want to be for adwene and conclude in that way. Because it could only be amending existing ones. Say see I mean okay say make us my kind CI 126 am going to me no because the word they know am na for be no it doesn't mean say am right or harder than etwem. Because I'm not for bar, it means a Sunday or harder than it means I said the order than ma.
Okay, but in this case, 126 and that
what kind?
126.
What kind?
So that you can't voters register for from one.
Yes.
Good.
What that
thank you. Hold on. Good. Assuming let's pretend at this moment. Because I admit my kind. But said, okay, say if it's anything to go by, then upon what basis would you say I dare can voter registration exercise 117? Do you get my question?
And can voters register for home, but I can't processes.
No, electoral processes. I'm trying to bring you home.
Because I can't process it and can't new voters register.
If say 126 say only with respect to voter registration, na say the akano with regards to abatu oni ade then upon what basis would you say 126 extra abatu when it has not?
Enya abatu mu per se ni e kan cancel. The dog can one say. The dog can one say.
Clearly yes.
Adada na abatu odada no. Oka yento aba with passport. Yento aba with
hold on. Let me get one.
And they introduce abatu say it is only limited registration no. Only limited to
I'm finding 126
NIA card and I say obibedi ejiremu amao nti 126 no limit kwan a ofa so a udi ebeba voters register ni but CI 91 no ni ade ni nyina 94 ni nyina broaden kwan a udi beba krata
at the same time old register no ebi mo owu a omodi different cards
exactly.
And the new one is empreso. Empreso there is old one has nothing to do with the new one. It's not okoye new one.
And nothing I ka say na Supreme Court decision no e betimi am say akwashi old CIs ni nyina.
Yes. Unfortunately lawyers do not talk that way into the mo make more arguments. I mean because I cannot pretend.
Na who said the indemnity ye bomade say sabeka lawyer bento so omo Imani Africa so file amicus curiae so nko so be join asem we wo court so ma make determination we mu ntia person no so ba mu na ye who said the insem no whether or not new Supreme Court decision na wo mo aba no fa abato no dintro no se de ba udin be kon mani mu nko a ana se electoral processes ni nyina free kran koti kran ni nyina no etwa dadanum ama order for new order na eba.
Thank you. Asama enwani.
Enya no na
CI 126 any.
Na ye hu ni nyina.
CI 126. Very straightforward and simple, doc. Confirming exactly my position. What's the any? What's say regulation 1 of CI 91 is amended. And what can you say the public elections registration of voters regulation 2016 CI 91 is amended in regulation 1 by the substitution of sub-regulation 3 and sub-regulation 3 and what they win by passports a person who applies for registration as a voter shall provide as evidence of identification one of the following: a passport, an NIA card, one voter registration identification guarantee form as set out in blah 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 blah. By substitution for sub-regulation 4 and also was a registered voter shall not guarantee the identity of more than 10 persons. The principal enactment is in regulation 32 is amended by deletion of the definition of identification card. It is said in America now, way is only just on the issue of registering of voters. It means that all existing laws exist. In fact, it's only one part that has been amended. Said in America that my position is confirmed. So, just an amendment.
Just
the part of registration.
Okay. That amendment
it means
will not corroborate what exists. What you say? Any no all
you can't me bro mention antisa. Tika the all can na me ntimi nyiwa no. Enya fe na be camera for gumi so bia.
The American say amendment emrafo from na wa ye. No I say any dada no enya de kro enya de foforo a o maye
na me dada na nya
na electoral commission
what can I atum say onye lawyer dia ma me ntremu
we
no only amended just that angle of the evidence of registration nko a it means say bibia e order the nyina no exists, it has not been touched. This is what I was trying to drive home. And to a point say bibia twam did say bibia for France and atoba na make say oh no was wrong because this one doesn't affect anything. Until I make us in men cancer unless you look at the law because the law is not in your head. It is on paper.
Yeah.
You have to have access to it. And most of the law are in English, and you can read and understand. And this one only amended, and one portion deleted the identification. Just regulation 32, it deleted identification card. Otherwise,
just as even lawyers, no, a tell be a monte mo no. no can I make a say even more amono e tell be amonte mo until we sometimes disagree
surely.
But my
understanding is allowed.
Yeah, my understanding is different from
I completely understand
what you are talking about.
I can send you the regulations so that you can at least educate yourself on that.
But the lawyers deal with it.
Yes, because you say
she can deal with it.
Who call me? I only call him.
Only call him. And the ceremony.
Another person because you
sure.
divergent opinions about this issue. But mami kai enkofobi messages near the omodi aba na enkofobi bebreka se be ya ye frɛ other people no mo so chirem because ye ko about on manim no about be ye confusion. Ye besa ko Dr. HS Kanko na ya hwɛ say COVID any Supreme Court decision e be affect 2020 abato yi kwan a ye be fa so a ye be manage abato na say bibi ebe sesa e wo hu sesi a ye ka say NPP fo akwa primaries e na wo mo koye acclamation so e ne ya make say neck meeting e koso e wo Alisa Hotel cases nso kwa na e koso a ye say ye do 15,000 ma ban penifo akese te say yewra Matthew Poku Pempe eni yewra Dambotwe e wo University of Ghana Medical Center wo mo hwe say ye be hwe o mo magem ne hwe say said or more think can home farm no and ye bia a COVID nibi and I say a bibi for not just woman who said the same night but yet here crying him that say or swap for ya on a happy modern some so a cry what that ma confirm so on day were tested positive for COVID-19 but ye serious issue ye better than ya true din e was our COVID mu easy akada say o de obey bi o de bebo Ghana for ho ban bia no oguso a oye ehun adwuma nto so wo ho adwuche bia fabra na ehwe say better than ya boy ho but certainly doctor for penny for researchers me ade a che mu say 2020 about niema besesa rally campaign untumi nye eso konfosi NPP for nam rally in fact e bi say o mampani Mahama na na okọ Germany e de niema kobo a ni nuanom ana atorente mato o ma omunya boat accident bi no ho ache o mo konfo kra say rally e no koye e say enye sa because you video na oni ahemfo no e ka say na obi a hye mask no ne ade mo ma bonten ho no e na enipa outsiders be hye ade for no ebunkam efa o mo so kra mo say enye rally ti e be den e na yetumi anya abato na say rally si ni ho so a nkofo o mkoto aba voters o mbetin sem na se yie no mahu kwan e wo so o mu gina so a o mo to o maba na ende ye nyina yesempa e wo so otumi ede wadwen chemba ye hwe ni nyina e wansem eko critical issues wo live e wo UTV follow e wo Facebook so na wo so for wadwen chemba na fe nyina mo enkomo ye ne other lawyers be kasa oni say law no de e wo se de obia nti na ye ko Supreme Court to de bia oba judges ye be du ukaya election petition atukuba ne nkrofo na baby judges aka so na baby saa na law no tie eno na ma law no ye de na eye beautiful efe obi gina chen na ohwe a eni se bia adwene ekofa ako nti ye be ma lawyer fo aka abem no ma ba beche mani Africa so ye no mo betwetwe nkomo mo na mo de amicus career court a no mo se o mo pese o mo de o mo bagim omo ye citizens omo ye friends of the court we dey asem omo nyina so omo ni je ho pa we say omo to de omo begimu bi era Natalia Apia also wo Bowie wo Maryland o here live ye da se Akwesi Isaac no se for more for nana on fa any the Supreme Court be Canadian lawyer ayire ne ho a wo keka ne gidigidi na o se for more for nana Anita Kwenote wo se o share live from Bogoso o se if ya ene eye me birthday ntimi ne dog ene edi nana awotwe no se Nkrumah should have sold Ghana long ago said their dog a lawyer can say Ghana political parties ni na ye say be useless there na ka o say Nkrumah ton Ghana say Ghana no nya their political party bia be me nya mfaso bia wo Eric Kofi Apia Kubi no say they don't even care about Ghana political parties on the dog ne lawyer ya adwene pa o mo nwene Ghana ho ya wo wusu Japan o say if for other lawyers na we dey as emperifu akese mienu nyina confuse ye kra ye confuse nti ye beda na yetumi ahwesem no said ye koso Akwesi Isaac also you share live e wo Italy ye da se wo hwe ejebu ache o guesting no say more fire bim lady e no panelists no enyina adwuma mo ye na abna fosua aye o say ono so hwe for Tamani Town so bim lady we love show no discussion and all the ban so da se papa eja bata wo say e wo adenta e no hwe na abna fosua aye o so hwe ye da se mo nyina mo hwe na mo de madwen che ba chicho ye pese mo comment o voters register no ene gina ya Supreme Court no asie no ehun wote ase o nti ase o mi ehun Freddie Miller o say no if ya this is not a confusion matter lawyer mo me confuse obi a e wo ha no say on kira sem no say de etie Charles Listo ejakwa no say Lillian Akosua what is more lawless about ex-president oni Woyomi NC oni ne nkrofo nyina nti we enye obi ene ye lawless asema court na court aka eno an court ahye obi entie de Supreme Court aka no Kamal Mohammed no so o hwe live from Kuzero minim Kuzero baby crow Samson ata and o say if you where did lawyer we omo sua omo law no ne ade ajete law Supreme Court interpreting law na my area mo so ma ba betna TV so na mo confuse ye nyina sa o so the UK na odeba NSJ no even before the Supreme Court ruling no JDM echo voter region and o encouraging ko so omonto aba nti DM biem na esiedun ketia na NDC focus na Supreme Court afa na omde wonchechemu beba o Supreme Court decide dada na mahama kra ko voter region akwa ka che ko so mo twa mu din nti case na close nti obi eni ho kwa so san ko review bi ko ha court no so omunye review we ekobi omto omde NPP coordinators worldwide say if ya Smith from Tema I'm assuming that there is a vacancy in the position in parliament. Example, MP. So who are easy for any registration and sana. Okay. And the question always is MPB who are na ye kwato about by election. Yeah, na easy. Wom ko registration. Emma wom afa no modi 18 e wo constituency ho. Asana ya to aba na. That's a very interesting question. And also ode bem. Ono so ni view no. Tu so betimi ajoin na na fa ode nsem no e de atoye. Yenko ahomane so ye ne opening say Dr. H.S. Kanku chade wo Ghana Institute of Journalism or expert in communication any political marketing ne ho ensem nyina. Ye 2020 ya COVID-19 abe any say Supreme Court decision or the abane hon krone ba ba be 2020 about 2037 no etie doc anope am good morning. Hello doc am good morning anope
me ho nyina me ado me ho ye na oso e
nyakopon adaroma doc ye election 2020 ya Supreme Court ye kra ye tie anum say pedifo akese mienu doc Benjamin Ocheyankra ne lawyer Justice Abdullah there's a bit of confusion tie be settle sa confusion no but who say Supreme Court need this stage na ye we aba no 2020 elections so confusion wom in wadwene mu no confusion wom ana ye clear
election bia no idea different parties omo year contestation and I say most of the time no omo ni adwen back omo nyina omo year competition and as our competition no e fa nyama bebre ho etimi fa senia oman no kon etimi fa senia politics equal oman no etimi fa economy the competition or disagreement
doc almost so camera no say the be betimi hu wo TV no so because so camera ne ma so camera ne ma ye
oh Samu
aye so
because no almost unmute mic my unmute mic
eno ya microphone nko but I was so camera
no video no and I made video no so almost say start video my starting video
okay
mimi intimi humu
utumi hu ya ho ti emom okay emom na was so ya video no said about ube hu ya yo doc mba choko see eti o
enti sa disagreement no efanyama bebre ho enti medical can say it can be a disagreement at efa ebia senior omugo mind no maybe economy it mean a disagreement over political systems and political issues it mean a disagreement over policy and our political processes and one of the disagreements maybe disagreement over the electoral process and one of the issues are disagreement no one is over the structure and the conduct of the election. And some confusion in a democracy no say confusion and yes over fine and as we be now with the second and as the be and as you no we say law court 3 arms of government executive judiciary legislature in say judiciary no say ba say ebi awoni obi nya adwen a e ho na obekọ na wako seek redress enti the National Democratic Congress largest opposition party omokoye and na omoko seek redress on their disagreements with omo beye election enti oma court and a court no so oma chomadi enti if a confusion be our me I don't think say from a legal point of view no I don't think say there is any confusion because court they've expressed their opinion and all the parties including the NBC leader John Dramani Mahama ebeka say fine yati nneoma aka no it's just that ye nneoma nyadwen but ya accepting nneoma aka no nti he implored his voters say omo de omo nko out no omo nko register and we can see that has led to a spike in the interest from the NBC. Initially no they were not interested but Sisiano is like from a political perspective we share speech now my omo person mo change dynamics no they are using it as a mobilization tool say omo ko from omo pie omo ko out omo ko register any ade enti if it's confusion I don't really mean who like that where the confusion will lie as far as the basic parameters is concerned because even the opposition party almost from a campaign perspective which is what I'm concerned with naming a legal person and from political communication campaign politics perspective this is how it is playing out within the political system.
And Doc, Mami puts out for say especially in the context of COVID even registration exercise I won't say easy nani abre all year precautionary measures or the sanitizers or controlling nipa no or registration centers so many how do you think say 2020 about no ebekoso say rallies ni ade akese parties ni nyina ntumi nya make say NPP for acclamation e dey ama SSLS o mampani but no kra no o ma limited numbers because of COVID social distance ni ade nyina party ni mpani for say o honom gidigidi o mu control ni pan say dey ba bebre emma honom dey na yen hwe kwan say ye behu 2020 elections ye behu say yen rallies enko bio e bia media houses dey una ye expert on how will the campaign and the election be.
Okay, if you are Medasi, thank you very much for your question. Mijidisa is a very important question. So we share all across the world that so many countries, among the brave, democracies be brave, almost struggle this same way. So we see Al Jazeera, all the media networks, all my analysis discussions on that topic, we campaigning amid COVID and all of that. And see, I also yet to make unfortunately, election in the midst of yare kesiye unfortunately nkofusuro nko ebinumu ebinumu so yare still ignorance and disinformation so call on ebinumu krampo de omo njindi say yare no wo ho any ade enti and some no dey do so pa and me very happy say what the issue of social distancing so abem because share the last primary na very a lot of issues for concern. Just a social distancing, idea. Oman shut down observe it to the extent that we would have expected. And very worrying. I'll say everyone, like you say, in the crown almost acclamation of NPP's candidate, which is the current president. And so we'll be observing to see say observing the protocols and all of that because and one life is a life too many. And but that then brings up the question, say how are we be standing saying in the midst of all of this? Many believe say there's adaptation. Term I mean using it that the parties are also more adaptive and I say also more creative, even in the midst of the pandemic, instead of being reckless and putting people's lives at stake. They're also more adapted to the times. And I make us say democracy na if you on my front sometimes no say compared to international standards and just say copy and or say but sometimes also it me compare with the best practices international standards. They say saying other countries now fine they took it for granted like Burundi and we know the consequences. Ebinumu uko US Joe Biden omo presidential candidate Democrat no or use banker strategy or say otifie otine banker mu or say ompie nko bebia ena ni opponent no so Donald Trump ono sisi Debi on the onesa enti recently wako Oklahoma akoye rally ama almost say nyankofo bebreka na etimi baaye Ofi ho wako Arizona, wako ye rally fufro wo ho. Ofi ho wako another place, o se okoye town hall. Omo big rally kra I was Florida, o si onu de on ti ase obeye. But anopa way, ya ti say New Jersey now say I said your football golf wo ho say okoye campaign event bi wo ho, but we cancel. If you say New Jersey for Oma decided say they are putting limitations on Nkrofo Mufi another state eba beye event. In some crowd they put limitations on it. Yes, we cancel events. And the thing is say, I was saying share near everything abwai. Now rallies members, so but there are so many opportunities within every calamity or every storm. There is a silver lining. You bet me using media. Media etimi bemu me anka me started from internet but we be catch me say omo sebi rural areas and I say fast no omo internet omo ni sika omo better data any idea and will be leaving out some of them but we dem me started few ones social media. So for me no me believe say social media and online no e play a very big role in this election even more than ever before because nyamba be brave across the internet so enza anka betimi aba ho but mentimi amba via video and it means that there are a lot of things that betimi aye even in the midst of COVID. And first any social media and I will be to say so many things have gone on online and on social media so betimi trickle down nyama na Nkrofo kan on social media no and no there's a trickle down effect. So we share the principle, the theory of diffusion now a statifi baby now called opinion leaders. No opinion leaders, no almost catch below that. And still a lot of things making me play out on social media. Now if they are trickled down through the other networks, opinion leaders, chiefs, religious leaders in the communities. And you bet me using those opinion leaders. That's one. Fine, you bet me starting from social media. And it's a countries we are rally normally and online. They call it online rally. In fact, a bit more fundraising online. 2 days ago, Obama wako raise sika bebre ama Joe Biden. When finish what's online and I'm years fundraising no. Enti a bit more adapt so many means. Enti for me no, that's one. If you go a bit me adapt opinion leaders and stakeholders. Omo bit me aye the trickle. Omo bit me use the trickle down effect. Those stakeholders will then send that information out. The third thing I bet me use traditional media networks. To say a YouTube name your mark you bet me use your and you say media no play even more critical role than before. If you say one media network, I bet me reach in Nkrofo and media no also multimedia fair or multimedia balanced or multimedia give you access a man Nkrofo na omaba a platform also educating people. Also creative very critical programs on critical issues. Fine, great. Now on my platform, now by discussing campaign manifestos, party manifestos, policy issues. Said the campaign will be based on ideas, on policies, on issues, and not on very peripheral matters. And the media also will play that important role as a platform for the sharing and educating of people and the constituents and citizens. Because if there is an increase in political knowledge, it will Nkrofo for making very good decisions on voting day. And media normal will critical role to play. And it was almost balance. And also wait time, kakra wait time degree and all of that. And also mukodi sikafi we or no propaganda. No. And no the amumbo mind Ghana. It's media very critical role to play.
Okay. Doc, mama no ase ewo encheche mu odi ama any intervention odi ama ye da se bebre pa. Doc, HC kanku ene no cheche nkomo a wo cheche mu se media role I play no a very critical role, but more important the 2020 about na ye koso no. Obi we say our lives will never be the same. Enye said dada no ana ye koto aba ne sa no ne ma bebre ebesesa ebia ne sa asesa o se ne ye bibia internet so enkomo kra ne ne bo kra ene se ye bo no internet so data ene ye be use bagana de bebre ye te say de Donald Trump wa America say de dog kire mu no ono so wa America ono so ye ne de say abusuafo ye nto so say la wo live wo UTV critical issues ene ye de ebre ye hwe abato no any Supreme Court decision now dey eto dwa kwan ben so na be affect 2020 abato yi NDC ne NPP so aye say we de wo de be sie ni gegra say de tie bia na ye nim say 2020 abato e di bebre na kofo de ama boot for boot fire for fire nkofo bebre akan say abato we de eno an e be decide but ye hu abato bebre a na eye emu odin kra chen we 2008 abato ye to no prensa kotwa de twa to kra e wo tan abato mu Ghana efimu ebaye 2012 abato ye to ekra am ye court e bin sida first time Ghana ye de abato e court e ma court si na e ma ni nyina ya survive nti we ye be survive we be say kwan ben so ene ye nyina beti medu o se de ba manso ne ade bia e ma kanso say ya settle on ade no doc
no mami just 2 seconds
okay,
please
okay.
just to explain that bit the nitia wa na say emre bi e ba na say be amendment there's still a old emrana and that's yejuma except with the portion that has been amended sana emrana exists said they making kind CI 126 making kind and CI 91 with me say in effect CI 91 is still the ruling the existing law said they making the only portion as I say to see is all registered there CI 126 no abesesa sa registration side no kwa. Otherwise you still have to rely on CI 91 for everything else that CI 91 talks about.
Okay,
so that's all about it.
Okay,
na o kan se bia na nkan bese nkan me di hu konkonsa akra but
doc so comment on this issue no say 2020 about ne de na e chase kan ko ka say enko the same way enema besesa and also parties here ready to go along with it.
Of course, as I say, a basa sense, see, I feel be a sign. Corona na bana a hardware. The last time I was on this show, make I say, Sanka, a mrabema ho kwanya. Anka yima enipa nhwe. Baby enipa ewu. Baby enipa yare a oda baby a obre. Se mrabema ho kwanya adwenkyere. Because
yeah stories no
enra kura obi ka chem say corona we dey escafo yare enipa bi kura anyini so on say yaka kire o me kwa Accra Central enra mobo just a pity nipa be enum ensia to we bi to damini ade enfom obi anhye nose mask enfom enti say yes akwa rally then akoka asem na akoka say nipa nmetie na medical akase enipa dodo na wa na dwene dida jombe to ama no beto ama no enya wo manifesto na nipa pi de to abawo
not in Ghana.
No, not in Ghana. Sebe ye do ba bi kura enya wo nyansa na de to abama obi ka say o asomasi no ye fe meto abama no so enti say be akoya rally e ba akoya niam akase e be ma yare ye asan be di enya de ene enyame adom ti empare ye nti yenhwe sebe me kira de me nua kira de ye online nti se bi motimi raise NPP ne NDC nyina wo short code a wo be say wo diska kwa ehu hia say onante ko bi office wo test ne atew sika ne be koma ne on be e kura be bo momo expenditure na akofom
okay
because I was ko sie nipa be be ka o ono abo ye be num suo ye be didi kakra ka sika ne hwan nyina e ma e ka no koso
t-shirt
na sabi so bi boka ni nyina no onya philanthropist o
yeah
o hwe kwan a ofa so na onya tumi a o wa beteneka your man mo yet say nipa ni bi ekobobo sia de politics and that's why we need man nipa ni bi wu nipa ni bi wu kura fa mu enti yenye say ye be ye campaign no yenye no I'm more interested in say be campaign in a more civil manner.
Okay.
Ate die kasantwi ni hwan nyina emwa man no na sabi we ye panimu na say ye bodi ka say asomasi na otumi di atempa we achievement enti yenkoton ya asem no ya several media because wo feel bank bi kura na financial institution unim ni babia da otumi send no message say oh yeah we ni yeah say oh you interested that ye we enti ebetumi afa several me especially media and I say technology ni ya ton your message na omo anya omadwen no and I dare say more than 80% of the population now are omadwen that
Ghana 80% of the population
ayo madwen dida nipa kakra bi na obeti obi asem say nia wo kan die nyansa wo nia wo kan die me no ya adwenti meto aba ma dodo na ayo madwen
parties omunye omu manifesto omunye adwenti die no mu bezi ono omu de
Ghana nya manifesto nia de to aba
okay
enya manifesto because obi wo ha ono abehwe se ne party manifesto no kura ebia entwa number emom ebia ni other party no nsema wo kan no ogitum enso
Ezo beto
ni o kan say ni ehia se mamia wo minua no ni one no wo ye mfa me ho
nti Ghana for voters ento aba based on manifesto policy
me say ye wo legon obi say akwa we de no ho femeto aba ma no ye hwe personality enya adwen ye wo otirimo na wan hwe wo kan wan kan ya afia wo kan wan kan ya na ma wan hwe anu anu akopa che say obi o ho a say wotie ni contribution pa say ogina parliament kasa na obi say na we hu am na to aba ma enso o member of parliament enti ye dynamics ni so different so different enyema pi we me na kwa asore meto ama no we me ni fikro baako we me ni kakasa baako enyema bebre de to aba enti na meka se eho nko hia mpo se e ba akoto atwede se me kokontoko ansa na obi ato aba no ni obeto ama
David, if that is the case, I don't say I was so go. Who say giri? I don't other places here to aba asawase etiwa na dane twede ne ebo asumye. If nipa no odo beto ama on show policy.
Na osan wo na yi ni say ono do party we. Nti ono ankasa no onte ase say party ni fufuro na wi ni.
Okay.
Wa sina dwunipi abatu ayekoto esese medi nkonim. Na enema mienu tafra hwi ase wo mutu a oda ya ida se obewini ana obelusu election ye empai this presidential ne pen ye se bia e betua run off na especially parliamentary seat empai wo wini obelusu ne mo obi wo ho a ohwe se onu abu yi a medi na chi owini a bo hye pa wo de amma mi se obemma mabrabo akoyie no ene ekwa bia mfa so obewini de se mfa so enna me bisa se wo wadwuma bi a wo ye anyame aye wadom woton niema bi a wonya bibi a wodi a unkoko ntokwa emma obi a ebim pa okọ aban mu a unhu no dodo na wo hu no mpo na me kan sisudua ye bepo mesan aka because edamakoma so unim nyansa na politician say ye nkoko ntokwa bisan first na offer say wey bisan second ne mma wey ani na busuafo ani kan na wadi omachi so no si yen kokontokwa ene besi ene moja behwiagu bisa ne ma no we
baso wetua ne ka ne ma de ontumi nti o mo
ka at that point I want say you have to be rational say ye kochira adwen kire democracy say kan bi na men kan bi o kan ye me ne doctor be ne edi nkomo ase o ansa ye ba ha we have disagreed on an issue does that make us enemies ana ne ye koto ga na nko an ye koto aba agi se nipa wu ansa ne ye ho etoye se ampa hwe omo ye call rally a etimoto so ndam si corona e wa advantages pi na ya dwene na enko so se omo e betena moto so hi accident car ekonya akwansia ma nipa ewu yen check from MTTD nipa ewu in motor accident during electioneering process no ye behu corona yi sa ne ma nyina eto betwa enti yen hwe se ye abato ne yekoto ayi enipa yekoyi omampanyi ni ayi e bia member of parliament se we na ye hwe se onko hyemra ye bebe no so parliamentarians e hyebo a enim emfa omo ho kra e hyebo ye bebe no so
mate dog mami lo kwan ben so na we be affected 2020 already we hum say affected 2020 ana
of course naturally we affected baby na metie dog can say the dog can say corona na say so one fast pa
so one fast say opa che say
bia so one fast
corona so no corona na nto aso
min ka so me patch min ka sa
yanto corona no
so o maybe 6 months can
corona no my 6 months can
because ya hade de nya
ba se ni nyine hie ye o eno NDC mpanifo ko port eko share port for aba freight forward ne unipass nsensemi na no president mama eko ayi Germany eni nkofo eko share the donation ne makra koma omu ebia ne se ne NPP for eye acclamation nipa na eko akogu onom inside ombe social distancing na abonten it is a primary so omko inside omo ye social distancing abonten na nkofo titare so enti covid or no covid ye ni esese ye ya ye betimi ayensho se ye be campaign ye beto aba na ba ye beto no kwan a yes safe man
nyame anim ni enye me de se meka saa asem we bi ni ti a wa ne se political parties omomfa ho
omomfa obi
a se bio se ayemra se ni kwan se nipa kra se bio wotena ben wo yonko eni kwan se bio opi abonte abra won share mask eni kwan se wo chia wo yonko eni kwan se nipa bro eyi number bi ni kwan se mutumi echia mpo na so political parties ye we nyina na untimi nko aso untimi nko masala chia then the church political party odwene
yeah
I mean eni people are mani free me mano Justice Abdullah ni akasem na menye isa se free man na bae ntimi de eja ade bia enye bia me na meka eni kwa se free man na ba omo mfa ho se bi omo mko hye ubede me se minute me de mo se wo bi ana wo ni bi eso so sa na political parties wo moye na de are ho mo bone se bi oba akofo ene benya onu onya
o de amafo
na busuafo nyina obia benya bi busuafo e wonamfo obia akọ na namfo akọ oh chale kwajo me hu acho pan wo de ache no e ko bobola asem kro na boy kro aso kesi nke nya ibo eso sa na fe ba kofo no badi me na o ma mu nyina de nyina da ya all because obi si wono wo ye NPP na asa NDC won de won fa hwe won de mo ya anti corona o mo munya bi enye yi ti o mo de mutimi bu mra so emra so ya hye mra ho a senka obi abu mra so no ke se de no ise bi enke twena so eso because of the bio free benti ye twena so enye yi o man be se nyina efri sa ne ma no political crimes ye ne ye fombo nyina ho na sha se efri so wo ye bone na so hye ndisi atare a ye twena so enye yi wo ye bone na so ye NPP a eno no ye kan enye yi nti da bia no ase ye sey ho ase ye sey ho na me de me mpa ba ne se nyankopon be boa na dako so ye NPP o so ye NDC o dako ba ko be hu nyansa no se em se ya sey ho a chedo
okay
nti enne de ye nhwe ne em build command no san se ye ya ye ma ye nyina enya ma ba kofo na dok edikan kire mu se didie titru
ozi ye nyi hu ni
nema dodo ya tokwa dodo na ne nema bebre ekoso na ne fapem ejide ne ni ho jidie ni ho no ena ma sabio se me fi senka me party nke me candidate nke be weni a ma me kwatwen aba ko bomuni a oto aba na nka obi a okoto aba de nka me ko bo ne sen woni nka ne bo ne o ye ne sen sabio ni pa oto aba nka me hu ni okoto ama ne mpo eso me si jinchina se me ko bo no because ma mona me party won wene sa se munyansa se mo enesen me tu we mpo na nka me be kire se me to ma NDC na me to ma NPP ena nti wo so wo begina so abomia nka nti ase wo mododo nko bia ma nto ma party we unim de me koto ama so so be bome
my ento ankomo no so me mesa ba so cancel na ya hwe another issue which is voters register political parties IPAC confusion si odada say want a coalition against voters register matter komo biom other people asamba omunyina anti ase IPAC other political parties na kasakran na maka omo asem so komo she de eni nyina so bia de be beto omunyina contribution
yanka other political parties
maka
political parties in Ghana
okay into political parties generally enye other political parties yankwa amana so yera Dr. Bonso say wusu extra de Pentecost University Methodist University and other universities doc anope ya mo ache mo akwaba
ya ena
doc mpacho so ho ye de
amiadom
doc mpacho chiremu 2020 abato no se wo de wani hwe petitakrem na wo ye analysis na ebe kosa in view of Supreme Court de waken Electoral Commission ne manso aba wo se mu ehu no ebe kosa
it is difficult to say 6 months away. So the NDC chairman, the Kaka chair, the members in the Monco register. No. Someone to me and some convince you. No man can register in their numbers here. And then I just say, you'll be the commentary.
Na doc SSS NDC co register because Supreme Court jina na omo de betu dwa no oman panin dada Muhammad dada waka say omo nyintum omo be mobu pa na nka nye ho e na omo hwe kwa say Supreme Court kwa beka e de akọ nti omo co register
so no o kan sa asem na o sa reto aso say e bie registration na obi an co register nti wakandada but before then so na chairman akase obi anhwe no akọ ana to da bi ese ba bi ento aduro no ensan ndu ho obu a wote de okana kane no se o sa kasa foforo kra na e bia na wante
enti dog mami musa say NDC a short changing ho wo kwan bi so na se kane no omo yes omo mpene voters register foforo no so na nei esan the Supreme Court dey abenti afede omo pene so yi NDC abodo hutuo ana sen.
Oh yes. So show omo argument na nothing yom shift go post. Before COVID-19 na omo argument say voter register na dey NPP ba power in the omo de omo premier new one. I don't know omo ko home demonstration ella ibae I say you use old ID card no and register and almost shift to almost no call and a COVID-19 so she say increase in numbers no and then so almost in do to me say a baby gram said me Jerry me ganti Jerry interview na me kajire say enye mo wa say so to 2009 make say so to do nti omo mpe new voters register. Me na ya no mo yende register na no mo mpe but actually no omo argument no ebe kan ho keke
it is say my area say a possible review one here NDC be ye e wo Supreme Court no and can NDC forget ya na.
Yes, they should forget because court will say reasons about 15th July. But 15th July is also not just 16 good days I share new voters register now. But said that no how the Cochrane was no na would be Mukrana. Is already been because almost voters register nas.
No, unyiri say almost say a court to kwa betimi aba ma obeka say yeah the new panel abetna asem no so for review. No maka say court dada na asem o kan no matwam. Enti say omo de asem for band therefore say easy atwodi na watwe mienu kra e o betwam say yenye limited registration pe unyiri say betimi aba ne sa.
And you know say enya dia review no mo e don baba be kan ho no e be do so asene o da yi okay said we say mu nyina no onani mo say decision the fan say ye the 2 and 4 na be kan ho a so de be odd number say 4 no nyina zo e ko the other side there so they will lose the case. Intimidity say hunya some be review.
Okay. But only court no ya ebe ya adwen kwan a court no fa so esi gina ye ya wan fan kirase ama de enti so gina ye no de bae no. Only court no ya adwen na wo kan wo ma adwen che say court na anya de wa cheche NDC ni NPP fo ne EC fo nyina say guomachi ye de asema brewo na wasi gina ye anka fan kirase bra. Wo de nchase na to ba bi na wo de gina ye no ko aba.
Oh, no more just Supreme Court na yana etaba. But we say this no intaba na omo so omo de yi ni beba na me no omo nya din e wa dodo.
Okay.
But one thing is at least yeah philosophy logic. So read the argument of the Attorney General, especially any that of the ECA. Now, already NDC for so argument here. you could see say it was a foregone conclusion in favor of the EC.
Okay.
When you court no can receive arguments now. Because the argument is there. Sir, voters register na de abano ba power. The sabe to local government.
Yeah, and a referendum no.
Election. Voters register be a change in the Ababiba power. Yeah, the two local government election. And so changing into one argument, you know. But in the it could not hold water.
Okay. But what about argument and confoya about Article 45A? No say. But and electoral commission will find so or ye voters register ba kope. Na brene brano no. Why a review na fe omo afe no madi 18 or the oma beka ho. And omo to kwan or the oma ba beka ho. Na we a okoye fufuro crowd etia constitution no.
Na just the only year in 2012 no so etia constitution.
2012 na fufuro cra. Eno yeah. Biometric.
Na fufuro cra. 2004 na fufuro cra. 96 na fufuro cra. And you know, all argument in the say.
That's the point. That's the argument. The argument says no, nenye.
Okay.
You're not supposed to be doing
that. It's only on when you're doing because lawyer had him say lawyer no when you're doing class article 45 ne dear. Na can he say NDC for year no cry free or pleadings no more the court him say no one dey go say jinem. Na mo say electoral commission beti me atro din ba ko pe. Dey on beti me aya ne say on be yen sakraye wom ebe ne brand na mom so on beto dada ni nyina agu. No man kofa foforo kra de etia constitutional provision no.
It means any the previous 3 beds and 92 banu nyina do oma ye nyina no. Omo bumra na so.
Of course.
Sa no pa che.
That's what we are saying.
Sa no pa che.
Near the constitution.
One ne ya adwen.
That's what.
Okay. Yo. But don't cancer na obekọ no ye kwa abato 2020 ye mu COVID ne ade abayi. Who say kwan rally beko so campaigns generally any ne to no kasa 7 December e be the same anane ma besesa.
Political idea or there and then now ne NPP primary. One to abandon na SOMU timraso. But to abandon na or the we give me any adeno. So to say they forgot about everything. Maybe hagom who have been bam who need to say this election there do so na near maybe
okay.
But what will not help Ghana?
The doc say no kwase do election dey ma bi ne ade atoto nchen aden na ye nyema te say nye hwe na meka say na no mampani ma amako Germany nkofo di bum ena omu nyina pu behwe no ma che na social distancing na kra enye adwuma ene NPP for ya acclamation prime minister na waka ho asema de emutie nyina nim say COVID wo ho nti hwan na ebu mra no so hwan na enye eye de eni say oye
mampani no ane ngrofo bumra no opposition forces bumra.
I see very
na me fe COVID-19 now mo every argument say enye say ye register no registration e pan ko enko emu kam so ta e bo ko abeko no obi ani o no ko register enam say nye de ko ne ye no ntino nemu ma bato da no de obia pese okobo kike idu bi kredi lai so abahe now obi free ba chia bi uram na pinchen bi asio ana political rally no say yen left ban no ntino yen hope so ombe disamba.
Okay. Your dog can no pay no say unim dia ode ama ye eni cheche mu ade ama ye wo critical issues so ya da se bebre your doctor bonso say wusu extra there wo private universities bebre ye Pentecost University Methodist University ni ade enani na ode abre na busu afo busu ahwe live wo critical issues so ye na ne homra na fe ye mra meto ada ye behwe MPs no mo ko ele because nyina aka ye first 2020 no ma bato ye AP so parliament how will it look after 2020 because 2020 ye bato abawi e beko 2021 7 January no near brand new parliament MPs for 42 actually or more abeka ho any issues bebre aba ni nyina mu ye behwe sa asem ni nyina na ya more critically closely at said ye beto abadan kasa bronya bosome no any issues e besi echire wom onim so already o man pendada mahama ka che dada sabato eje krede ono onjintum obie no obe accept flawed elections bia because obie ni adaje a ye besan court bia nti asem no kan no echire sen so obie ni adaje obeje abato a etosin etumampade etosin de so obie ampe nti ade na nkofo so de mahama wa issue se wa kasa asem no cause ono no elections obi ka say etosin no oya nde court ti ade na ono mahama say etosin o de be onti ase a eno de nkofo ene ne agichim ye ba beto so Justice Abdullahi lawyer kese pa wo studio ha say na Dr. Benjamin Oche Ankra so Central University wo nyina wo studio ha say ye ne mpanifo lawyer Kofi Bento wo Imani ye ne betwetwe nkomo ne other lawyers sai article 45 confusion no ye be settle ne nyina so ye ba se anafe ye ba beto ansem no so Absia for some makwa be we live UTV critical issues and no pay ye do abaso e person follow ye so UTV Ghana YouTube and na Facebook na mon common e frem efia pokua na me ne emperifo akese mienu ana ye di kan hwe election 2020 any issues a e betimi afri mu a ebeba ya he COVID-19 any ohawo anan sunsun so COVID-19 akwakofa de aba ene se yentumi nhie mom yentumi ntita so mekasa asori bebre amampani amakwan so betimi aya asori ne mom nko no oha enso besi ne asori bebre so omonye until se omo de akwanche agufo onim se na no Bishop Aginasai kraba abonti se sa COVID de enye bronsampa na no dwere ho a onti ase because adena primary si the NPP for to me ye na Acclamation NPP for ye nanso omo de yes sorry for entumi enko asori je say omaye oha social distancing ho ne o say too much e we hwe asem na because rally yempo entumi nkoso e je say bi fa akire ewia mo akoye rally say the Trump ye wo America any other issues so comments na be affect wo vote a wo beto aba no 2020 no wanye rally a better no watie the political party no ana amanyoko no oka the presidential candidate ka so Dr. Benjamin Ochiankrachi mu dada se Ghana for there womo mfa manifesto nto aba enye rally ena omo de to aba nye campaign na Ghana for de to aba sa break cry ye wo bosume June mu no Ghana for bebre woma dwene dada tikotro wudin to aba na ko ba bi said o man pedi mahama so akache Ghana for na beto asne akwakoye enuanum Ghana ne Nigeria for asem de bai osustu ese asase ne wo mo de so ese ya ba beti se empedifo hwemu kakra omo de aba asase ne nye osu edia eye Nigeria for dia manso be ne yakwakofa aba no international diplomatic row ene yakwakofa Ghana ye ne enuanum Nigeria for enim se wo mo ane enuanum wo West Africa ha ade bi si se kim eje se edwane ko Niger wo mo kwa ne wo mo kabrofo ye ntumi nko Benin ye ntumi nko Togo nti ye be de ne wo mo aye blatant mistake se Ministry of Foreign Affairs for to pa wo mo na ayo hwan ne ko boost dan no abra wo mahu ye de na national security ehu lawyer kese e wo hanum Justice Abdullahi a wodi kan krade akọ constitution mu dada kra no so kofo bi so o me ne nyaadwe bo ne be ya adwo ne nyaadwe law no sa na tie constitution ye di kan article 45 clause A ya kan dada enti enye ade ase de lawyer beka no eye matter of debate sa wonti ase a eje sa wo ko Supreme Court na Justice Tuguba eni nuanu se oni wo biem enti Justice eni yebo a eni nuanu echeche mu echote the elections wo machem se electoral commission wonkom no ko na adwuma ya be MP so mo koto aba make say ye be ko new parliament mu 7 January 2021 no ni enya MP safofofo maako aduanan emienu 42 e no mo ba dada fo no mo ye den omadwuma na enso ani ana se the NDC fo bi aka no Yera Pablo oye national youth organizer ema NDC o say MPP fo be lose na hu sunso anso a anyway kamu ye ni ya kamu MPs chairman fo akese komu nko lose primaries ye beka ni nyina 170 ye nto enkomo no so council ma mesha sefu so na lawyer me doc memra ho council ma memra so mo na me hwe say ye ko 2020 na ye ka na ye beka diplomatic way dem there but what do you see say COVID ya be party e mo hemra mo na mo say adane executive instrument o man peni se me entire so but ye hu blatant disregard for sa emra no ye nyina ya amfa nya adwuma Dr. Bonso say we so kra be confirmation de na mra ne ka e wo sesi aye ko ye nim rally any campaign nim ne ade hu
me nim me de me de say we de every man ama kanen na ko free Dr. Bonso na ba ye say o man panin po oni ono ane mra so na so ono amu ni mra so a se bi hwan bim na be kwa kodi sa mra so na ya se ono ne party ne nkrofo nyina eni oma chese mo ahya to wase nyina ke enhwe ne nke ni so se be ya ye nyina ye yo beko so amaya na nsi so mo no agbo mani agbo mo amra so na so mo so mu ni so a ampa so ye so enya enim se nyare so omo be hye mra no mu kena nyare so metwe mo ho aso so mo bum emra no so no enso de tie bia no menu mienu de ye wabusua ye wawofo ye wonamfo ye woya nso ye hu ye die ekuta ye mienu ayensem nti kwan bia e be fa so ye de be boy ho ba bia free sa COVID-19 ne hu nsunsu aso de ye mo ho ba free ho san se enyo man pani ne ma se bi ade che a obre aduane die ye mu bia tie bia ni ho a ade che a NPP ana se NDC e be bro koko mole koko ana se hausa koko se je na oni obusuafo na monkodi nti wo de wo enhyemaw se wo bebo ho ban na wabɔ obusua ne onamfo ho ban esan sɛ menum ye bi o ha sɛ bi ye ne abusua mu Joseph woni ho abusua ne nyinaa abɔ nti sɛ wobɛdi political parties achi na sɛ sɛ bi kwakɔ nsɛm a ɛmfata na de nsusuaso bɔ ne bi kɔbrɛwa em sɛ wo na abɛbrɛ wo abusuafo so bɛbrɛ na me de ana wo abɛbrɛ nkra nya me ya sɛ omu a ebia nkomo da wo no omu no de na ana eya akra bi anka ebia anka wo hɔ a nka ne school fees nka anya problem ma no maame bi a sɛ nka wo hɔ a nka ebia anka na sikyire ne ɛmo bɔtɔ bi de nka wo da nyame ase ananka wo ntina nka wo da nyame ase sa nipa no omu nyina abɔ mu esan wo mistake a wakɔ yenti nti na mesra sɛ nyina no ye bebu ye ni agu de political parties for ne ye no so ni ahwɛ ni abɔ ye ho ban efiri nsunsuan so ɔbɔ ne bi a ɛwɔ saa mmere ye omimu sɛ bɛ ya agya ye daache ye ne yebusuafo ne namfo daache be ko yame na wo ye no firi to nkyɛn a sɛ siase ye hwɛ covid ya ebe affect sɛbio election in a lot of ways na ye me de pa isan sɛ nyamianim ni edru rallies ene badwam bone saa nyama na ekoso a na ensunsuaso ne bone a na ekoso saa mre no sɛbio enya sɛbio nya bone sɛ nka bia nka efese nka me party ye rally na nka makɔ ase nka akɔbɔsei but ade tonfo enya sika pa edru saa mre na ɛwɔ a lot of advantages na saa mre kro na so na akronfo atotobotomfo ene anrobe so mu so yeye pa samre krona so na sabio party fo a omo ne party a rally enya adwene no omo so de omo nkrofo ewuram emo di bone ahodo bebre nti se nyame adom na se covid se yesi nye nyina akikura no se de doka kan ewo positive si na etwa saa ne mai so no na nka bebo pa me se me kai pa se emre bi etwa mu bantama rally bi mi twam keke obi sekan ene ade awo no le bone a wa ne se mse jama wo ben party na na rally ne omu leader and nipa nem so oben no I think say bodyguards know say omo ben no they felt threatened into or twese kan so di hunu nipa no so any den yo
yeah the warning
eno ano no wutira nya de be kan so kromfo na asem no eto atwa ho ha wo ye kromfo de ahwan ne fa ho bi eto atwa ho ha sa me wa hwe won kwa abra won kan bi nhyem purely accidental sabio nipa dom so na akobɔ dom pem honom nti betuma ma se ampa obi na pem no ene bi okɔ ben ba bia eni kwase nkɔkɔ ben nipa no so onto atwen sikan ono so sabio nadwuma no oye so bɛbɔ ne party leader ho ban mi ka se kra bi kra oye national security operative ana sempo police ni enti ya mane to me ene ho ahokade se oye sa ni ma na oye no woni ye pra we se woda ho obusua fo anka ebi anka omodan wo omo se o mahwere o manda so ye be kai a ebi so mpokra rally ase na o mani fraye ba ko bia mse jama mse bi ho ba bi ono rally ase sa na nani ko fraye koto se ase ne gu nani se ye bro no se ye den enti rally no mse se de ye niam sitie ni nti na tabia nsusu aso bɔ ne bebre efri mu ba enti se nyame adom na se covid na se president say yen twa so ana sempo yen nya mpokra meji se nkeye nti se omono bedi so ama obi edi so a ebebo ye nyina after all there are a lot of ways obetimi reach out to friends and supporters ne fans ne onkofo apese reach out to mu of course it also admits of the fact say nyame anim ne kura ni enye obi a na se bi all access to radio and ampo internet obi kura ni kan ampo obi mobile phone na woni abre a se bi o yete say kakra bi ana wosi trase kakra bi wosi trase onu woni bi mpo sabi o de obi kra so na kra se kra network ni ho de ono so network nyankopon adman ko betime anya bi no so ne de no kra no ya ma ibi enti wono sanse ma yeti ayeke kai nyina wo TV so na ka brofo akese se de doko ka brofo bebrebe a menti ase ono no wonim ne wo keka sanse na aka no ono se nka anyum kra anko nti ase nka bolum bank ope so de wo de tia na de ka brofo sa nipa no o pa kan wi ase nyina ono nya na asem na no kraso ni se sankofo no susu bi no se de do kan ono se NPP no beto ma na wodi kan na adwene dada wodi opa fa ma makra be na busu pani won to ma no ye onkofo bi a mo tete sa yo bi o susu asabi o wa se yan me a metie ya me di obi a temi ya susu me ka se me kan kasafin bi a so sa na me pie be kan kire me de ne se bi o metie di ono no wo kanya sasem no o ya adepa na mato ama no Ebetuma ba say NPP for me to be momoda na me dey wo afiri ase NDC for ebetuma ba say me to be momoda esan say wo kanya sasam kra de ogina monten a wo ye no emfa
yeah
wo kanya sasam nyina wie no no bi san say na usuban tesan suban wo da na die no sabi oni nsam o kan nyina no se we na ma na we na ma woni nyina chi kra na nyamia me man to ama no kra wa be president no kra no ade beche so ankoje ka ade beche no akobokro no wankobokro no anu akobu party foforo okobu party ukoka yesi o NDC party asem woka enyeye meso metia menya party asem me no abobo me na ma report am police uko police commander ha o say there bi woka enyeye this party ni bam party bama yesi enyeye media fo da bia yebo mi hu media mana yabo na sebio police yesi media asem na kokot da so da bia yebo
e kokot mom
oh
baya criminal process na ya
sebio West Africa Africa then Suleiman organization reference saying
Media Foundation
for West Africa campaign me no monye da bia yabo mu da bia
baya the kokot but na say dey bebre ye na civil cases because who the share police for nisa for instance me case say dey call edu baby also yanko ADR yes yanko ADR
what criminal case I ko ADR da
na ya file civil dey ni a file wo high court
inti senke ya kan papa man ka be ba nisa
no
senke ni papa man yeti ha na sebio political party NPP for yakoburu me ko to share mo so mo party office mo na mo se NPP NDC for na be bo mo me no ka say NDC for na yakobu mo NPP for na ye bo mo no bibia no atima court NPP for ba power nka na me susu se e bia anya bia kra no se NDC for no mo anhu nyansa amfa court a pese mo na mo power police for mo na mo appoint o mo court for mo na mo appoint o mo nka mo mfa sem no court mo na se bi o metima hwehwe mu nyina hu o mo mbebo mo am party office se empo CCTV camera kra ni okra unim de obabo nko a de unim behu no ai yaso me no ka say 4 years etwam ba ko nipa ba ko mpese mpokra ye nche ne mpo ne anka mese na kokot entine se ensem na sie ne ntwa to so na se ne political games na no be play o ti ase a enyaye
but 2020 there so far no ente say beginning no
ente say
because of COVID-19
na Israel
amani ama ye
campaign bi enu a ekoso bibi enu a ekoso
nti ujiri se no so be ma political violence so aba for
enu nti na me ne doctor ya adwene bebre se COVID ne se ye pa enu nti na ne doctor ya adwene no esanse ama sabio nsamfo ne bebre abrase samfo ne bebre abrase esanse nkasamre bosumi nsia to an election si ya pa obi asum na nke etwa obi nan na nso nyame adom ni nyina abrase senka ye besua nyansa free COVID mu na nke etwam na nke ye be nhyehyɛ ama na ye se ne ye kɔso yi se bi onya se menya campaign na se menya rally na emum wo be with nyansa techire se ampa ye wunua na ne kɔ akansie na wunua kɔ akansie na se ankɔ ya enche se wo ye otamfo se ne ye kan se bio se omukɔ na omukɔ dru parliament a hwɛ se de omusi didi bom ne fɛ se de omusi kasa bom se de omusi ye omni efa ese omum no kra be ya ayonko kra sen se bio omunua kra omuni omutifie mpo esanse omu akra gitum se ya kansie no mukɔye enya ntɔkwako ya kansie
nti ade na chiri for de omuntumi hu ne sa even COVID de nyina se de na doctor HS kan kuka no omu de sa campaign mu ntɔkwa ene ade abegu social media ene radio and TV stations nti we program say no omu behwa na omu afa no omu di atem
nipa be se ye be di matem sa ene de memeji tu mama fa
nti na ya be de ne manage eno
no at least eye
the man ye ne say ground
se nipa me ba be bo asum de ene odi watema na tara ho TV so no odi matem me free ha obi enya obi akra na hwe bi mpo
okay
se wo record to 1000 years kra me na ho a ye hu se edi matem
okay
eno no de em se eno no nka eye kakra esen se bio se si ya metie na se obi ya beto ase de gumi so se si ya
yande
se bio what me them for the rest of my life
okay
so enti se de be atem de o so your friends say WhatsApp ne Facebook ne TV so a nka no de nka eden ya obenya obi obekanya nsasa ba akon fam se edu kura di watam kana se mienu kanya nsem fama
o fa ne sa
emre kakra ebedu mre bi no na nyansafo no ebedo so asen se bio abadwemba fo no bedo so asen
we dey professor Mate nyansafo wo he but nkofo make it argument no dog say ase akanya no atum I don't know say no say because of COVID but what response to say issue we say year 2020 no strategy no best san nti how should they approach it political parties need to
strategies no best san here binum start house to house na ebimu so more targeting say minime kuo metumi ne on agodi nkomo akodi nkita ho na makama se machiro but me kan sisidu say enipa ne pii wo ho a ne awokoka no ono nya ade a eno na ode be ye adwuma onum say kuo ni bi okra oma bopode da say afi we di ebeto aba ma somasi ana say amanyokuo we nti emfa ho ne ne awobekwa akogina omani maka oma ye omadwene dida enti se parties no nyina be ye omani amayiye o so mo pe ensem a ehote ensem a papa na wakoka sebe wo pe se wo yi obi fi akonwa so na okodi nturo fa no ho se okotwa nturo na okodi na tem okose no na wo benya akonwa na nia wo de je no natural law wo so ye de bi be ye hwe NPP primary circle last week enipa nim bi wo ha minimum in person
okay
ono oba no ba ko mi mboni din na ankoye personal ofi America ba na sebe na kakra oninsem no ba no hanya sa no betuetu eska na yeto aba yi ni ana oteso na afi so obi so aba ono so kakra oninsem esen ono so betu ya hanya ye yi afi so a wo se ono mom discover na wo time na wo tu eska no ori afi ada necessary ori afi enti asese ye de message we must have a message na promises ni bi o ha na obi beka fantini beka se omo ekwa chire dodo parliamentarian basic rule what dia ne sen then na wo esese wo ye okoshemra you must be knowledgeable enough say ade document ko ade ama no betumi read no pass comment or making input obi o ha oni nimde na obetumi aye sa adwuma no esan say wo scanty ato abama no oh me ba me yakwan parliamentarian wo yakwan mikra am even against support na efe no MPs common fan na discount wo ye MP akoshemra okona ahyemra ni yi a amanfo na beka se asomasi adwuma oye ni ye ma ne ntena ho so na akoshemra kese meye gata meye we na aba no wantumi anya wo ye MP a wo de ane se wo lobby nti se wo ye adwuma yi kura na wo position obetumi a lobby anya development aba wo area so enti insem pi na ya kan
but the MPs dia no eto nchen na we for instance at the presidential level ye nyina nim dia nanado or promising confo ansa na oba power 2012 was free SHS 2016 was the free SHS by but na the main campaign message was 2016 was 1D1F
yeah
say president mama 2016 no say change is happening time and MPP 40 change is coming. President Mama, no change is happening. We are working for you. No evidence based. Okay, in the State of the Nation address.
Yeah.
No afrasuma say yama we say ya say we are working on the ground. Say President Mama or promises or the more investment, better apomudim healthcare, or the better other areas. For instance, nurses allowance or so about own trim or berry or bemano akoswa to ya although maybe no kasen kana only omunya because I be or IMF and she say when ye issues. I bet me ama nkofo say oh we there omo promise but ente say MPs there na ye bocha omo betimi aye
answer na promises no kra be ba no on say previously no na ye o promise against nya meme ye see ye nya wa ye ene nya mema ye
send say ho send this intina akonya so
President Mahama aye 4 years na Nado aye 4 years o ba ye den na o ye me so me ba ye den na ma ye say ente records no you to me no aspect and some about promises some time ago nanka only promises from Nanado against President Mahama 7 on this see how we are be na we are be ye de no beto senie so ansana nia me pese me mesan ye ansana ye de no aka ho nti ye woniema mi no aye hwe ne wa ye pen ene ne opese obe na ne opese o ye nsusu ampa does it hold water is it feasible ubetumi aye susu ampa ubetumi aye nti se emire bi twam na nka obi eka se susu ampa anuanom momienhwe ni yo eye possible se omampanyi ana papa ye opese obedi akonyan se one district one factory ubetumi asi district bia ubetumi asi factory is it possible?
Okay.
President Mahama ka say Messi 200 secondary schools. Now what they are to say is it possible? Obetumi aye bi ontumi nya ni nyina. Enti yenhwe wo message no. Yenhwe nia ebi o ha na ye say obi kura e kan say ye gina platform so na ye wi afie ho. Eno ase ye hye boss you don't promise when you are happy. When your people are cheering you up and your obe can say ye ba motorway ye dey better circle. Nyima ni bi o to me say enya adwuma. Odumi nye. Sika no kofa we. And I'll pay Sebi, and yes, I don't want to be personal, but me can just for example. Mitie Akufo-Addo or radio station, but was it about Ghana and Quarabia or more BS cabos maybe? I'll go first canway. Sicano go far. And ya dear bet me a year. Inti sem Nipane can sem na. Yamma, you see, and that is where sometimes I have a problem with the media. Inti Nioba canin no education wise, no phobia or tea education, I say, yenkum. Health wise, no phobia or a health expert. Now, some politicians will be how I know all. And someone you can say, I admit me say me lawyer. I have my limitations discussing the law. Enti edu babia yemfa experts in those fields. Say yemra ni yemfa and semna nipa na kanan to.
But you be blaming experts so to be omo kasa so omo bre because who kan obeka no kra ni bia ne se kakra amoti akra.
Ni atage.
Ni atage.
When the catch one teacher ni ben no osu atem didi. Bisam.
Thank you.
Teacher ni ben. Me mature dey over 23 years. Who your teacher ni na se osu atem di. Anya who your teacher ni papa. So teacher, sabi students are hin on senior house masters. Students are here. Obi ampe wa se visa wo tia no. Nti se obe ka no kre no na obe koso aka no kre na won sesa na obe ka dia obi be ka so asomasi ne wo kan e asampapa ne entie no na wo kan edu ha no wachia na edu ha no wachia na ho no obi be ka se ne wo kan enye no kre nti those who are experts no or so bankasa Ghana ne nyina ye dia. How many yes yenye citizens president abeka yenim dida nemo wa hyemu kena say yenye citizens na bibi koso ade na wontumi mie wa na wonka na wokoka ye bedi watem ti wonka wan na ka say wan ka senti yenni watem wo watade wan sha na mo no kra obi di watem ana meboa enti asese adwene ntoto a ye nyina ye ntoto age mikohia obi ye ko conference bi o Harvard abrofo onya bibifo na omo discuss railway in Ghana na me wura ho nsema no mo kanam nyankasa kura minim nyankasa me Ghana ni no the triangular debe railway from Takoradi to Kumasi to Accra any the economic benefit anke debe ba o manim o man ye ho research pa na obi ye presentation na me say me Ghana ni meto obi hwe omudi enti yemma ya adwene nkon niema bi so say asumasi akanwe promises no de ene beba bebre ebi wo ha bosrem ka ono anim se wontumi nye ne mo ne ombetumi aye na kwan be na ofa so obetumi aye se wo ba be ma teacher fo asetrem ayeye wo ba be ma industries ay kwan be na obefa so ena ya na ye me ya se debate no kura ga na debate yentumi nye ne papa ba bi o yetumi ye debate be nsia ansa na yato aba me boa Gana debate ba kokura no ni oba moderate cry problem
exactly
ni oba moderate cry problem enti
so be background so yasem okay say previous debate
we president bi edu so memba
the president bi edu on
opposition Ghana your problem biggest problem any structure say any say our structure say ye be we ya ye be we ye ni we so ye be we ni we so say niema no wo ho a say me hwe papa ya me mpese me gboni din wo hwe kura dem pa na oyo mampanyi ewo abrochire on sheda nya hwe se ote Twitter so di nkofo atema on sheda nya hwe no kura ni nyame oja hwe enso oman na ekoso nyesa oman na ekoso because the structures are there enti se ye pese oman we eye yie ma ye dia yen hihye enyenye nhihye ya emfa ho ne nia obeba betena so se edu ba bi ne yeka se wo ye president kwa na wo na appoint me na wo ye ne manya metumi aka ho asem so but say the 2 minutes nyina kwehye Ghana makapen wo ne me ya adwin wo ne me nya adwin me madwene na me kire se 2 minutes de ma president o Ghana ha edoso dodo hwe appointment dodo pa president na ye edoso na se president na be appoint police council we are on one advice one na de ne buy on ne sheda ni asem nti no ye advice wa appoint police council ni obey IGP ni nyina nti omutumi yi we nyina awi a eye din afia se president no hu nipa be ye bibi ni ese wo de ye be ma mra ne no wadi
well and na 15 to the event the rabo so say we so can say the koi pa de
enya ba bia nka da se Ghana or problem Ghana ni problem Ghana or problems I also the escan
problems
who come baby say Ghana or problem are waiting Ghana or problems
well the entire media to say we can say Ghana or problem a media to man say because the problem e ba akopɛ NPP ni NDC
well that's another debate but that's yeah court 2020 no ye ma ye ntie nsama enipa na eka asem okay e to asum ye ko na o ko kan semboni ato obi so a ka hu say da chi obi be kan the same thing
I say yes Ghana had the kind politics of lies na ye dey adwuma NDC ka gu MPP so ka gu NDC
we must change see edu ba bi ye nya descending na you say asema si ya asema wo kan die oni minni nafa nanso asema wo kan nyansa wom ye ya ebeboa ye
eno de be
until such a time ye be ka say me ye NDC ni na mom asema MPP fo kan me no mo ya adwin until such a time ye be nya say NDC ni na wo ho asema wo kan me MPP ni de na mom asema de nyansa ebeboa man no aden na ye nka say Ghana first o man no ho hia Ghana o ho ansa na ye te MPP Ghana o ho ansa ye te NDC aden na edu ba bi ade o man na to nchen na
NDC
na dani and near a coming soon party, the so called smaller parties now, or no one in the home and building the party, not the Nwakotariwe or the Nwakotariwe. To the extent that election in another party, even in the executives, these two parties are able to manipulate and decide who they want to be party chairman in another party. Now, Obi to us here, third force, and Mao,
third force,
and much as I can perform your name, Prima.
Wow.
Notwithstanding
Pennyfa kese wo Ghana nyina se munyina kwa mo
ya CPP mfia hin CPP fo ahin na every wa kwa
CPP fo de dada nti etwam
wo de parties na aka nyina
se mo num ne
nipa ne be kan nokra afia parties aka nyina enketenkete no aya wo kan ya se me yanka se party nkete nti yanka se parties na aka no obi anim mpanyifo na ba bi o mo support ada ne yan pese be kan no they decide who becomes party executives in the other parties. Na better na what we are building. Na sabi and say third you are no
we decide other political parties.
So person be ye bia. Enya say na brofo ne ye. Answer na ono wo hu say wo ma kwan ma ba wo be din no. No wo bubu wa pre. Nti wo mpanyinfo no sabi o je ne bottom a. Then bio na wo kan on support. So enti parties in Kayano, you better see alliance, over see on Kruma ye kan hu abom, ye started ansem no mfia hin. See an kan hu amom anko du baby ma because nipa na akoye ne ho say, oh say MPP anwini a na parties ni bi, ono party anuanom we wo ha. We ba abusuan ye ho toye, we ba abusuan ye ho toye. Na say akoye parties be enan a, ye nim ne obetumi anwini a. Ufi say anka say na
nema doctor bisu be argument o just say e was say enya coalition government
yes
na until say e benya aban party
bebre na kambo no ni enya ni ye Ghana ha ye wo panyin bia wate party mako miensa
ono kwa
wate ono ane party ni apam na firim Ghana ha onu a oti party na ne nkofo na onu ombete say o ene ma ya tese wakoji ska obabi ya tese wanye ne ni apam no atefoforo because party ne tie organ ha na f
party TF
f
wow that's a very serious
yes
issue but nyonkwa na waka nkofo bebre aka CDD for mpani for bebre so aba bekasa say mo say o say ye hwese de ye ma
one basic thing you say also we have offices in not less than 2 tests
of the constituencies
of the constituencies me say apart from NDC and NPP parties na kan nyina omo head office do one head office na family house na head office na say branch constituency bibia office papa bi o Madina ho ba bi the only time we who say yes e file for presidential election oba o chachalote no akọ file presidential candidate t-shirt ba ko crown print bi I na ye di agrosa agro we
let's say touch a bit on EFS and Nigeria.
Well, let me just say that because an independent presidential candidate will hear SAR qualifications.
No, me Kenya independent.
Oh, political party.
No, can I
okay, powerful because you free Madina no. Yeah, in any no.
Me say political party as an American.
Political party.
Okay.
Yes. Ah, who billboard back?
But
baby.
Obviously, me carry. But I think that I agree with the person's position. Say, do na no more from smaller political parties. Because yeah, niamu my smaller political parties. Because there be a say Kenya nena nka because of issues I will discuss here. In Kenya nka be in NDC here NPP hanum say be omo maka no mo hefa. Omo de mo nka Ghana amamu. So what
political issues mo yes,
of course, but that's the practice.
Generally, yes.
That's the general practice. But some making and even say 10 political parties cry and one representation say ne and move 5 by the other 5 by. Sabio if we say divergent opinions.
Sure.
And but that is how you build these political parties because everything starts from somewhere. We're building the panel structures from the representation on the media because really this is how the influence has started. Obia MPP for or friend MPP office munya candidate bia man one am na otherwise we not be for any person office where MPP ni bia no mra na nipa na ba. But that same treatment if it was meted out to all the other political parties, trust me, at least so mobile support so the doc can there's always an influence from the other political parties, but it will get to a point. So in fact I think the moment station here there be Atik almost every time Atik is on your show not representing any of these two giants.
Well, yeah.
So, but assuming say
Kabila also.
Kabila, thank you, also from the CPP. That is a fairer compared to the two systems that we are used to. At least it gives some semblance of multiplicity of opinions. Multiplicity of opinions.
And let us charge the EC to clean those political parties. Nianse say a party, yen free ho.
Okay.
Your lines say yen free.
That is, and no, and the problem with that, so here, when the previous commissioner, this was the path she decided to chart.
Yeah.
But clearly, the forces are way bigger. Say, do, Sabioma, you molding cast now. Oh, and 2 seconds, near sign, no more call. But when it got to MPP and NDC for no, it was not a simple decision.
As that.
Meanwhile, we cross the boom, ran so crack, said, okay, the Omuane party offices across the country scattered. But all the other laws.
Chere ekwan ya fa so unya usika. Chere ekwan ya fa so odi sika ne ye adwuma. We keke.
Na misra. Odi ato aso, odi akoso. Bebre.
Ni na omuntu mi niso.
Emu bie no omudi so just omuntimi. Omun niso.
Akese no kra NDC and NPP.
Omun niso. Why na ekoka se converse call. Enti da bia na se ehwe han. But make say na senka we are bold enough. Likely yen na hu se obi independent obi ntimi nyom free ho and now you bold enough and now you ba ku free ho or so me enu kra na you free ho office nkomu nsu nyanza sa na bibia a chance se me no kase and adokoti we me ni political affiliation but said the working ya say amanfo nto aba based on a manifesto and na said you doc wo de oti o ma and now friend justice I think that this year the NPP and NDC more because when now the M2 about more maka no forget about 17 aka no the M2 about 17 aka I mean sorry 10 aka no near NPP and NDC and you feel say impose 10% of the population to about the other political parties aka say we mu omunsu nyansa okay because clearly send the vote so tia they have researchers in their offices they know say me vote so what na say e ko KYC ho
Onya.
Obviously, they made me be a KYC vote in my back.
Okay.
It's to get those votes back. And the way to go, once we begin to vote out, in fact, we begin to vote people other than NPP and NDC, trust me, they will begin to either.
But say, Akufo baby can say, oh, what to my parties and get on one to me winning into say who votes in the end of my back.
Oh, yeah, Wakunya Cassia and a Cassia.
Thank you. Thank you.
Party Nankasangasa or no senior what she said no saying no I attractive mobia to about.
Okay.
Because PNC no more seats our parliament. Let's see people seats. And tis a year you may now say you don't necessarily have to contest 275 seats. I don't know one can say CPP only 20. You fire who didn't 20 or they will win some seats.
Okay.
Now what was scatter was soppy and goes who PNC and him say Ebia Upper East, Ebia Liman and I say baby and 1 year strength to work ye pay only 5 seats. Mfama ho de ko sha. How do so the name say wa kwa fedu ba bia Ghana ha so de area bi wo ho a mpanyimfo manima emfa ho ni nipa ogina ho ye beto abaman enti na edu primaries na bi wa na ada ne ntokwa no because ahonya win primaries na we
MP honorable
win ya people should start calling you member of parliament.
Council person dey call Nigeria and Ghana issue ni mo na ye twe because you see ban ba be ka so mo hu nkrata na wo asase no mo say Nigeria for there but answer na no na osusu ka say akonwa no asase ne akonwa ne dia nti omo te se nkofo bi si dan ho e na omo koye no mko yi efi ho no se ye nim se betimi start diplomatic row and say ntok manso kakra between Ghana and Nigeria but there ni kan say Nigeria for na kasa aba be kaso omo ni Ghana ni asem omo hu say asem we asem bia na Ghana ni emu chefe bia nti minim say the aban be resolve no omo so mbe si dan no ba hwan na betua sai ka no
enye sika ya na men sha se edikan se oni embassy bi anya sama eden pa ne kan den ne kroma no ne kan den pa isan se ya hyehyɛ mra bebre sesi ya bebia kɔwie ne de nyame ase nti men kan sa bebia kɔwie ne de nyame ase isan se nke kɔba se nokre ni se ye osufo asase en Nigeria fo akosia eden siso a na ne kana ade bia enye betesa in fact memfoa so se omukobu dan ne guye na emum so hwemu pa se nanka yemu de ampa na omun se da ni choice bia so mkwa kobu agu esan se emra hyehye nema bebre a ebo embassy fo ho ban enti se me no tie se si a oni embassy bi ana se diplomat bi anya asema wunji mfa nko court bia e ma nyeye wunji mfa nko police station bia e ma nyeye police ntimi nche no aban ntimi nche no court ntimi nche no so the asem court ni su tumi bia Ghana court bia ni su tumi e na wo dey ko police station a police ni kwa wonni kwan ko nya tumi kra na odi awura ba bia embassy ho no mpo enti se
adenti na mra na ye ne sa
mra o man ewiase nyina ne ahyehye se hoho bi ba o man mu a oba ebegina se bi o sa o man no enan mu a wona wo emra hyehye se obo no ho ban fi bibia ho sempo enkoba se wodi awu mpokra de obetima ya ne se obepam no no akọ krom untimi nya no hwe bia o krom mra no affect no enti o kọ ne krom a na se ne kro no fi se bia se omuni ni di se ne mra se ne fata omuni ne bedi so omuni na ani a o ye free enti ade a nyame anim ni eden enti se koba se eye osufo no dia no ana amanfo bebre kasa no man follow due process no man court am say court be no mfa nko Supreme Court ni su to me High Court su ni to me court bia ni su to me enti wo court se wo kan o dia na okope no
enti in the case of assassin no when na ebetimi determine say assassin na Nigeria for there ana for there bra into being court
en na make kebe enti de be wi an say de meti an say ampa osufo de asem ko down police for free Nigeria for say mo fa mo nkrata amra land commission mo obi an fa nkrata amra ne hwesa ampa when na assassin ni omo so mo ma
Nigeria for so mo ma
na fa so an kakra na so wa ma de na betima ye no wontimi nya obi a bibia enti na say ohwe na ade na kwaya mememfe omo hu ni omo ye afad no ye bugu ye nya solution ye bugu ye nya solution abai okobu dan ni gu ye no enya na mpanifo ati agina omo so fo asem no nti se na make
decision de o
nti na make say de mandika ka say ebuguro no de menfo aso esan say sebio e Nigeria emergency na asimi ko bugu ye nke America emergency ana nkwa ko bugu ami ahwe okoto de ne bodwe wo de nya nkyere ba wo de akọ sa asem kro na bi na nke ebehwe de bia beda so ho enti se na make adana ne ka na den but enne akwa Nigeria emergency se kwa Togo emergency kra de bi kra asami kra nka ambassador na kra nge bi kra nka yakobro no esan say monkey play by sizes unya obi a obetimi na
ti yen Ghana for ye bu Nigeria for anim ti abrade
enti na obubu fu ye no eye nim ti akese nemom enkoba ne say asase ne nye osufo ne dia e na obetuma ka se obu obi anim tia say na osufo ne dia wo bokro no wo meman so wo in fact wo wi amasase mi ko kan ya wase mi mama bu onim tia wo na wo wi amasase no mi mama bu onim tia
okay
enko kan say enko yeye nanso se de mi kan asam ne kan na eden nanka ne papa ma nka bia nka de osufo ne be ne se nkomo ne be kwa se kan omunim nukura mu se mpa Nigeria for no ene esia kan ne papa mi so nkomo ne kwa dan foreign affairs so okay dan foreign affairs
so mo hwe
mu mame na mo mfre omo essence foreign affairs omo otumi so metima frɛ ambassador na sempo empanifo ho no se asase na mo sisi so nya enye de maamo essence emra hye Ghana senka Ghana mom ena be mo asase nipa nya ba obeto de obetua ho aka na bibia
de na osufo antumi anhu sade we omo ni lawyers
ameno de ne ka no so be de kakra mame essence sebio bia omo so dina so amom de ye ni mo ye no
because me who statement na
min ka mo
abonten
min ka
statement ba abonten
omo di statement adana no omo di statement ba abonten asem ne ba he na de che
in fact and say also Ministry of Foreign Affairs so the statement about minister ma me share Yakobo Chinsta ehase ama omo ka say omo hu nkofo no mkobu dan ni gu ye no e Nigeria embassy no so omo say I wish to clarify that the Nigerian High Commission and Chancery residence has not been demolished contrary to claims. Inti Nigeria High Commission ankasa dan ne de obi ankobu nemu masase na etoa so no na omo yeso adwuma ne no enom kobu say the building in question is neither the Chancery nor the residence but a property belonging to the Nigerian High Commission that was unfortunately pulled down by now identified private individuals. Inti I say let me on this note reiterate that government's promise to bring the perpetrators to book while it ensures that the structures is restored to the original state. Nti ma me Yakobo Chinsta kai say omo ko di bone ne mra na ombedi na edan no to baby na edu ansa na omo bu egu no ombesen pagya e de esi pepepepepe e de ama Nigeria force e na lawyer e chemu say ye mra no an omo de ye adwuma say obi embassy de diplomatic law ne che say unni sutumi hono e want to say ni krom tu ntumi nko uni embassy ana ambassador bisu nya asema police ni ntumi nka court bia ntumi nka nti eno anse nka foreign affairs omu no mu nua no ma na ka oni omako no oma busemu ama batunu because hono eti say eyi na lawyer che say we dey Nigeria for om dey am 14 na ka ya American embassy na UK embassy enka sabre ya ko ha manso aba beda ye ni omu ntem ma wa ha to kwa kese pa nka ye ntumi kura nka na ayeye
yabemuni kan sisudia eye ntokwa so unya yesa a declaration of war.
Oh, this is enough
for of course it's enough ground a declaration of war. Wo ko attack obi man adonya hwe won ka bi nchim
enyo man nye Ghana man e ko
mfa ho
e citizens
afia mpese mi hu adan no mbu ye na eye within the wall ana e wall na chi
e wall no etoaso
but
se chance you need dan ne de o mato wall afa ho na asase na etoaso na o mato no eno omo ye project won bia na embassy na omo fu se so tie bi omo tirem
da bi o dey say efia mienu nie eno mo ba se mo dwene hona no ba bi omo staff ne tete no
enye
no mo fi se no emmo omo nti o mpese omo nyina e beta
fa
in fact oko Ghana consulate wo Lagos sanity da bi omo tene wo sei na office ne wo sei eto aso wo kaka na chem
nti enu abi na mpese omo so omo ye wa
enu abi na nkom nti enhye da nka nya de ha adwen ne ha me ne se o se e oman lawyer di kan aka minya kwan ko Nigeria na ambassador no honorable what's his name Mrefi omaye aban car Ghana say Ghana car ya dinam kro udu ba bia police kro anyinam because of number plate about.
Thank you.
See no
nti anya ade a sese anke toto no fom sabi omo bewura ho no nti na security ni ho edan buo efi anya asem keto how many minutes na every ho ko police headquarters how many seconds every ho ko police headquarters e kwa keto bi anka betumi ama rapid and SWAT fo atumi aba na
omukoye
na yabubu dan na bi
omukoje number omukoje omububu number na omukoye
omukoje omububu edan ne number
those are report on the same day so
oh there was problem with my problem enkanka ewo asase sem ho se sebi osufo ne neton asase ne ma omato watu aka na mum land title ne hwan na omonye nti omuni records bia o ba bia se asase we ya ton amasa nkofo
thank you
omuni bia nkom betumi a reference
ba bia ya say akoduro no
oh that's where they got it wrong say oh now me o man so me koto asase o ba bi o me say akwa na ka chem say man incident e dan na obi abesi nto omkoma masa na me say adentra o say o senka o sinitem me to asase me no kwa agreement time say me si dan so hu nti say wa to asase no na o paper dia so why your land title 1 year ye de anka eno de eno o ye just to solidify the ownership na say one out to asase no man na wo san fa tire kotom nkran ha asase dodo san ne entom ma nipa ba ne o problem bia ba yenyina problem no so ne en find solution since ye be kasa bebre no e doso land administration in Ghana no hard be
na yet Ghana World Bank for na ebo am land administration
policy mo bo say
ya lab 1 lab 2
nipa
lab 3
oh
na nipa
me ya reho la say ya lab 1 na need akotokas lab 2 the conditions
the committee on cast
say adia ye wo adene papa say sa niam we nyina anka etu otwa che say asase ba ko ni ato ma nipa nan nipa num nipa so na di enim koto minua ba ko na asase e wo breku su kwan so asase ya ton ama nipa be nan oto wo we ho we ba o se ye dia no san tu aka we ba o se ye dia no san otu ama abusua nan
don't see say bia na osu die bia na eno ne ko ba ese bia ohini bia na wo ho ana bia mo to
enya aboko bi sebi nya se mebu obi akonya ho fi ana se metoto no se enya aboko bi ana ekwan avikyire bi asase o so asase enti mpanfo no ntumi nka se o munim se asase ne yaton enya obi akeke ne san osu asase paper
but doc ansase problem kra de nkra ha ne do so
mi kan be bi asase no wo no se enti panmu bi ehun se ade die yeri bibia anka de be asuma sisi asase media nya se omsori ya na omkobu dan no omdi be kan na omso ye dia omso se modia dia mo fa ne kire se ye modia wa wo ton de wonni bibia kire se asase we afie pokua na ye host of this station nti se on ne ka say Dr. Amradia ene o approval ye ni o ye in charge of say o release lands e wo su
okay nti doc enkoje Nigeria for no money brea abre because o me ye press conference o money abre say the lawyer can we enke use of force nti waye no kwa de waka Nigeria at waka nkosua ka Nigeria all right say the obese o ye Ghana bi obeye Ghana for but o mo hwe abusua bo eda ye ne o mo ntem a ene abakosema wo ye ne o mo ntem a ene o maye boko ne hwe sade we ne emra ne meto enkomo we say so
you get there don't ask questions slap him back. Let's get a small building that belongs to Ghanaians here. We demolish it. When they ask questions, we tell them it's hoodlums. We are sorry. We will look into it. This is what you do, tit for tat. I'm sure, Mr. Minister, you know this in diplomacy. Sometimes you look the other way around. Let's demolish one small building in Maitama or Asokoro. And when they talk, we say, sorry, it's hoodlums. They are angry because you have touched their brother. If you get there, don't ask questions, slap him back. Let's get a small building that belongs to Ghanaians here. We demolish it. When they ask questions, we tell them it's hoodlums. We are sorry. We will look into it. This is what you do, tit for tat. I'm sure, Mr. Minister, you know this in diplomacy. Sometimes you look the other way around. Let's demolish one small building in Maitama or Asokoro. And when they talk, we say, sorry, it's hoodlums. They are angry because you have touched their brother. If you get there.
Abusa for Nigeria from Benifoni bi no mo ye nsecho fo nhie mu won kra han mo say omo de be gia Ghana kitwa bi se Ghana betime bu omo dan no ma ba ka so oh ye pa chew ye sorry ye de enim osufo ne bebu ye de ene omo so omo be hwe Ghana dan kitwa bi mo bu agum omo bugum wi a no so ma ba ka sorry a che Ghana for se ye no an se na me se Ghana se de lawyer kan mo to won ma se Ministry of Foreign Affairs mo so ma hu police force o ma hu national security for you omukwa ya waso weso ogon omo hihye ayi kaka motobi mo ahu ti mo kaka motobi na mo hye na ho mfaso ne sen na matena ho ama ma bebu Nigeria for dan ye omubugu ye wieye no afa na mo say sorry we have identified the perpetrators ye besi mo dan na mam Ghana for coins ya ye de to aduane ansu ye di no Yeah, near the na mode kwa ye obi mistake no. Mode kwa si hu solve one problem. Meanwhile, say Ghana for yare a. This one be na TV so, radio so no abesu na ni ase moja. Na me ba yare no wati mo na mo mpe kakra. Na ya lala su lala. Ye de akosa nipa na yare. Obi problem. Ye manipa ni ntua ka o. O man ne si ye kotua. Esida na ama Nigeria for. Kose ye na ye pe. Ene ye to na ye hwa. Lawyer we na mamefa asara ya go say one mu nyina wo issue say mo kasetia political parties nticho parties nketo ane say ye mo a omo na nkomu nyine na nkomu nso nya kese na ase bia ebu nketo ane nimtia say omo de parties no ekoyi negotiation ya de kopɛ kakra di nim ne ade a omo shada nye serious bia Dr. Asan Yarga anope ma good morning.
Good morning to you. How are you?
I'm good, and you?
I'm doing great.
I understand that you have concerns about how political so-called smaller parties are being described. What are those concerns?
Yes, I have issues when I watch your program almost every time you're on TV, and I listen to the two gentlemen, Councillor Abdullahi, my good friend, and then the gentleman in smoke. But I was really sad when they said that the smaller parties do not have offices and that their offices are in some chamber and hall or something. Look, let me be very honest with you. Most of these smaller parties that you see are going very, very, very well. It's just that they don't make time to study and investigate about the minority parties. In 2016, APC had 275 offices across Ghana. It was
275 offices
across Ghana. It was the only party that Madam Shalatase gave certificate. Under the leadership of Madam Shalatase, no party was registered so far, only the APC. Council knows the APC headquarters in Hatu here. Until the NDC built their office, it's much bigger than that of the NPP.
Oh, really?
Of the APC. Yes, he knows it actually. He knows the office of the APC. So when people sit there and say that the minority parties were not doing well, it's because the media is not giving us attention. On the platform there, every time NDC, NPP. How will the other minority party grow when you don't give them the opportunity to sell their manifestos and their policies? When we talk about only Nana Akufo-Addo and John Mahama. They are not the only political leaders in this country. And there is no, reason to say that they are the only leaders who have the best vision and policies of Ghana. There are many people who are not even politicians who can rule Ghana better than the NDC and the NPP are doing. Sure. But because we haven't given them opportunity, we are unable to see their efforts and their visions and policies. So far, NDC and NPP have ruled Ghana till date. Look at the dollar where it is. Look at the economic situation of this country. What can they boost up? But every day, we sit and rotate, and all we say is that best leaders must come from NDC and NPP. Who says that? It is not a guarantee that the best leaders must always emerge from the NDC and on the NPP. It's not true. So let's allow the minority parties to go and give them. And the issue the gentleman was saying that they are being sponsored by NDC and NPP. Mm-hmm. Who gives another person the weapon to fight him? Who does that?
Well, it's not the weapon to fight him, but the weapon to fight other opposition parties and neutralize them.
Look, I have been on the neck of Nana-Addo since day one because my policy and his policy is not the same. When I was in PLC, we are a socialist political party. Our socialist idea is almost the same of that of NDC. So if I am talking for socialist political party, you will see me defending socialist forum. Okay. Somebody will sit somewhere and believe that, Afaraga is NDC. No, it is the ideology and the policies and the issues you deal with. I cannot be defending the capitalist when I'm a socialist. I cannot be going against a socialist when I'm a socialist.
Okay, but Doc, but earlier Doc also raised an issue of disagreeing with political ideology, but still making your point. So if your point about sometimes being on the case of Nana-Addo because you disagree with his political ideology, people have raised the issue against you, or for instance, that because you agree with the political ideology of NDC, doesn't necessarily mean that you don't see anything NDC does as wrong. You are constantly in the praise of NDC and you are constantly condemning NPP and Nana-Addo.
That is not true. It's because people have that perception. When John Mahama is wrong, I come out and say it's wrong. When John Mahama appointed Shalatase, I said it was the worst decision so far. So there are so many things John has done that I've even called him personally to tell him. Even President Nana-Addo now, I sometimes call him and say, this you are going to do is wrong. Don't do it. If you do it, it will fail. Then you will ask ministers to call me and I'll explain it to them. I know that. This is the country we have to support and build together, no matter who's in power. Once the party is in power, it is our responsibility to guide and protect the nation and make sure that the person doesn't go astray. When we come to political campaign, then we will tell him what we think he did wrong and what we think is right. That is politics for you. It is not against it. There are several things that the NPP has put in place that are good. There are several ones that are bad. We will say it the way it is. It doesn't matter who is president, but we should be able to tell the truth as it is.
Okay. But what will it take to grow the smaller political parties and also make them big? Because there was this talk for 2020 election about getting a third force. Constantly, this thing keeps coming up. What will it take for the political parties to come up?
Platforms. The political party will only get equality if you give us equal opportunity.
Okay.
With your platform, we will grow better than the minority parties, the major political parties.
Okay.
We will grow much, much better. But you see, let me be very honest with you. I didn't want to say this. I petitioned the president, the current president, to say that let us stop having what we call a second round, so that we will have to have a situation where when we go for election, and then after the first, no party wins, we should have an opportunity that political leaders who had the first and second will now engage the other minority parties to form a government instead of going for a second round, so that the other minority parties will become very relevant.
Okay.
If we are able to do that, other parties will have the opportunity where people will say that if I vote for you, you will not win an election. Now you become relevant, you become a kingmaker. Without you, no party can form government. Now, if you are able to do that, many of these majority, big parties will come down. Because you now realize that if you vote for Hassan Erga in APC, there's an opportunity that Hassan Erga is either going to share power with NPP or share power with NPP. But the system where we always have first round, after first round, we go second round, we are not allowing other political parties to vote. The petition is still in his office. Do you think they want to do that? I heard the other guy say that the president has too much power. It is true, they have too much power. And that's why they are doing what they are doing. If we reduce the powers of the president, certain things like this will be able to work for us.
Okay. Okay. Doc, let's thank you this morning for your intervention. We are very grateful.
Thank you. Thank you. And have a
Dr.
good day.
Hassan Erga, PNC Amenyoko ni penny also no or tatete na nado pa. Yes, be on penasemo, and maybe or Pemahama said there be nemum, or any political ideology in Asia, baby or free ban or mommy a capitalist. And no a socialist into any NDC for me or social democrats or near a copa anti. Yes, be a dear Mahama so be a biano or best so nemum was media for near Cajon. Second, be a quine say be a program say ya. And yes, NDC NPP inquires ye bema political parties now can in so kwa mama bemua can nya their party be a kusiasi nka by now ke nya third force wa Kenya NDC for NPP for kwa no mo manipulate ye no nti ye to enkomo no so but ye nko ye wie ewo Nigeria for ne Ghana say because na ye best officer say mo say solvable.
Oh, so say there nyamianim they were even the two countries you know are approaching issue no nyamianim ni yepa aboy nyina sanse senkasa semwe wo de yemfa na sanse Kenya Ghana ni Nigeria ena nkeye Russia ni US a kare fe bia nkoma enka wi ase aduru hwenka bia wi ase aduru na nyankopon adom emse ya fanu no ya gitum se ye niafo se bi o Ghana fo bebre a o me Nigeria fo saa na o Nigeria fo bebre o me Ghana fo ansa na se de o kan o di kan sha se kan no ya bakosam ne ye dodo na no nkabom in fact say here students are Ghana more than 10%.
Yeah, Nigeria for
universities are Ghana nyina
especially who say baby out try.
I think the tech at a point was the highest in Ghana. And na Legon for no more etreman so because siane $5,000 just kaketwa. Say Legon students of about 40,000 students. That's 4,000. Nigeria 4. That's be 5,000. Or for accommodation crowd here. To be 5,000.
That's some more and almost the BB back
and the more the boy they say baby. Enti and now say the working or private investors in class with any baby bubuja. Obi a hwa na say ya no aduane na akoto. Enti omo ha bebre enti ya doye ho ya ben dodo si ebeja ho ama ya kan sinse mu. Enti se ne afanu ni nyina no in fact I think say nyame anim ni me the way foreign affairs ministry no ma handle asem no aboa omo ye ne ntempa esan so omo te ase omo te nsa na se de asie no ya de ehu pa enya de enya nkura agorokora se de enya se bi okuro makura se dan ebu ogu enne se bi enya se mimiti efie na me dan ko bu ogu enya no bi we ye oman ena wakọ attack no enti the way omo si ti ade na se ntempa na omo so ano no I think say aboa ama emse solution no ama abantem
ba wujiri se Nigeria for no post ya mo ka se nko mo so nko bu Ghana dan bi na mo so nka sorry nche Ghana for no that the best
say they make no ebufuo na ebi mu esan say ebufuo so de ma obi atimi ni ope bia nyankopon cha de say nipa okasa ye no enyo na president ene enyo na foreign affairs say nke ko ba say nipa okasa ansemi nko ne Nigeria president ana say Nigeria foreign affairs minister ene nke wasembo ne po na nyankopon cha de we an ordinary member of parliament ene ja ozo okeka na adwene enye say obo asoso de okan no o basis wo nyina so ama o de kan ne o kan nanso nyame ncha de amampani amani mienu mpanifo ne omo foreign affairs atimi asoso nsem na no ama makowie sini akowie nyame anim ni se nkomo pa nkomo ka sedan kran ke esi nyina amomo nka ye ni hu hwe ka essence na wo no abefom sabi wo no abefom because that ebu egu wo si ni se den a enyina ne dada so enye but eja wo nipa no apene so ete se sabi ahoma wate wo si posse den
enye sada na
enye yi man entimi man sa man nyi nenso omo do mani ato se nya hwe se mo so mo esi amode munsi na emom I think say free na akro no mom no said the dog kan asase no said the disua de na yetimi bo embassies no ho ban titru embassy nkete no ye ma ban bo no ekọ pa say abrofo no de omo no mo oska se bi omo kra omo ban bo no omo wo no kra na say o man ni nyina kra man bumbu enti omo aka no titru West Africa fo no ye na ahoche no ha say ma ye ni ko hoye na ban bo no ko say ene na Nigeria
ochina
echina bia na bebe be ko na anko wie ni sei ena toso biom ebetima ko ba se echina sa ko wie Nigeria fo ya ho a omo mfa ne tribe omo hu ni se ebo apaye adwen boni bi ta chire enti samre na na ese ase na aban mambo bi ebetim dia abo embassies no abo ama se bio protection no akoso no ese ehwe na ebo ho ban yi isan se okodio odi oko ochina ebia na onuanom de omo amfo mo.
In fact, security expert bi message I was send about no say nanka America for omo ne Russia for cry kama nanka omo ne Afghanistan for cry kama ansa na echire omo ba betiti ntemunti de Ghana ye hwe ne ye pass nya say ne Nigeria for ye kama sa ye fu omo bo ama ne bro so a omo so afedi obo no ma ba be ye tamfo nti ye hwe ne ye doc ma me so ye be de ne e betimi asolve how do you propose ye be solve adewe?
Well, already no ministry no Asha say metie deputy minister na o say asem no ne onu wadi kan hu ene ne wate no enko beyond 48 hours o be hu mu nokre.
Okay.
Nti won say aban no wo coercive power aban na pay information anya ade aye twentwen so wo ye director wo lands ne say bra minister say ehia bi wo beba nti omutumi hu mu nokre say susu ampa Nigeria for no to asase no 10 years ago ni ono pesisi enso to 2 years ago dia when e di kan to ne kan na mum wo mo ntimi anko register aban so obehwe mo man register ama na me interested in nia okobubu dan no
oma amoni di wo statement
asase ne bio the second time omoton ye no nipa kro sankofo na o se mo mutua edan ne ka enye Ghana sika kakra ya ya de hwe covid kra ensu ye ni esan de kosi dan esan obi ne negligence obi a hyeda se okudi nsamoni obi a hyeda se nia eni no obesan age obi a hyeda se nia waton adidi dida no obesan aton ne biom ya sankofo no na se ye me ye ni eko ho na land administration organize o ye be ne ntem to asase a obeko the same thing eko so port oto asase no we ho say hwan de say nye hwan de o koye search enu hu sika obetua e wo man mu sa niema we nyina sa bureaucratic bottlenecks na ma nipa pii so mpese obe fa kwan papa so aye ne ese se oye na Ghana hapa de nka be papa se obeto dan ya yesi dida sinse obeto asase enkankan ne nkran ha sa obeto asase na me tie mini ahode sase ba ko be ko na nipa 9 na egu so a obia sen de obia kura na sebe ebi mu nso nhye da nim nyansanti na adwuma o ye owiase ya ne so e langa na metia mi pe bodyguard mi nya bi wo guard asase ahe ne etua wo o guard nipa wo guard asase na adwuma o ya no e langa ebi mu ye so notorious say police for na nkasa kura enimom enti esese ye mesi ye mfa gwe so nya suade se ekwan be ne fa so a o pe asase a wo be kwa akọ hwan nkaba na your plan kura say ebia osu asase ohini we pe ene nasefo ene tumeton na obi ton ama wakoho akobisa o menya sure say okokuma se betu akoto asase wo adum keke obekọ ohimpanyi fi akohwe omo wo ba bi e register asase hwan necessary osan ye ton ma cross osan ba ha be register o se ye hwe ne ye toto ye niam yie asase won sem wo Ghana no time enipa ahwere wo nkwa e wo asase ho enye obi ohokra na wanya ekwan bi ma ya meka o medium na nipa ate nipa ye ku o musie pa se meka che o minua ba kwa asase obi a opese owi asase no o makofa odwan ekokun se o mo obi a ma asase no so o mo ye rituals se sebi nkurati se bi
ni asase no kra so
asase so nya ne dia abusia panyin na agya tum se otoma minua no nso obi akogina se asase no ofa na mra ben Ghana ha mi nso amedina ka se mra wo kroma no e do so se mu nipa ye hye mra pa wo de parliament bi atransia ye hwe mra dodo amahye na mra no yedi so ana ye ni so are we just interested in making laws why na be hwe se mra no sebe mra no ye bedi ho dwuma na nipa no kra na ono owi asase no okọ asase no so na oye adwuma no police fo gina ho no mo ye adwuma police fo ejina ho no ye adwuma document men no mo verify ya mo boa no mana ye saade no e ba ye sebe ye ntwe obi ya so na say ye betena o
mem so mbehwe say the ministry statement or the ban no say they will bring them to
me see the nya book kekese ye de obi koto say me mani nyi sa ne ma no ho me see Ghana sika de to PPs kwa nso nti say aban say obetua e bia ne ntamu so nti I agree na mum esese ye ma obi somebody must suffer for this financially. Yes, I buy sika na da bia de be ye sebe ne ehu hia. Nipa na oton asase no, me ne obi ka, aban ne obi ka. Nipa na okobu edan no. O say mo mutua, they have to be searched. They say enya hwe no doso wo ba mu dodo. E doso.
Ma men kan messages ni bi mu ye no madwen akoba nkrom say nipa na oye sa na a o ma adan ne buye na wo say mra ne ni di. Na nya se ni nyina na ye de beko akofa Ghana ye coins ya na asan de akwakotua se aban de oni wo fa senti na Martin Atakwa no se if you agree with APC leader na ayaga pa say ye media for no ya mo ye NDC ni NPP dodo mumiem na parties na aka ni nyina so nya bi na omo emra Elder Okran ewo Long Island ewo US no se if you me hwe mo pa ewo UTV so na de Ghana hia pa ne se ya basesa your constitution na ye adwuma sese na your constitution so ka ho ene enya problem too compromising de bia na Ghana constitution no wafa say yenyuntum until say ya be ya sare de ondo gidi say sa ya system aye kan wasem free amanyosem ebesi ene Nigeria semi enye yeda eti eguso aya ye de ye show da Elder Okran na odi we say e de ba nti John Osevim unu guest na mo sha mask no nti esema ya mo sha shield no said we bo bia be hu te mo bom ho ba nyesa covid ndi hu pa no man kofa asembia amfa efie Bishop Kwabena Prepare no se me so ye hwe mo live wo UTV so aseda kese nkoma no production team no enyina Professor Azar ye kase e beba ho nem se ompeke o call nti Professor Sari wo Florida enya no ene ne antwetwe nkoma chan goma no se fia Ghana manyosem de wo kase odi echi kra wo be yare nti be ye kra to adwum kra tumda na mo enye wo mo ade sa se pedifo de nya de omutie efutu ene akwaje wo kwabia so sesi anso ya tese akwanhia si ewo kubiase kumase kwan no eso a chese track kesie bi ya track yo mo de twetwe mines ne ma bi akwakosi ekwan nim ti afa na o mo de track foforo aba twe as a container track no so di kan ka ho ansa na mining de no so koka ho nti afa na o mo twe a wo ma fi nkran ekokumase ene wo ma fi kumase be nyina ma kan sesemu wo kubiase edwoso empotem nti unam sa kwan no so kumase kwan so a yesewa no amoni ada ho no kina wako fase ma ho Professor Edubuahe wo Worcester Massachusetts also share live here that's a prof say wo share no see if are we safe e wo Ghana say yete wo no na che say o ma we ma so bia ye de ope wo omai wo mu ye famra enhyeda enye adwuma senchia enkoma mpanifo na wo no mo ye adwuma ni nya kobna badu eno se kacha ya ga se won twin no nko consolidate ne party ya kra ye ntoma no nti de oka nyina no brofo kwa eni yetie eno kopin opon Ajiman no say small parties always have allegiance to big political parties. Inti kacha ya ga si yenim no dada omu nyina yenim omo de o NDC de o NPP obi eni won mo de na koma fine ene baaye inti na yeso omo ba yemfi wo mu no ono so de Charles Reid no say if your land control de yenhwe pa na ya hwe won se maka e o say land commissioner we nyi omo hwe so omo so enam baabi ene obi aye de ope e wo mayimu ene se ne ye de yesa ko Nigeria fo ani a afa ebu aboy yankasa no yewra Kofi Brako asamwa was a good job if you ene panelists no enyina 7 to 4 was ya ga kra de onya na we kra de ya yense hunna won de wa begina won mo keka ho ye ni political parties so baabi amugina Brahima also vim lady ade we ya me dadwen papa at least say COVID-19 na ye de copy new voters register at this time of COVID so your leaders any mpedifo omo nyene nitema Emma Ghana for Pong, say COVID that be chinchina, I say, young country din and Oche see a boy, no, say, maybe I mean, politicians are more man with more as you. Chatter chinchina, mope voters register for because mope semunya abato no couldn't be Jonathan Nangua, Ese or share Darcy, and a heron Lolonyo, a branty or say or share and rara, para, or say, wa look. And Kofubu one moment to make a say, or the Moya Ghana for ya mo kakra, dear no Sagan near Okasa, et said the any Ubiaka and I end in Nigeria foka. Anyas Mukara or see a shamopa, yedasi Anyas, and Asnaba Kojo was say Avim, Mitiopa. I shall go ma say, and pay me ma one panelists near good morning. And I know what your floss banner was a media. I love to watch critical issues. Private me the be a minimum. Ebenezer Terriano say Bramadina market behe social distancing be any so. Nti asofo na kan nya NPP prime minister omre be yastic omunko dwom no mfa no nya example senche aban Matthias Seyika was say I don't really understand NPP and electoral commission no mo the electoral voters rights adada no kwa win elections did e biew e na mo pa chinchini a yenya voters rights afoforo emfa emamo no but you my lord no say vim I want the president and his EC no to tell us the truth the empenti e na mo pese e kwa abonte koto aba edemo mo but you also Gomwako Simintim and Patrick Kuboshika and also if you allow sleeping dogs to lie na posterity and a bed judge one judges now woman this heart mo win na e buy no rama so be do no say if you media the numbers keep rising and na me hu kra wo Ghana say the numbers na e kosoro na say Ghana de yen shadam fa asem enya asem no rama so be do so Josie Opoku no say asem of him and a patient Opoku no say this is very true pa if you omanpani bumra so opposition bumra so obi aye de ope e wo man yi mo fellow Ghanaians one day say ohun de onye no wisdom ni mo no if you yenchi omo enti omanpani na bebu so opposition yenchi obi a kabu akro John o say yenchi obi a omanpani any NPP any John Mahama any pedifoni na ana Edu Faru Facebook o say na Mahama no say de no ono a oye incompetent no ene ono na obekasa no yenya de ebetie no Kofi Amase efia is it true said the then president failed portal his own political party and to me anye social distancing ewo primary so bokoye mu uwi a osigare ni ne koye ya oba beche no odedien e na ade be kwa koche gane no B papa no say from Rollins to President Akufo Atamils any Mahama Akufo-Addo omunyina I say I haven't seen any development ewo Ghana ha akra ye fin sa bola emene enkran ye Emmanuel Mensan no say whenever the president fails then they are trying to equalize mo de pa de stomach journalists mo ye stomach journalism in disguise enije hine abeku yamwa no say true talk and abonsu o say wusu kanopa Emmanuel kwa apeku was say why this doctor is saying that no both three entities na enyo omo doctorate degree and omo nya ne he ya cheso omo do mba brofo akese and omo de beka e wo dwumedie so afia Augustine Nukpo no say president NPP NDC one word both ni nyina omo ye entities a omo shada enye ade bia ti afia ka kire omo na ye hu se de nsem no etie grammar no doso from doctor Mufti Menk or say we know papa we know dada enti ombe ya omonka ensem a ebetimi aboa oma we say na yeso yetumi hu say fia me dem send o private message nti pese me ka nsem bi ekyerɛw bi papa maka messages we dada ena waside bi abare Ebenezer Blanks no say ifia asem mo ya open politics dodo but we political program ya frame say me beto nyom ndi pesa me to nyom me di pesa the political discussion punchline Mama catch you say economy Muhammad ye ni bi fire for fire boot for boot fire na fire obi say we fear for politics na kan better na me beto nyom enwuma ye be ye first best entertainment show na Mama Brown ne nko for ne beba some boy beba wo no mba beto nyom tupa no wa hwe no why had ye ento nyom a serious political discourse any ye no Clifford Asamini and also people can be bold and blame NPP Akufo-Addo. Mamo nyesa bia mo beka Akufo-Addo asema chenchena no makofa ma ama edna ba betai ho. Monka Akufo-Addo anim no hu se de oye no enye no kwanso no obi ehu de oye ne no so asem emfa na asem enko eno so obi so no commenter ono so ede aba betwa. Michael Kosimafo no say if you agree with your panel members pa the perpetrators wo ko bu Nigeria dan no gu ye no yen chi wo mo ne ma omu emra ne omu ni ne mo ye mo mu chia dan ne ka enye Ghana for coins ene ye befa ede akwakotua ni nyina ka Theodore law for the entry o say hi if you Theodore me chia out Theodore ye me mate nti congratulations so nkoma omo efi Gimpa law faculty ya call mo to the buy nra foster ene kofi nyina nyakopon shamo good job done say motumi akwa ma ya call mo enye adwuma ketwa sleepless nights afena mo wie no mo mra me dan dwo mo kra kakra ma moska kametwa mo nyina mo tumu o Kempiski na mo so mo akwa djojo mo ho kakra Marie Claire Soga Arthur no say if 8 year 2007 government stepped in to stop it from failing till now ATL is not producing. What is going on? ATL as I'm not checking at the ama yejina ha ya de menyini say metumi nya ho answer at the ama say akoso textiles aban eko mu so ni sika kogu me kai say alanchemante kwa yeso diska eko akoso so from the ministry tell say follow up near say et say na jogidi so time crown so hoy na wo jogidi so consultancy me kai say ono so de moa e de eko honom na kosi ami here no say fia the Bible does not state say obi anko sorry e wo asori mo enti bishops na quote omo ni nyina de nya de betimi ne omo nyina age omo nsem no atum kra na jemfu akwa aten ene akoma black say afia mo ene adwuma ne we love the panelists no na de pena kwantema no sitefia there has been final clarification in Supreme Court issue no kan say sedun ketia cheche mu ahya so de ba ne kra de na wrong enso na chese nkofo bi so na ma omo ebo edeje no so just yopoku ye da say wo share live ewo Facebook na Felix Owusu Boatin ye da say so join here now so do the buy ye be call your final comment ye be COVID-19 cases sika no kwa fa shase busa question say ewe he ye be your final comment on the sika no na ya so na mum ye be call Alisa unim say omo ye acclamation am o mampani excellency na nado dan Akufo-Addo said ye be a obi a ntumi an contest no nti ono kwa ne onipa o file application say opese odi NPP amanyoko no anim obi contest ne dia nanka oma ato aba na mom obi an contest no ti omo ye de omo friend say acclamation no ye nu abema ahenkan e ho no mti wo hwe TV no so a pictures na video no e na e ba no NPP for omo ye acclamation na ne nyina e bo omo so bo say monye social distancing o mo hya mo mask o ni ade nti electoral commission for company for no omo hwe so acclamation kra e wo say easy ba e be supervise hu say emra no omo follow ye na nipa no ya gina tum ewo emra kwan so nti video so na e ba party fo ni nyina asori agina ho no ma wo mo boje so a chese ne omo him omo franka de da so tum se na nado dan Akufo-Addo na wo mo bo agina so na answer na we kra beba so no ma ye neck meeting National Executive Council meeting and party fo mpani fo no e wo so wo mo je eniema bi tum ansa na o matimi de akọ acclamation ama party for na ka delegates omo beto abani na tumi ato aba ama no so omo de atumte no na ho video so say twa no ho wo Alisa Hotel ho na omo nyina akwa kohia utumu nkonwa na behwe better and further particulars video no na ya hwe se nkonwa no social distancing wom but utumu so obia hye shield ne bi ho no na ebi kra so asan hye mask no wo ase no so omo chese omo ye double ahobambo wo ho no ye nu abema ahenkan ewo ho no me kakra e be ko ne ahenkan kwa kwetwetwe komo ne ahwe se de eno so enhihye no etie owura akwaku emenu edujemfi and so well we should tell members to come and follow their numbers enti de omo ye no say ye ni fa say ye de acclamation abato e wo so omo ka che omo members ni ase wo mo enyina ahwe se wo mo kono wo mo fa ayi emra ne nya adwuma se de ba obi a enkoye bibiboni bia amankwa we no se fia continue na monye mo best na mo ma ensem esefate nyina Ghana for yensa enkane fa mu nchechemu ema empanifo ena imano konodu agiman eni Aaron ate munyina mo so mo hwe da se de videos bi beba from NPP Acclamation na ekoso ewo Alisa Hotel no eni issues e be free mu a ebebe nyina ennene na wo pepepe eni ebetena na ye critical issues by force yekoda na extended version say na NPP for abato na duru nti na wo se yetumi ye na ye hwe ni nyina na yekoye ni nyina na ekoso ebi mu ase market doctors bi brofo e kan Ghana de enye brofo na edibu man no mo ye brofo bebre sa kom na bekun nti mo ma yenwene ye ho na enye so obi aba betena ha kra ye yi enti videos na eba no mampani excellency na na adodanko Akufo-Addo na ye pagya ne sa e de ache ewiem na chese isifo na ejina ehwe no mo so mampani se mo ma ne sa so no mampani beka santie tie de mampani beka ye ba na afi ye ba beto so e de final comments so e de aba excellency mampani na na adodanko Akufo-Addo ma claim no as the only an official candidate of New Patriotic Party for 2020 abato eni yehu na waba begina podium no so a oye ehhehye na afi ode ne sem ato edwa no omampani ahye ne colors nse de enim na NPP for colors eye fita kokko ena blue ena omaka boma osono ena omota ebo omo emra ne se eshi rado eno ena omampani edu NDC na eduru ho a enke NDC eyezu eyeza emefa mia na wo mokore mo mene de NPP for de ena omo de da apaso yentie omampani.
Mr. Chairman, on your behalf, I have the singular honor to introduce to you once again the presidential candidate of the New Patriotic Party election 2020. Okay. Put your hands together. Nana Addo Akufo-Addo is going to deliver his acceptance speech. Please do listen. Thank you very much.
First Lady, beloved, beautiful Rebecca. Vice President, Second Lady, our dynamic Samira, President Kufuor, Chairman, General Secretary, Chairman of the Council of Elders, Majority Leader in Parliament, members of the National Council, officials of the New Patriotic Party, officials of the Electoral Commission. I thank Almighty God for the honor done me today by you, members of the National Council of the New Patriotic Party, acclaiming me as the presidential candidate of the party for the 7th December 2020 general elections. I shall, with God's help, do everything in my power to justify your decision and lead this most deserving party to another victory in December. I accept in all humility your decision. The rules of the Electoral Commission and the Constitution of the Republic require that at the time of filing my nomination, I should indicate the identity of my running mate, who, if God permits, will be the Vice President of the Republic. The Constitution of our party provides in Article 33 that the vice presidential candidate shall be selected upon the nomination of the presidential candidate in consultation with the National Council. So today, I have the great honor to put into consultation with you, the members of the National Council, my choice of running mate for the 4th time, the excellent, hard-working Vice President. Alhaji Muhammadu Bawumia. With your endorsement, the party will complete its presidential ticket, a feat that appears to elude some of our opponents. We have no such difficulty. We have a most fitting person to feature on our ticket. And I give you Mr. Digital. Mr. You and I were not there. The economic prophet, the Adam Smith of Wale Wale, my good and loyal friend, Alhaji Muhammadu Baumia, who has worked so tirelessly and effectively in the last 4 years to support me in government. Members of the National Council, I await your decision.
Hello, 1, 2. Hello. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at this stage, I hand over to the national chairman.
Just as you heard, Mr. President Akufo-Addo just informed you his choice is Alhaji Baumia. Do you accept it or not? Rise up by saying so. It's overwhelmingly yes.
very much. Let's get seated. Let's get seated. Thank you. Thank you very much. Chobai! Let me see the room fire up. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. The presidential candidate for election 2020 has been unveiled. Put your hands together, ladies and gentlemen. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who is also the President of the Republic of Ghana and the Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Choboy! His running mate has been chosen and endorsed. At this stage, Mr. Chairman, with your permission, I humbly invite the running mate of election 2020, who is also the Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Alhaj Mahmoud Aktabir.
Kukrudu. 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 National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Freddie Blay, Your Excellency, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, former President John Agyekum Kufuor, the First Lady, Mrs. Rebecca Akufo-Addo, Second Lady, my dear Samira Bawumia, members of the National Council, members of the Council of State, Chief of Staff, Senior Minister, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, Chairman and members of the Council of Elders, National, Regional, Constituency, and polling station executives who may be listening, rank and file of the Kukrudu family, members of the media, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen, Salamu Alaikum. I thank the Almighty God for this historic day. I want to express my profound gratitude and appreciation to His Excellency the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, for the honor of reaching out again to select me for the 4th time to serve as his running mate. His running mate, and inshallah, the next Vice President of the Republic in 2021. This day is historic because it has never happened before in the history of our country that a presidential candidate will select the same running mate 4 times in a row. That's never happened before. His Excellency President selected me in 2008 against all odds. In 2012, in 2016, and now in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, this tells you about the man, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that I have come to know over the last few years. He is a strong leader. He's a caring leader, a God-fearing leader, a trustworthy leader, and a consistent leader. He could have dropped me in 2012, and he could have dropped me in 2016, but he stuck with me, and I am so honored that he did, and I am eternally grateful. Mr. President, I'll never take the trust and loyalty you have reposed in me for granted, and I'll continue to do everything in my capacity to support you in the execution of your mandate as President. Sir, it has been a privilege and an honor working for you, and I thank you for giving me the opportunity. God bless you. Mr. President, you have chosen me for the 4th time, and inshallah, the people of Ghana will give you 4 more years to do more for Ghanaians. Furthermore, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to the members of the National Executive Committee and the National Council of our party. I thank them most sincerely for their overwhelming endorsement of my nomination. What can I say more in appreciation to all members and sympathizers of the New Patriotic Party from polling station through constituency to regional and national level. You have loved me, you've cared for me, you've appreciated me, and I say God bless you all. I stand here today because of the sacrifices of my family, my parents, the love of my dear wife Samira, my children, my brothers and sisters, my departed dear friend Kwabena Boydu, and my entire family. I thank you all very much. As a believer in and practitioner of the liberal democratic values and principles of the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, like all of you here, I have been inspired throughout my life by the thinking and deeds, sacrifices and accomplishments of such great political icons of our country and party, such as Dr. J.B. Dankwa, Chief S.D. Dombo, Edward Akufo-Addo, William Oforiatta, Alhaji Yakubu Tali Tolona, Upechibi Lampe, Professor K. Buzia, Jato Kalio, Naaba Ifa Kabo, Alhaji Aliu Mahama, C.K. Tedam, S.G. Anto, Alberta Jude Boahing, Araram Ponsa, J.B. Darocha, Hawa Yakubu, Gladys Asma, J.H. Mensah, and our own gentle giant, the great J.A. Kufuor, among others. Without them, I would not be here. I'm so indebted to so many men and women who have sacrificed and continue to sacrifice for our party and our country on a daily basis without reward or recognition. Mr. Chairman, it is our collective responsibility as members of the great Kukurudu family and as Ghanaians to ensure that the sacrifices of these great men and women have not been in vain. I'm therefore acutely aware of the sacred responsibility that has once again been entrusted in me by the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and our great party. It is a responsibility I will execute with utmost integrity, respect for our elders, members of our party, and members of other political parties. Mr. Chairman, I associate myself with the view of my boss, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, that politics is a call to service. It is about serving your country and delivering concrete results that improve on the welfare of your fellow citizens, without selfishness, dedication, honesty, transparency, and with the utmost integrity. I believe that an opportunity to serve Ghana is an opportunity and a privilege to serve all Ghana, regardless of ethnicity, gender, religion, education, income, and so on. It is in this context, ladies and gentlemen, that the policies of the new patriotic party, as implemented under the leadership of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, should be analyzed. We have delivered and are delivering on at least 78% of the promises we made to the people of Ghana and across the spectrum of economic and social policies. We have not only delivered on our promises, we have performed much better than the incompetent alternative. Much, much better. They say we have short memories, but I don't think you can say that about the elephant. We recall that 8 years in office, after 8 years in office, the result of their economic mismanagement was declining growth, high and constantly rising inflation, rapidly depreciating currency, loss of business confidence, high unemployment, poorly regulated financial services sector, a collapsing NHIS, no ambulance system to speak about, a doomsaw, 45% average annual increase in electricity prices, increases in taxes, the freeze on public recruitment, cuts in research allowances, termination of teachers and nursing training allowance, teachers arrears paid only 3 months after working for many years, corrupt practices associated with acquisition of passports, driver's licenses, and so on. Finally, they ended up with the IMF for a bailout. Notwithstanding this abysmal performance in office, they are still trying to make a comeback to give us an additional dose of their incompetence. Mr. Chairman, I know they don't read, but I entreat them to take a look at the data to get better informed on our performance vis-à-vis theirs. They should not only read the data, but they should try to understand it so that they don't mislead Ghanaians like their mosquito general tried to do after the verdict of the Supreme Court on Thursday. If they study the data, they would realize that for our first term in office, we have not just performed better, but we have performed overwhelmingly better across the board. Mr. Chairman, any claim to better management of the economy must ultimately reflect in the lives of the people. How have we been able to reduce the suffering of our people and make life easier for them after 3.5 years in office? That is exactly what President Nana Akufo-Addo has done. We have ended the suffering associated with doomsaw. We have reduced electricity tariffs by 10.9% compared to a cumulative increase of 264% under the NDC. And we have further reduced tariffs by 50% for the months of April, May, and June this year. We provided free water for households in April, May, and June. Petroleum prices have increased by half the rate that they did under the NDC. We have doubled the capitation grant, established NAPCO, created jobs, and stopped the freeze on recruitment in the public sector. We've recruited over 550,000 people. We've abolished fees for postgraduate medical training, increased the share of the District Assembly Common Fund to the disabled. We've exempted Kaya from market tolls. We've ensured the implementation of our promise to employ 50% of the persons who manage the country's toll booths from amongst persons with disabilities. We've restored the teacher training allowance, restored the nursing training allowance, restored the book and research allowance. We are paying professional allowances to teachers. The 3-month arrears policy, salary arrears policy for teachers has been abolished. We are absorbing the cost of BEC and WACSI exam registrations. We've sent 40 students from our Zongo and inner city communities on scholarship to Cuba to study medicine. We've abolished 15 taxes, including taxes on financial services, real estate, airline, and so on. We've reduced import duties by 50% generally and 30% on cars. We've made it easier through digitization to apply for a passport, to apply for a driver's license, to obtain your pension when you retire, to buy electricity through the ECG app. We've made it easier to apply for scholarships. We've made it easier to send money and receive money from people through mobile money interoperability. We've made it easier to renew your NHIS membership, to register a business, and we have reduced the corruption associated with obtaining services from the public service. We've saved the NHIS from collapse. We are providing 600 million Ghana cedis to small businesses. We've made seeds and fertilizers and extension services available to farmers. Whilst reducing inflation and reducing interest rates, we've halved the depreciation of the cedi. We've paid allowances to UN personnel, increase from military and police from $31 to $35. And we have spent over 15 billion Ghana cedis to save the deposits of the people whose banks were collapsing. 15 billion Ghana cedis. Last but not the least, we have implemented the free SHS policy that they said we couldn't do. Mr. Chairman, we have been able to do all this because under the visionary and strong leadership of the President, we have managed the economy much better. After 8 years in government, the NDC economy could not afford to pay teacher training allowances of just 60 million Ghana cedis. That economy, it could not afford to pay. So they had to cancel the teacher training allowance. In our first year in government, we restored these allowances, reduced and abolished 15 taxes, implemented the free SHS. In fact, by 2019, free SHS, NAPCO, the tax decisions, the tax deductions, teacher and nursing training allowances, and the cost of cleaning up the financial sector mess that we inherited was a total of 20.14 billion Ghana cedis. 20.14 billion Ghana cedis. So how can an economy that could not afford 60 million Ghana cedis on teacher training allowances be able to undertake an additional 20 billion Ghana cedis expenditure in just 3 years? This is why the NDC never believed that free SHS, which is costing us over 2 billion Ghana cedis annually, was possible immediately. We made it possible, and the difference is the competence of the economic management under the strong and decisive leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Ladies and gentlemen, it is therefore important that we stay the course and not play chaskele with the economy. Incompetent economic management has major consequences. The money we used to clean up the financial sector, over 15 billion Ghana cedis, and to pay the excess capacity charges from the power purchase agreements that the NDC entered into, could have been used to do much more. Mr. Chairman, we have done a lot in the last 3.5 years, But there is a lot more to do to realize the vision of the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The goal, as set out by the President, is a Ghana beyond aid. It is to build a modern, prosperous, and self-reliant nation which leaves no one behind. We have started putting in place the building blocks and systems. Economies work when systems and institutions work. We want to move away from the discretion of individuals to the efficiency of systems and institutions. Economies that depend on the discretion of individuals to get things done are generally inefficient and breed corruption. This is why we have, over the last 3.5 years, started to put in place the digitization of systems and institutions that will drive our march towards the Ghana beyond aid. Many people have wondered why we have taken such an interest in digitization. The answer is simple. We are thinking about the future, and digitization holds the key to the future in boosting economic growth, efficiency of service delivery in the public sector, reduction in corruption, transparency, and accountability. As an economist, I understand that there are certain key systems and institutions that have to be in place for effective monetary and fiscal policy. These include a unique identification system, an address system, and financial inclusion, and an efficient public sector delivery. The application of technology through digitization is going to help us put all these systems and institutions in place. Digitization is the best way to protect the poor and the underprivileged, and who have no connections. With digitization, I can renew my NHIS membership on my mobile phone or apply for my passport online. I don't have to know anybody. With digitization, government revenues will increase several-fold. You will not have to pay a bribe to get a driver's license or a birth certificate. The implications of digitization for the economy are phenomenal. And by the grace of God, Ghana will become the most digitized economy in Africa in our next term in office. We are on track, and we are making good progress. By the end of this year, most adults will have the national ID cards, and all houses by the end of this year are being provided unique Ghana Post digital addresses, which we will start putting the plates on each house. So far, we have finished uniquely identifying about 2.5 million houses, and we have 1.5 to go, and we will complete that before the end of the year, and then the posting of the addresses on the houses will start. By next year, all government services can be obtained and paid for electronically at one portal. So if you're going to Elmina Castle, for example, you can buy your ticket to go to Elmina Castle on your mobile phone and get there and go in without going there personally. All the services, we will start moving forward. We are going to integrate the databases next year, the National ID, GRA, SNIT, DVLA, Passport, NHIS, Registrar Generals, births and deaths, and all of that. We will be doing that next year, and Ghana will become quite different. Today, thanks to mobile money interoperability, the mobile money account is effectively a bank account. And over 90% of the bankable public in Ghana today have this bank account into which they can make and receive payments as well as receive interest on their balances. So, by the grace of God, if we come into office next term, we are going to continue with this process. We will digitize the land registry. We are going to bring in the credit reference agencies, which would make it easier to get a loan. Interest rates should decline. The progress of work on free Wi-Fi to the senior secondary schools is ongoing, and we will provide it. We will aim for 100% electricity coverage, industrialization agenda on bauxite and iron and steel and automotive and pharmaceuticals will take place. The president has already stated Agenda 88 that we intend to build district hospitals in all districts that have none, 7 additional regional hospitals, 2 additional psychiatric hospitals, and so on. So we have an exciting future ahead of us. President Nana Akufo-Addo is building a future for the youth of this country, and I'm asking all the youth of this country and the good people of Ghana to give Nana Akufo-Addo and the NPP 4 more to do more for you. Mr. Chairman, in conclusion, I would like to state again that I am most honored and privileged and thankful that I have been chosen by the President to serve once again as his running mate. It is important to note that my job as running mate is to support the President in implementing his vision. The best running mate in the world would not make a difference if the President is indecisive or incompetent. I am thankful. I said that the best running mate in the world will not make a difference if the President is indecisive or incompetent. I am thankful that in the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, I have a strong, decisive, incorruptible, and competent President to work for. Mr. Chairman, all I can say now is that I wholeheartedly and with all humility accept the nomination, and I am ready and prepared to serve. I say to President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, the NPP, and Ghanaians that I am reporting for duty as running mate to His Excellency President Nana Akufo-Addo, the current and inshallah the next President of the Republic of Ghana.
Be seated. Kukudu. The elephant is, and when they say more, we shall win to free Ghana. I said the elephant is, and when they say more, we shall win to free Ghana. We shall win to free Ghana. We shall win to save Ghana. The elephant is a winning.
I was have some makwa baby we are live ewo UTV so we critical issues any de bro nana ehia say ekọ Alisa Hotel ekofa NPP for Acclamation popular Acclamation omoye ede ama His Excellency Omampani Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo say officially ono enoye candidate a wo ginemu ama NPP amanyuko a obekuta ne franka ede akọ 2020 abato no Omampani so eje franka no ane say tumi no a party for penny for the man wa eno no so two din say eno no na bedi eche Dr. Mamudu Baumia ena wone no ebeko 2020 abato no emu nti na say bibia ensesan na eno na Omampani kwa de ne kasa no kwa amana wa tiawa eno otwa so eno wode bibia ema Dr. Baumia so no ento aso na Dr. Baumia so ababe kana se mabo Omampani abaso na nkofo kra ehuru Dr. Baumia so oba ya o si Omampani medase say we dey wasan afa me bio say menye omampani hwano oh there be sorry we dey me da so afa me say menye omampani abede kire na man kofo bebe enso e wo social media mo so run comment say eh ba me onim say na adu ni ho on na bedi na de ana say ne conspiracy theories bebre e wa abontene ye nkoho no da chi bia ye benya abocha me yakomu say na adu second term de na be ye if obenya asase ebetimi abanse 2020 abato no Excellency omampani dada mahama ene ba bedi akonya no so ba odni new team ene de omo ebeba nanso Dr. Bawumiaje akasamu na na microphone no aya o kasa no a ene no so wa wonim Dr. Bawumia aso wone omampani dada mahama wo masem dada aya wo so wo ka de bia wenya mo apem wo ekute wo so nya no apem wo ekute tie de Bawumia kan ya nemo modi ka mo bo ne NPP baye wo mo aye echese wo matumi ayi wo madwuma vie na omti akonwa so de obetimi akaso ma yedwuma jitu pa ne digitalization animal service Dr. Bawumia to ni say Dr. Digital enti Dr. Digital no o kire de Ghana Post GPS ne ade emputu ebebem na school call ne digitalization abem ne ade nyina ana odi wie ne krakra say watete sa amanyeko bi utumu so ode omampani mahama wo mo kwa akopɛ running mate na wo sisu due bio aka ne pray nye pray mfa say so amu kofa Yesu Kristo so abofo kra the perfect the best vice presidential candidate to kra so wo de ne bata omampani presidential candidate ya wono wo ye incompetent na wono aso so wo ye indecisive wo ntumi nsigina ye se tuntuma na akokɔ na fita enye na enna meka se wo chopete takrama we mi hia se me ye soro abofo na se me ye difo ana me kwa abere konfo ansa na maka se makoma mahu Dr. Bawumia de omampani dada mahama se ne running mate asemi a NPP for the bonus so boso oni bie nkope bi no ne ade so okofa ho ahon ade mba kra ono mampani no ono onim onye hu tenti ade ono ko betumi no enti ye bejai entokwana ma NDC utumu se free ochena eni na chi ye ko nyina NDC for so beji na no papa ama Dr. Bawumia ne campaign no a ena o ma sha ase nkofo so ka se dwumedi omo ye acclamation social distancing bi anim kofo nenam edo so bo NPP for pass omu hu akonwa na omo de tete so no social distancing bi awom ne mo mu so mu nyina no o ma hye shield nti eno ho asem da chi bi ebehwe say free sabe ko tin na wotwe besim no COVID-19 cases in besa akoso se den yo eduru ho a ene no so omo kasa no o mbehwe so omu dibem ana omu difo efe me fe pokua e panel no mpanifo no wa hanom ne mu ye nye ne say na wotwe mu ye tena hanom akosi anadwo obi abekwa kodidi obi akwa koye adwuma ye so ye person adwuma omu ye nyina nkofo kwaja allowance ye de ye nya allowance na no meka obi di me to Facebook wo di matana so he na lawyer e kan ye no ateni na tare ye mu a se ne nge ye nya adwuma o ti mu kwaso na ateni de mbedi council we yaka politics ne bibia e be kan ye na ye de be wie Nigeria for the ye ka se diplomatic issue no Ghana hwe so de na besi for no aye ho adwuma but acclamation ya abamu ya set for 2020 and I say utumu say ya set for 2020 a Bawumia se mo ka bibi o ha o de betwa to a
for the assembly me kan maka ko sisan but ohwe ahoboabo an dia em say omabo mu sen party aka no they say no mai krado anisa munyoma yin se omuja konyan ho akọ em say omuni obi ani me kwa ba bia nti em say mo maka mo so omunu mo bepre no ene so mu yomadwuma yi na Bawumia de em say jama we mistake na ko kana minyini se Ghana ha obekọ ha afana no ya dodo na no ya minim se brofo no oti o se what me do atam abra hu wo di atam
but oba so no nti sa o kai time Bawumia ba 2080
no osuya man say man osuya ya apprentice
enti eduma no including kasani nyina osuya
jai akwana osuya eduma
papa na ene osuya eduma
pa we samre obetuma pon no meji dis 4 years ebe dey weapon ho ba ba me so weapon ho because na no ya dodo minimum say NDC for no minim de omude na eso mkodwa ato na mkodwa ato na bia say ye bia no mude ato ye because waka asem na waka na de kama empa cho say ya bia eso ye di watama no so enti am say jama eso mkohunu na se bibia o metima kan we say oja oni na president enti so oni president so ye vice president already enka nya ne bone so a so da bia sa papa wodi na temani nti eja heading dia na so bende na siase ehwa nanka omampani kan ehye bosse nke wa mpama nhye bode se onko biem na so sie nyina ebete a oban ne ye ne omo ben no kasa no na bibia kire se nya de se
obako biem
o contest biem se bio ne nsem bia okeka ye mpokra efa the fight against a galamsey ni ade ho no everything was so clear say papa no oba one time no abe your mind ni nanka o jahwama obiam na to aso enti ema gidie ni arehemu bi emma Ghana hanum so ready afeni enya mezaya na nkasa nyame anim ni bia nyame ekwa wie no se mese akoni ya nanka meboa nyame ankoye kra titru kra ekote office of the special prosecutor senka o mampani senko de be kon keta se ne proye ne kankan ne keka ho me no ka se mse manke ante kra nan kai se yo se yeti ye ne yo nyame nkwa nenim mfa so bia ni wa abaso amaye mfa so bako 4 years e ma so we o kan we are me hu ya se me di se bio enso be jira manun makan we me se bio office of special prosecutor yeti apart from so mo munya adwuma ho pa mfa so be pa na abaso ama man Ghana esika eni adaje ne o dede ne o seyo ne ekobo ya ye be wi akire de etia na etia corruption no se bibia be man se afekra na jama manfo bokro no ni pa o man mu ha enti se me hwehwe sa ne na nyame anim ni president no amoye se ni si hwe no nanso se o ka sa o kan be ka se enti ye nko henfa the opposite akon we ono akra jatum so ono ase na bushna for class we incompetent nti obi ono na bushna for class we incompetent de oni president ono zo onim hwe se ni we ni bushna for no so incompetent am sa na nya na mama am say jama ofri so no am say jama ko US so baby nti mama tie enze wo se omo kan incompetent na ma ono na bushna for class je di se we incompetent ono akra du baby no kro
they were questioning
na ono akra onhu so we competent na so we nya incompetent no ono afi ono on
and bam say ba me na tata
because I'm say can come no say it me can say bia ma wa du baby out me gidi say bio what wona say da bia wa hwa hwema out me say wa hwe out me say onim nkoyi e so da bia ho why nice o da bia why nice o wa to da bia out me say no me am me say ade nkoyi say bio say United Nations kra say yeah de me project kra enkoyi e so da bia obi ho da bia boys ho why nice papa nti why can why nice e do so e dey you begin to rethink your self-worth, your perception about wow. And I think that was a kind of psychological mama na so FM. Na so the no say obi nya incompetent on so ba ya. Am so no class na ni subri no. O hu ni o ye bimpo. Di o mu ka so be ye ni o mutima ye. Me no ka say na no na ye ka lawyers for me edi nkomo. O mo jama they say jama say year of road. O ko is legon a. Ba bia be fa bia ye kwan. Na we no mo kan mo de na we kan na be hwe hanum say ka so eni kwan ba kokra o fa ha we say ye de em say jama hanum 1% na am say na mo na mani abre ye de kra de do me kwa benya ye minister on in charge of your friends procurement so ye ni kwan ba kompo e wo kwa benya do me kwa benya kwan ba ko me ye ma ye sapete no be ye sapete so sabio min kai mo kai kasa friend sapete no eno an say abo ne be se begu honum ni nyina asa ahoroko ni nyina ahoro
kwa benya road ye
na ora ba
na say omugusu ye omunwie ye ntia
na kwan ye ne sen ada kwan ye de enviedu na ye kwan me danya ne from atomic to atomic we danya ne ye yawi e no na da so ti hu I
see
we danya ne ye yawi
okay
ye enya 2 days o nya 3 days ade ba chi na yawi wo kwa Ashoma Estate home ba bia ampa omo de be nansa from a kwan be minim kilometers dodo ade ba chini aye ni nyina ewi na esi na kwa benya nkwan de ayi afeni mfie mienu mfie miensa da bia da so te ho sapete de da be na be wi car fast wo tanya car fast wo benya accident wanya accident
about producer say no kra so no hu say president ba ono mo ye na say kwan no mo ja ba bia no mo peska aba
na me se de anya kra de me se de asfm kra o de kwa benya to ACP eno kwa de ne wa hwa arabe ho so yo oba na se onyem na kofa sa kwan so obe wo me person be kam
kwa benya to ACP
me se jai ansa na wasa ba o de me say kwan the easiest road wo Kwabenya from Kwabenya to Efa Shoman San Bepem Ridge Junction sebio nka traffic bebre anka wonam sebio atomic runabout traffic pa wo ho pa
yes akwan na ko
obi enu obefa ho ukofa ukopedan
na de nim no mu ni ma
obi ko aburi kra just obefa atomic
junction
oko anka ho so de nka sebio obi a wo ko ense obi a wo ko achi o just o sam ukofa ha mum
yes say highways kra
omo say jama ye hwan omo say N1 ni bia na yes jama akra to kuma say omo say sa no moka kwan kakraka mse hu kwan na tere pa say e da wa say tie ni ase die wa ye tete esoso kwan no na nim so much my friend kwan
kwa ba omi anu oya na wo so anu oya because o say kwan bi what me describe your kwan bi say die hu aye tete dia ba omi anu oya but e bi so chen no
ba omi ade ni waji mu degree oni de o mu degree
ba omi ayi ba omi ade ni na just account na ba omi ama o say aban aya ade nyina according to said oka rose no kra na enchada enkoyi
me say me de ma me kam se me kam de awia me say sa kwan sebio sema ha mani anka a better traffic no so more than half because the oko sebio the oko adenta this okofa atomic me was akwan wo ho the oko madina obe ofa ho 5 minutes wadu oko ha twa 5 minutes wadu eso still just nyina ye be fa kwan eni ho eso enti sebio e yadaje na o say na se petrol na ye to na ye ofa na se ne sen dia pa na opare me we kwan so ye se o ye kura so wasa kwan sapete dia da ho na nka no ebe kwan tia no sebio se me kan ya abri kwan ne pediatric kwan ya ss ye nyina senka ofa kwa benya na akofa ye friends ebrekuso a nka acha 10 minutes
na ka wadu na so ye nyansa bebrebe ntino ye se ye nyasa kwan no ye nim nyansa sen obi awiase enti de be ya ne se ye ba omian na ban
na nyom na teso aba ne me fa ho de yoteso me de yoteso ho asem na meka de onu watwam no senka ye asanke mampam no
na sa kwan no ho na obi amo ane adosafo mie no constituency
ye nyina ho ni
nyina be na so ye big people madam be the kind of big men and the big women ewa bam
so okra te brofo esen me enti sansemi woke enti wa ahwe bekuso sebio nka bo woni tetre na nka wadu bi nyansafo no so omunya
okay
because omu di o mine so na ofri ho me kam da bia me sese me nyasa me kwan na me kasa me me kromu de ene sebio bia me tie bia na me de nso kan bia zo fri na nso kan so de ne enwe
eno no calculation ne de ba omia entu me megina o meje fans say onna ban aya de and therefore yan some more tempo
na ko nshira
okay
ofri ho o de ko chairman Sambonsu ko so ame constituency me se ko chronom breman
what the minimum ho pa be me fa wo kom krom
odo me se hokra de se me de kwabenya de se aje nya sapete hokra de ba kokra sapete kra bi kra mpo ni hompo chronom ne breman kwan ba ko se ebi ni ba bia na nipa mpokra afaso na se nyame ampata se nsu otoi na be fa ho nyankopon me se nsu bu akase bu
ni is okay Eastern Corridor Road no so
me de ho de me sra se na me kase me de me ka me de enti wo so kan ho de me de me gina so ntia me se we ya ban bone no na me de ma wen de onu fi se de me kan anya no kre no oni onko so me kwanzi so ensi
ba omia na ban ne de ban bone
omunya ban bone kake se omunim hwe me na me kase omuni sukura biri omu because se bio so onim nia wo ya mfie nan ni wo ka san ka be me 1 million ka $1 million senkenya bi 4 years senkenya bi a senkenya mu 2 years mpa me gidi se MC also ame ana se mpo minim MC the other so am constituency se making the emfa MC kran to nchen enka se bi nka $1 million nko de enka nko de mo fa ntwa kwan so mpo ye ntwa so de ye sa picture wo de ma mo mebi mo ntwa kwan so keke na otra nyaye na wan ko fa kwan na se ko wura mantamo ukofa ebi adonko betes honom na de nanamu odo
ubenu ho
ene nka gana kwanka
na sa mo ya wo kan unim se enkofo so ebe take on pa
na ne de judge aban de judge aban de waye ena me kan ne wonyeye
na de ba omia kan ho asem digitization and other things nurses ne any project economy economy na o mo raise no and economy ye World Bank ni IMF o se obi de ye ko IMF na World Bank
no economy ye a meti hoi e se meti me ho timi to me enye de wo atwe no nkrata so nko a ene me economy ye se krata so de ne ye na se me boto munya economy nye ye se bi o meti o me ye adwuma me ye adwuma me ntifie
okay
nti se me ye adwuma na se still me ho kire me a economy a o se ye na ye ma o na obusuafo nko a se mo nko na munya bidie ye nya bi ni
Kaso the punchline man
ye nya bi ni
punchline pa
nti mo nya bi
na ye ya ma ba o mi na busuafo
na hefo obiem meti we kom de me na ye kan na se bi o mo te akire ono so chinyefo no so ebe kan mi na na ede abufuo ba
hwan mo chinyefo NDC for
no mo so be kan mi na se en wa hwe ana akoka kasafin because omo de no omo de mo ho abufuo omo ho otan omo de okra de mo ho bon kra
enu ti ba mi ankra de wanya de ba NDC for de out kra mo omo nya qualified kwa so mbeka bi
me so omo de
ba so omo tua taxes o
na me tie ndi se bi o me tie tax ametia
emom
unu tax dudu ametia organ ha me tie nti no de tax asem na ye no free mansa na se de make nti so de ono office ono ya ade no ono de na ye ka we mu de ja o mama ja tum so mu de mu ye incompetent so mu de mu tenchan nti mu de ye nko asem kra na so mbe so mu de mu de ba ene enso e be face mu boot for boot because ye de me dikan ka se ye de Ghana fo yen nya akohisam na se bi o mu di no eno no nya yen because NPP for NDC for no mu nto na mama me bi adi
na to ade
eno kra me ntimi ntompo so enti ma menka masem nti se wa office o de ye no de beka menka ankoto aso mikrom se kwa wo de bra se kwa ase dum ketia wo ho no ofire ye ne nyina na efiri krokro from wanti to se kwa from brekum to se kwa from sunyan to se kwa e kwan ba ko pese papa kra ni ho no won so ye general secretary of a political party no say mu minister mo bedi a 8 years nie sapete nempo ya nya bi sapete nempo ya nya bi se de mekan wo de kwan nka muntwa so mpo kra amaye ya nya bi na nke ntimi mfa so mekan a emre bi o betwa so na message ma se o maami o se ne sister na ka ba bi ene betwa kwan ne se mpanifo baba yi e wo se kwa
no penti
ene ananya no ade abiem every wa babia back to Kumasi for brofo back to Batan
okay
baby ani wona hwa eni asanko akotena papa bia nim ndi se metra na se meka se NPP ni NDC party esi egu na ni nyina so no esanse ukọ mikro mu a hospital kura bi ni ho se si amene o kase se metra nye na se ye be frem se me na bia yare ewo se kwa ba bia obi enu hospital ba bia enu ya de ko sunyan so ya de ko no be ko kura be ka se x-ray enya adwuma x-ray keke ebetwa no enya adwuma wan hwe kura ye nya be mi kura ne de nato enti se metia na me ka na ye nibre na me de kasa esan se eto mabusuani bi madamfo bi a me ne ye be frem bi me sususususu me je dama de tusre
okay okay enti pe wo assessment no na wa conclude say 4 years ndi every before ni right bi aso mbeka say ye nya
nke ye pam won kra na mu anhwe ya na yoko pam na doctor asem wo kan na akobam woko pam na akohwifo no mu no atwam akromfo no mu atwam no mu na anhwe na ede mu koba internet ade no wo hu ne woko me nko beguma na se me nko nifa
I see cancel and the punch nice wow say economy na ye yama Dr. Bawumia na busiafo doc mami tie
no say Dr. Bawumia no ya oye
Bawumia ena me ka che ni so say Dr. Bawumia no ya ba say what me describe e kwan say say abetia de wa ye titi dia
afia ya be kwa akoto aba na senior mekaya no medical aka me share boss me san kan bio necessary me kan because of niam hunti abato na ya adwenkyere se woni nipa ne ya adwen woni nipa ne ya adwen ne opese obeye ne wa ye pen ya adwenkyere open nipa na asema ana wugye won di ekuo bi di se won betumi aye ne awope a na wakoto aba na ma mo so wonni omunni a na wakoto aba na tia tie oto aba wi a wakofie nem adia me makoma mpe ene ntokwa political violence enti yekoye campaign na enkohuri obi ye to aba ne wie na obi lusu a enkohuri no niam ehye nipa abufuo no yentwe ehun fi saa niam no bi san se emwaye he ye disadvantage bebre enkankane language barrier ntokwa sigana ontumi nkotogo okwa ye kasa onti ase ontumi nkwa Ivory Coast ontumi nkwa Burkina omunyina ka French iso me teacher ni bi obu mi nti mansua ni ye matiase French teachers na mu ni nti omutumu ade sa usua French na echense na usua akọ heaven e buro be buro no kra mama anti French na se ene me na am beti he
we na doctor e yemi no se me manu ya me manu ya
se ya ma ya ni anna ho ne ye nkasa ene ye ni ye ene sa attacks ni ade na ede ntokwa beba eno de me ba no papa ba no na akoka ntokwa anya de a me meso so yen hwe se ye benya ye ho kasa kire ye ntu ye ho fo na maka medical aka se amanyoni bi kasa besin na yate se ye nkoko ntokwa na obi sa no wo fa sefo wai o ma wai penfo ne pi ntokwa sia menya sure se president Mahama ne ba ho beka menya sure se president Akufo-Addo ne ba ho beka nti ye ntu ye ho fo sebe we are not enemies na enye de nya wonwa se adan ye nsua bibi mfim NDC deputy organizer wakwakowari NPP communication director that tells you say we are not enemies. John Jinapo we don't even get it right. John Abu Jinapo Samuel Abu Jinapo omi yanuanom Sami aba out abeka se time all law school no na John eboa no mani tua no school fees omi yanuanom kwachi manfo Osafo Manfo. Alajete ne ba were in different political parties. We are not enemies. And he said 2 strong political parties were Ghana. E munipa edampa ba akoso. Then a man wo ni obi a sebe so unim nyansa obe hu se ba bia ote akontokwa no kora no. Aduane ye cha election time pe ne ma obi di. Ye to aba wi obi ehu.
I say very true pa.
Ye to aba ni wi ehu nipa no ba bia. Na se bibi ba necessary yakoya yesi o eho ne ye ho nye accessible ye brofo tantan ye ka eho nye accessible niema pa na eho nye accessible they do election there the paper na ba set to aba ehin ne fa e the paper na ba mount to aba na say nipa adwene ho
na omoye
na say nipa na adwene ho say pe bibi ye o binua Ghana ni a me no kasa awie e bia akonya keke sitting here doesn't make me the most sensible person e bi mu nim nyansa say ye na e bia TV and radio no mpe enti yensua nyansa kakra yentu ye ho mfo ma ofase no okoba obi asom ne ye chewa ye de okwa min medi wachi enti kona koka wasem nipa ni tie no mbeto amawa omonto mawo na mum politicians na ehyebo no ye hyebo a yenka hu se mmire bi beba ye do beto sene so ya ka se wo kan sei why na opesa oto abama no why na support no any wo decision is your personal right na mum enkase sense me no obi nya adwenti ne okan bia ya nkwasasem nyansa nim no ebia wo wadwene no ekose the fact say nipa ne no nya adwenti se ono nim nyansa no se metra ha ekase president Mahama ba ya wanya hwia I've not been fair because president Akufo-Addo ba ya onye hwia I've not been truthful inti etada bia enkanka ne amanyofo nyenka no kore kakra kase bia oye bibi na emu ne oye no mani anso ana wanye dodo na kase wanye hwe obi bie na no kase oba ya wanye hwe sen sabi oba wanye hwe kura no watumi ya maintain security antokwansi o maimu waye bibi president Mahama ba osi secondary schools osi hospitals president Akufo-Addo ba abusuafo bi enim se o mabusuafo akọ secondary school mo ntua school fees enti se ya ye ekwan bi kura metumi faso kakra manfa ni nyina so angodumi fie na ya ye kakra kura enu nkwan poche se omo so aye bibi na ye nyina ye nya ye ho ntiase and then let's size the people up say nipa we susuampa o sefata so ba be me member of parliament nipa we okwa then obetumi aya e be represent say but do how to because until the whole constituency nipa etumi yi ni say o me ye MPD the whole constituency ni etumi yi na ani e ba ne say na I say sabi it's an insult even on the constituency na so be to make parliament in Vietnam no wa mie na no ankasa ba akokora na parliament ko ye de o sebi ko kan wa kan yes here from privileges committee nti ande me de besi ha na mum oman no ye hu se oman we pe ene ye wo ye ni fufuro bia bio ye let's carry the people and see say obetumi aye adwuma no na dodo pa ne say wo ye politician na wo she ba hweye
yeah, that's it. Abantia ba ko the message about say Bremen Road na lawyer kan ho asem na nye no kre. Enti o say if you friend me say na mention Bremen Road asem. Ben eja and o say na lawyer we pa. And then the punchlines in Kwan or yes or ba or de bre na James Zuta or say me him live UTV so and or the same Akocha Richard or say he's lying pa na saying that we have created over 500 jobs. A video ben ba me 500 jobs no so me create no Emra Abraham Amwakwa Maslow no say this thing is becoming just too much. Yeah youth no de bia you person political leaders kan no creche no mu just we twa ma we no we twa e de ama we no pa no and de nya de be boy bia Vera Ayram I will not say the power is still not back after 4 years so Tibamia o kasa no I steady sa na wo said the ensem no etiepa first Bernard Kwame Hart no say if you are live na me aso me hu say we update no wo phone no so Richard Denny no say if you be de be cost December 7 ba me de onyina ho no nye ye guys why Prince Mbia Odum no say if you two topic I would buy critical issues in the ade enye o enyo okay so no waka wasem yes yeah program ebo so we have had our program kwasi nkum no say JDM oba no aba be ye adwuma is coming back oba 2029 year you should wait for 2024 obesan ababio sabre dey ase ba omia punchlines nko a na 18 and George Jiningu no say if you politics of insults enyo men kaka say wo be support the lawyer e kan na ba omia fa ya lawyer so supporting say ba omia no ya anano ya say nti obi nso meka bia na mama support bibi sa eso nana maboatema sesekum na say which part of Bremen and a lawyer e kan wasem e ho na me freti lawyer nya say ono so keka asema enim no and na sell cups nana o say no say if ya what at all has JDM done to Baumia the bia JDM ba obeso obekeka asema etia FSN obeso okasetia JDM enso JDM u Baumia onye o hwe ono so ne de Dennis nana Chiko and also can concern be mo depa vim wo de nipa na ka punchlines na no type na dia to Facebook kaminya dey kaminya dey was Olivia Sakino say what's wrong with what the vice president said. Vice president akanasem NDC ni NPP betimi aka we nya 10 year no aka o say no perfect running mate and betimi am obi o incompetent any indecisive why papa nti ba mi aka say we nya punchline enye edidi atem bia Christopher Nkumsa o say media for so de mo abia onipa di atana mo betwi nanim no mo so e de abetu Facebook say enye oden na Lord papa akwa no say ba mi ade obi anim no ense hunu say ya social media langers wisdom awizi also on the supported the baumia ekam pa say no kra no ka che JDM ni nuano no nti so otumi ka no kra e de che ne say de ba onuano on san ko ye mistake ani so otena ho e ma no ko ye mistake ansa no aba be ka che say wo hu yanka nti de waka na e no waka no sam jewu no say thanks bra asam na lawyer aka no ade ende no kra no ano no e na Marie Claire Soga ata no so well spoken pa Paul Kingsley Okoku no say doc no kra na doctor waka o studio no we che say wo de otumi ka asem no pain what's in pain akwa Johan no say vim papa de no kra na oka no mo mpese obeka no kra mamu nka je say punchlines na mo fe no emeka no kasabo enhye say no kra no and waka no waka onka and na Dominica Itekwe no say this man is throwing another bomb pa na say ya and Akufo bi eyeye no wisdom no problem awizi or say there Baumiaka and on ya adwen Jordan J no say good job congratulations and come president says he say wo ma general to me Baumia say ono so wo ma fa ne bi so o meye running mate eno a and Marie ka say Mr digitization adwuma na onkoso na onye Amankarik and I say if we have a big problem on my way mu ebinum celebrate wo mo yirenum ene ebinum so keka ensema emwa enso ebinum so yirenum so blidi enti Ghana ye wo problem pa o sese e be koso a ye ntan honom ne fa bibia anya manyosem ebra se de lawyer aka na akwan ene ade nyina enye and so ye afa ne say bibia ye politics abrantie ba ko so ewo Facebook so on de lawyer nya adwene ko ade lawyer o ka say ono kwa no ye Ghana ni ana a che so on de punchlines nkwa no wa ba o release e de ama Ghana for nyo nko e no ye Ghana ni to ono kwa de o ntie no kwa lalas oche no se Justice Abdullah o kasa dodo ase wo ne lawyer nkwa wo Ghana na wo fire e na Ronnie wo se lawyer we pa de how e na wo ba ya che se wo de punchlines nkwa na wo be se wo ma a che se ekutia ne ade e na lawyer pese ode ma na enya de aye ne be ya adwene kra na ayi Hess insure no say I've enjoyed the show and the pa more punchlines and I also ode nkofo ba we mu ne ka no kre no ne me aminu aba ohima wo ye je ochena e yo basapoma ne birthday nti sapoma yesre nyakopo nhia ne nkwatenten e de ma pa wanchi hima wo se be me ne wo pa na no ma enjoy mo pa we mu de mo kan pain what's in the pain enye wo ma NDC ni NPP wo be kata wo de mo kan plane e na ye so ya je wo mo atum no nti e do ma sese ne wo mo de sanse mu aba Solomon Battles o se film de media na me twan pa film na ne sesan ene na ni nyina matie wa nti mo ene adwuma ni production team ni nyina no mo ye e de ama Ghana my George Goma ene o se keep on keeping on na adwuma mo ye MPP fund o maka o masem NDC for so beba aba be ko masem de aka ne se Ghana for no abeto o maba am ye hu se de obi abato no akọ eduru de a Ghana for no eduru se ye to aba saada no o mbeche o madwene e de afa se enko NDC o se mbra MPP o woma ebeche woma adwene busuafo me de mo messages mbesi am se ne de aseda kese ama lawyer Justice Abdullah lecturer e Wisconsin University o say lawyer pani e ba ebeche Supreme Court nsem no mo election 2020 issues a efa emra ho ebetimi akọ ene ekofa Dr. Baumia ne MPP Acclamation wo ye no Alisa ne wo mampanim His Excellency Nanado say wo mafa ne so ono ene oni party ne na lawyer Saka bi say Dr. Baumia no wo ya papa se oba be kan de bia be kasa yampian kwa na obetwa na NDC for kra de omunye wo ho free mu ko se ni se ene wo be ye sanso ene ye ne Dr. Benjamin Ochre Ankra lecturer Central University enso ye analyst a ono so ebeboa ye me ye analysis for 2020 about a Supreme Court decision no de ye ko ene se ya COVID cases na kotwom 15,000 no de betwe e de ama Ghana ye kwa battle election 2020 me so de me ye kwa bro conform mo chia me ba ko pe by the worker ye fa me vim lady efia pokua aseda nkoma me production team a omo nim time omo de ne se oyase omo mra adwuma fra no pakosi anadwo kra no mo eye adwuma ye do mase nana ya se paase hene nana ye se enfie num nie e na wo betena akonwa so nti nana onkwaso yankopon hia onkwaso ma onkwatenten no onye okese na koso a ene so we Ghana ni no tenkra hanom na bia watie fe no announcement nkaebo ewo wasum da na ye oda ye wofa ya de nyina ye na ejesi kapa na no ye ho adwuma pa ne on na da fom yo asem ne se hwan na be ye ne de abone mrane ene ya oda fom ene ne na wotweda ntu ya no aba be hia busuafo wo type also wetimi aka rechiche simbi e de ato mokoma so kama wapepo o mani ase no so kakra Onyankopon so be kai wo so papa bia obeya bia Onyankopon ebe kai nti executive producer Father Dixon ye ma ya connection wo de chese mienu so tro mienu ye se mani ahane pa Father Dixon wo de mienu director Onyankopon hyemoden na onchichire mu nyina amore papa Dr. Despite na afi Dr. for Westapon se mienu pa hwehwomasum Onyankopon ya adoma be se hia ye boss metakoti so ye ma hyeden ene ya akopa Yakupon ya adoma next week e be say hia e wo critical issues so
Social Democrats must not be in slogans. It must be in deeds and action. It is almost 3.5 years now when His Excellency the Vice President put out a question to the NDC that they should show one social intervention program. Only one. Just one. We can show. Although a center-right political party, all the social intervention programs that affect the lives of our people are programs that was introduced by the New Patriotic Party and its tradition. On this note, ladies and gentlemen, shall we all rise up to welcome His Excellency, the presidential candidate of the Republic
Please be seated. Thank you very much.
First Lady, Vice President, Second Lady, President John Ajikun Kufuor, Chairman, General Secretary, Chairman of the Council of Elders, Majority Leader in Parliament, members of the National Council, officials, members and sympathizers of the New Patriotic Party, fellow Ghanaians, ladies and gentlemen. My dear friends and colleagues, these indeed are not normal times. Here we are at what should have been a crowded, happy, even riotous climax to our internal party elections that would take us to the general elections in December. Instead of the loud, jam-packed gatherings that we know, we've been reduced to the social distance correct roomful of 100 people. Thanks to technology, I know that we've been joined by hundreds of thousands of our members and supporters at home and abroad who are able to follow the events as they happen. First Lady, Vice President, Second Lady, President Kufuor, Mr. Chairman, General Secretary, Chairman of the Council of Elders, Majority Leader in Parliament, members of the National Council and officials of the New Patriotic Party. I must confess, this is a rare experience for me in my long political career. And I'm not talking of the acclamation by social distance. I refer to the fact that at any time I have run for any office, I've had to go through a long, often bruising battle. And this is only the second time that I have not been contested. Once at the parliamentary level, and this, the second, at the presidential. I'm glad to add this to my portfolio of political experiences. But most of all, I must express my heartfelt thanks to all members of our party across the length and breadth of the country and abroad, and to the party office holders who are responsible for the process that leads to the election of the presidential candidate for our party. Thank you for the belief and confidence you have shown in me. Thank you for your trust in me to lead our party to an unquestionable and resounding victory at the elections in December, just as we did 4 years ago in December 2016. I do not take your trust lightly. I come to this moment with great humility and with deep gratitude to Almighty God, who has bestowed this exceptional honor on my modest self. The leadership of the new patriotic party imposes a sacred trust. Our forefathers, right from the beginning of formal politics in this country, made an unspoken pact with the people to treat them with respect, and if given the opportunity to govern, to do so with honesty and dedication. At a moment like this, my mind goes to our leaders throughout the ages, and I feel strongly the weight of responsibility that comes from continuing to step in the shoes of George Parr Grant, Joseph Boachier Danquah, Emmanuel Obetebi Lamte, Edward Akufo-Addo, Simon Diedong Dombo, Kofi Abrefa Busia, Victor Owusu, William Oforiatta, Albert Edubuahene, and others like Bafo Osei Koto, men who showed exemplary leadership in defining moments of Ghana's history. And of course, in every sense of the word, into the giant shoes of the second president of the Fourth Republic, His Excellency John Agyekum Kufuor, whose outstanding tenure took Ghana to a whole new level. I have no choice but to use the inspiration that comes from invoking their names to lead our party and the people of Ghana with dedication. Today, there are some amongst us in this country who would take for granted the idea of a democratic Ghana and will make light of the rights and obligations that come with living in a democracy. If you are a leader of the NPP, if you are a member or supporter of the NPP, you would know that every inch of democratic space was fought for and sometimes died for in this country. Our Fourth Republican Constitution is crafted on multi-party democracy. We did not get there by chance. It took a long and difficult battle. Today, some take it for granted. The multiplicity of media outlets and the freedom of the press, these did not become part of our governance landscape by happenstance. It took a long and difficult battle, waged largely by the political tradition to which we belong, to get our nation to where we are today. Friends and colleagues, I recall some of our battles not as a boast, but because it bears reminding all of us where we came from, and more importantly, to remind us in the NPP of the heavy responsibility we carry. We know what we stand for: the rule of law, freedom of speech and of the press, individual freedoms, the determination to liberate the energies of the people for the growth of a property-owning democracy, to build an economy that will create wealth for all our people and not just for the elite few. I need to remind everybody that ours has been the only political tradition in this country that has espoused the development of the country and of the individual as part of our foundational beliefs. Hence our motto, development in freedom. Whenever we've had the opportunity to govern, we've been guided by these long-held principles. That is who we are. We have been consistent. It is in our DNA, and we dare not and would not stray from them. In the 3.5 years that it has been my abiding privilege to lead this party in government, we have kept our eyes firmly on those beliefs. All our flagship programs are rooted in the effort to liberate the energies of the people, to grow an economy of which all the people can be part. In spite of the truly abysmal state in which we found the economy of Ghana in January 2017, we can be proud of what we have been able to achieve in the past 3.5 years. We're not there yet. We're not where we want Ghana to be, and we're very much aware of the amount of work that remains to be done. We have demonstrated, though, beyond any shadow of doubt, our competence in the management of the national economy, since without competence, we cannot improve on the welfare of the masses. We have also certainly changed the outlook on education in this country. Free SHS has brought relief to many homes, and secondary education is no longer the preserve of children whose parents have the means to pay their way. Free TVET means that young people can learn for free technical and vocational skills that set them up for life. The first cohort of the young people to have benefited from this brave and forward-looking policy graduates soon, and we only have to persist for a few more years and we would see Ghana change before our very eyes. We would have an educated workforce, we would have a better informed population, and would be better placed to compete in the world. We are investing in the future of Ghana, and it is to the benefit of every home in the country. We've been busy in the delivery of physical infrastructure as well, and I'm happy to report that just after 3.5 years in office, I can say without any fear of contradiction that every constituency in other words, we have not limited the construction and building of infrastructure to the cities, but our towns and villages are seeing development as well, because we do not believe in leaving any community out of the development program of Ghana. The provision of water, toilets, warehouses to store agricultural produce are all helping to improve the look of the rural areas of our country. We have not stopped at water for all and toilet for all. We are pursuing infrastructure for all. Our approach is different. We owe it to Ghana to be different. The huge investments we're making in agriculture mean Ghana will soon be a self-sufficient nation in food production. The need to be self-sufficient has been demonstrated dramatically in this most trying year for the whole world. The arrival of the novel coronavirus has taught all of us that we have to be self-reliant, which has been my mantra since I took office in advocating the objective of a Ghana beyond aid. The pandemic has emphasized the fact that living on edge, living on a day-to-day economy is too precarious, and we all must have some buffer of protection in all aspects of our lives. The pandemic has also brought out some of the best in the Ghanaian, and I have been touched by the sense of community that many people have displayed in looking out for each other. Unfortunately, the pandemic has also exposed some very unpleasant aspects of our lives. Some of these difficulties, like the lack of adequate health infrastructure, the government is determined to do something about it as quickly as possible. We are embarking on a vigorous hospital building project aimed at making sure all parts of the country are adequately provided. The pandemic has also showed all of us the important role of good leadership in the management of the affairs of human beings. There are no hiding places when a pandemic is abroad. I thank the Almighty that I've had a hard-working team to support me as we have grappled with the management of the virus in our country since March. We did not plan for this unthinkable crisis, but we did prepare our economy well for tougher times, and we can build it stronger for you, the Ghanaian people, when this is all over. My dear friends and colleagues, this past weekend, our party came to the end of the processes that we have to go through to prepare for the elections in December, with the primaries in constituencies, and have got the opportunity to represent our party at the elections in December. As always happens during elections, there were losers. Many of these people are important personalities in our party and are playing critical roles in Parliament, as are all the others. But those of us in politics know that these things happen. We know that, to use the famous words of our one-time General Secretary, we have to continue to fear delegates. But we will remain firm in our belief that losing one election cannot and does not mean the end of your political life. I am a living example. I urge all of us to get over our disappointments quickly and unite to go before the country. This was the message I gave to the 42 members of Parliament who lost when I invited them to meet with me at Jubilee House on Thursday evening. I believe that the message went down well, especially if we recollect the impressive words several of them uttered after their defeat. We have a good story to tell, and we should go out to tell it. On every sector of our lives, we should show the difference between the NPP way of tackling problems and the way our opponents do it. We grow the economy. They shrink the economy. We create the properly regulated, enabling atmosphere for businesses to flourish. They allow chancers and speculators to lure citizens into putting their monies into dodgy enterprises. They bring our banks and financial services to near collapse, and we have to clean up, shore up, and restore confidence. They plunge us into doomsday. We keep the lights on. They look on clueless as hundreds of thousands of Ghana's children exit school at JHS. We bring free SHS and free TVET to prepare our children better to face life. They resort to crude language when faced with difficult arguments. We raise the level of public discourse. We owe it to ourselves and to Ghana to win the elections in December decisively, to make sure that we keep the economy on track and not in the hands of people who will run it again into the ground. Demagogic pronouncements about your so-called, in quotes, love of the masses do not put food on the table. Do not send the child to school. Do not guarantee access to good health care. Do not assure the pensioner the value of his pension. We do not believe in pitting the rich against the poor, or the poor against the rich. We believe in helping every Ghanaian to climb up the ladder of progress, and we have been consistent in this, not just in words, but in deeds. We are told that those who were responsible for the worst economic performance of the last 30 years have learned their mistakes and seek another opportunity to correct their mistakes, that they have learned their lessons, and seek another opportunity to correct their mistakes. Dare I ask, should the presidency be for experiments? Surely not. You, the Ghanaian people, deserve better. And you will get better on 7th December with 4 more years for Nana and the NPP to do more for you. We have to win the election to see our many projects through to conclusion. We dare not leave the many factories coming up under our 1D1F scheme to be truncated. We dare not leave the free SHS to be, quote, reviewed. We dare not leave our roads to go unattended again, only to become part of a Green Book propaganda. We dare not jeopardize the digitization schedule on which we have embarked. I urge you, therefore, my dear friends and colleagues, to go out with the confidence that comes from your government performing well and running the affairs of the country competently. Tell our story to the Ghanaian people and tell it often. Last Thursday, the Supreme Court, presided over by the Chief Justice, by a unanimous decision of the 7-member panel, settled all the issues surrounding the voters' register and affirmed the right of the Electoral Commission to proceed with the compilation of a new register in accordance with the provisions of Constitutional Instrument CI 126. The road has now been cleared for the Electoral Commission to proceed. I am calling on every member and sympathizer of the New Patriotic Party, and indeed on all eligible Ghanaians, no matter what party they belong to, if any, to go out and register so they can exercise their civic responsibilities on 7th December 2020 to elect a government of their choice in a free, fair, peaceful, and transparent election. The pandemic notwithstanding, we have to strengthen Ghanaian democracy. The December 2020 presidential race represents probably the clearest of choices ever for the Ghanaian people to make. And why do I say so? It is because 2020 is between the current president and the president who was voted out in the last contest. It is about leadership. It is about integrity. It is about the performances of the two men when given the opportunity by the Ghanaian people to lead. It is about measuring records against promises. It is about which of the two leaders has shown in office that he knows how to manage the economy. It is about which of the two leaders you, the voter, can trust to deliver. It is about which of the two men you can trust with the future of your children. It is about which of the two leaders you know you can depend on in times of crisis. It is about which of the two leaders It is about which of the two leaders you believe can put in motion the necessary measures to revive and strengthen the economy, businesses, and social services, and build our country out of the coronavirus pandemic. I am of the firm conviction that this nation, the Black Star of Africa, is on the brink of a decisive step into a brighter future, which will deliver progress and prosperity to all the peoples of our country. A united NPP, working under my leadership, in tandem with my brilliant, resourceful, four-time running mate, Vice President Alhaji Mahamadou Bawumia, who has just been resoundingly acclaimed by the National Council, the man who consistently sends alarm and shivers down the spine of our opponents, can in all humility lead Ghana and the Ghanaian people to take this giant step forward. Let us work hard together for a great victory on 7th December 2020 and embrace the future and our destiny with confidence. 4 more years for Nana and the NPP to do more for you. Kukrudu. AC. The battle is still the Lord's. Good luck to us all, and may God bless the new patriotic party and our nation Ghana, and make her great and strong. Thank you.
Has been unveiled with 4 more to do more for you. Chobai! The battle is still the Lord's. Mr. Chairman, it's important that special recognition goes to the national organizer and his able lieutenants, Nana B, Abdulaziz Futa, and the how do you say regional organization? Is it a regional event? Ladies and gentlemen, and then the women's organizer. Let's put our hands together. Put your hands together for this brilliant COVID-19 restrictions operations. Kukrudu! And this is beautiful. I think that it is worth that we commend them for this wonderful job. At this stage, I invite Mrs. Elizabeth Ohene to give us the vote of thanks as we wrap up this very memorable occasion. Madam.
Mr. Chairman, when I finish this, we are going to have a prayer. So I'll leave the thanking of the Almighty to the person going to do the prayer. I will just limit myself to the humans. And I think our greatest thanks will go to the whole army of behind-the-scene workers who made this possible. They are the ones, not just in this room, who got this room together, but the whole operation that enabled this whole thing to be viewed and followed by people, our supporters and our members and our well-wishers all across the country and beyond. We thank you very much. I must thank also, of course, those who led the process. It is important that we tried very hard to keep to the protocols. As the president keeps saying, these are not normal times. And when things are not normal, it's difficult to do. But I think by and large, we have tried today. So thank you, those who were in charge. I might have to thank also those who have been taking care of the party across the country and in the regions. Because, you know, when you are in Accra, you tend to forget that the thing is happening outside Accra. So thank you, those who keep the party alive every day in the regions. Thank you to those who we call upon when there's a crisis. And they know themselves. Those who, when something is needed, come up and help. We thank you. And we thank you for, you know, today was the culmination of the whole process of the internal elections and everything. It hasn't been easy. People have stepped on each other's feet, but, well, we are in politics. We hope that we'll forgive each other and keep our eyes on the main battle, thank you all very much. For those who came to this event, even though we haven't been able to hug each other, the sense of fellowship is still in the room. And thank you very much, our new ticket. Thank you very much, our presidential candidate. And thank you very much, our vice presidential candidate. And thank you, President Kufuor, that you came to preside over us. And thank you all for coming.
Well, thank you very much. Honorable Sheikh I.C. Quay wraps us up with a closing prayer, and then we'll sing the anthem of the party, and then that will be all for the day. For more to do more for you is a slogan for election 2020.